Noxas! Looking on their full. Nibble still helping out with the shields. Kadunica and Noxas going absolutely massive.
They've done it!
For the Simmer. Quadra kill! Coming. Welcome to the Null, to the League of Legends Grand Final. Months ago, hundreds of teams started competing to try and find themselves a position in the Varsity part of this tournament. Now only 2 teams remain, playing off for incredible prizes and the opportunity to represent UK universities at a top European event further down the line. I am Stanley Greyheart Barker, and it is my absolute pleasure, my privilege, to be joined by Alex Nymera Hapgood.
The pleasure is absolutely all mine, Stan. And we had that timeline right there. That timeline stretches further than just the playoffs here. It is the culmination of a full year of these teams competing together against each other. And actually, for the 2 teams involved, it stretches further back still. This is the final chapter, the very last note in the symphony of Bristol Whipped and Cabbage Family. 3 years playing against each other as friends, rivals, and they're looking once more towards that crown.
This is it. I was randomly listening to a 90s playlist before I came on to this cast, and I heard the song Closing Time by Semisonic, and it feels a lot like some of the lyrics are true for some of these players. It's all right, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Some of these players are having to move on from the Null now. This is pretty much a last hurrah, and what an awesome fashion it will be if one of these teams is able to, well, one of the teams will pick up the win. For that team, it will be awesome. For the other team, cripplingly disappointing.
Absolutely, because I think 9 out of our 10 players are graduating this year, and that is bittersweet. But it is also a celebration of just the joy and the entertainment that these players have brought for us for so long at this point. I know that during the upper bracket finals we were casting together, and actually it felt like it was more like a family moment rather than kind of like just a group of random people playing together. We know these players, they know us, we know each other, and you in Twitch chat, I'm sure, tuning in, have your own histories with everyone on screen or who has competed against them. It really is the culmination of something so much bigger than the games today.
You talk about that best of 3 that we cast just last week. It was an exciting game. If we have an opportunity to look actually at the draw as it's been for our knockout stages, you said it was a family moment, but it wasn't a Cabbage family moment. They lost that best of 3 series, getting reverse swept by Bristol Whipped, knocking them down to the lower bracket finals, where they overcame their other great rivals, DMU T1. Now they find themselves back in this grand finals, this best of 5. They do lose out on side selection in the first game, Bristol Whipped selecting blue side. But just looking there, even though the 3 names that we focus on, Bristol Whipped, Cabbage Family, DMU T1, certainly stand out, there are so many other fantastic teams that have competed and made this such a great split.
Absolutely, there's so much history in this bracket. Grey Warrior, a team which is previous champions. The Surrey Stags, which were right up there and taking games off the top teams too. Careless also making their way through the Varsity rankings as the split went on. But 2020 was ruled by the trifecta of Bristol Whipped, Cabbage Family, and DMU T1. And they are our top 3 heading into the very final match here today. DMU knocked out for the 3rd time by a reverse sweep by Cabbage Family between 2 series in this bracket and then 1 over in the NSC as well. Cabbage Family, Bristol Whips, and DMU have always gone the distance in the series. These teams are close, they are tight, and this race is going to be no different, I feel.
And we're going to turn our attention away from those past series to the one that is coming up in the very near future. Very nearly the present. And in those ones, we've got a whole series of predictions coming your way. Nymera, would you like to be the first to reveal your predictions for this grand final?
Okay, so last time we saw these 2 teams on the Rift, it was Bristol Whipped coming away with the win, but it kind of felt like Cabbage Family did it to themselves in some regards. I think that coming in today, given that extra experience in the best of 3s they've had against DMU since Bristol Whipped faced them, I think they're going to run away with the win. I think they're going to get it with a 3-1 from me.
Interesting. I believe that we have a special VT of a prediction coming in from earlier today.
Off you go. Loki. Off you go.
There it is. You see that the doggos, all of them went to the licorice whip rather than to the cabbage, picking up some Tritos, and they decided it would be a 3-0 to Bristol Whip, as did our other terrific colour caster, Melvin Izzle. He also said 3-0. Our other wonderful play-by-play caster, Brackish Brit, decided a 3-2 for Cabbage Family. The reverse of what Patrick, our terrific production master here, said. He said 3-2 to Bristol Whip. I have Stallone by saying a 3-0 for Cabbage family. We'll see if any of those predictions are right come the end of the evening. Either way, I promise you, this will be one terrific best of 5, one for the ages. I just want to say that even though I've said 3-0, and I do actually legitimately believe it, I think that regardless of how these games go, whatever score it ends up being, this is going to be absolutely amazing. And even though I've said 3-0, I want to be wrong. I want to hear Silver Scrapes tonight.
You legitimately think it's a 3? Well, yes, if you don't legitimately believe in your prediction, why would it be your prediction, Sam?
Well, I don't know. You've done some pretty crazy ones, if I'm honest, and usually they're wrong.
Fair point. I will rest my case. Either way, you know, we have to big up this matchup, and I know I was saying on Twitter, amongst other things, that I do believe that this is maybe the greatest narrative that we've had heading into a finals ever in Newell. Rarely do we see teams go the distance and not have some young upstart team destroy their way through the bracket. Of course, we have double elimination as well. That changes things too. It often does mean that your more dominant teams, if they won't meet in the semifinals and knock each other out, they can get through to those finals. We'll have to spare some time to think about that again, because these two teams are into the first draft.
This is it, the first champ select of a potential 5. One important piece of information to give you all is we are playing on live server. This is the brand new, as of today, patch 11.7, one of the biggest patches that we've had since pre-season. Some huge changes, big champions that both of these teams like to play, having had various nerfs come through. As a result, we're seeing a Carpus, Twisted Fate, and a Seraphine ban so far.
Okay, so let me get my patch notes out, because I made many post-its.
I was half expecting you to bring a massive book at that point, because it's a bit of a doozy.
It's called the Player's Handbook for League of Legends. Maybe you've heard of it from D&D. But there's a lot of different stuff coming through. One of the important things is Alistair and Rel both been hit a tiny bit, well, not even a tiny bit, they've been hit significantly down in that support role. Karma hasn't, though, and Karma is a pick which Cabbage Family have destroyed teams with. Mostly Grumpy is a player which has used it in great effect in the bot lane, but then also Chentang and QR play that as well. I think actually currently the team names are not on the right side, Rustlewhip should be on the blue. They first picked that. Lilia is headed back over to Cabbage Family for the second picks. Yeah,
we're seeing the Tristana band away. That is something that's had a bit of a nerf, but also that's not going to be able to play a champion that we've seen them playing a couple of times in the last few weeks. Corki, that final ban. Lilia, as you say, the first lock-in. The AP jungler that opens up so many possibilities. And one of those possibilities, by the way, is a Sivir mid.
That it is, because it's a pick which Cabbage Family have championed, and while some of the ADCs have been a little bit hit with the Mortal Reminder nerfs on this patch, as well as the Essence Reaver, Sivir, if you build Lethality, go Dark Harvest with a Manamune, doesn't really have to deal with that. Not worrying about that in this patch, though, because the Jinx locked in for Cabbage Family pop off, get excited just as we are.
Yep, it's going to be locked in alongside the Skarner over on the other side, a long old hover of the Yone, another of those AD champions in mid, which can be enabled by having an AP jungler. It's going to be locked in most likely for Chentang on this occasion.
That it is, and if you Lilia ults and you put them to sleep, the Yone ult is guaranteed to land at that point, and if you don't dodge a Yone ult, bad things happen to you. Crazy strong mid-jungle duo coming out of Bristol Whipped, and Guernica, with the playmaking, with the farming, the ability to make plays across the map, is on a perfect pick for the job. Swain, though, now that is something different.
It's very, very different. Something that we have not seen for a fair few weeks here on the Newell broadcast. It has a huge amount of power as a support. There was a point about 3-4 patches ago where there were joking posts being made by even the Riot Twitter handles, and they were saying you can only play Swain support once a day. We're limiting it because it's just too much free LP for people. Of course, with some of the changes coming through, there is the opportunity that it could still be going to another lane. Orianna, on the other hand, that's something we're almost certainly going to be seeing in mid for QR, and already you can see this teamfight composition taking shape for Cabbage Family.
We are going to see an awful lot of blood in the water. Sharks circling big wombos.
You think it'll be a fizz?
Okay, alright, maybe not. Unless we're going to see Triforce changes bring that champion back into top lane.
What do you think of the Triforce changes, just very quickly as we go through these bans?
Well, there's a good chance that this will affect Evan's champion pool, because Evan plays everything, and he split pushes for days. He can do whatever you want. Evan is a star player within the Newell, maybe even the best top laner that this league has ever produced. And he might be on something like a Yorick today if he's picked up the reins on that champion. It was whispered on PBE that there were basically no tech counters to that champion. He even beats out the likes of Jace, with the Triforce moving away from more attack speed, a bit more in towards your brawlery attack damage and CDR, and also the movement speed too.
Exactly,
it just empowers that champion more.
It's one of those things, I mean, a lot of people are calling the Trinity Force changes a nerf, but it's a nerf for some champions who expect to have that extra attack speed, but actually it rounds out, as which is really what a Triforce, in my opinion, is meant to do, a lot of other champions who like having a mixture of stats. Those support bands are coming through. On the second phase, we're seeing Scion, obviously top side as well, alongside Rel banned away by Cabbage Family. Over on the other side, the recently buffed Braum is banned out, as is the Taric, much to the disappointment of certain people who will be watching the stream.
Absolutely. Well, the thing about the Taric is, so when Cabbage Family beat DMU over the weekend, they actually played. Well, no, that was when they beat Roehampton. Actually, when they played another series, they played Taric Yi. They were watching the Belgium VODs from the last European tournament. They said, "All right, let's play Kale, Taric Yi, and run at them." And apparently, most of Grumpy impressed enough that the ban has come through. The Thresh, though, this has been a priority pick for so long. I'm wondering if that would have been a better pick, better ban away from Bristol Whip, because it enables Jinx to be landed across the fight, back to safety, reposition with those long-range rockets.
I'm really intrigued because we've had the Alistair lock-in, which means we're most likely not going to be seeing Swain support. Alistair, as you say, has had slight nerfs coming through to the damage, but still is going to have the duration same duration coming out from the CC. So most of what the champion does remains intact. It does look exceptionally likely at this point that we're going to see either Yone or Swain played in the ADC role. Turning it over to the other side, Alphamore still waiting on their champion, and looking at rounding out this composition for Cabbage Family, my thoughts are taken towards two champions in particular. They'll have to play up against an Aatrox, and those two champs I'm thinking of right now are Shen and Camille.
So, why the Shen? Last finals, for those of you tuning in the winter split, Alphamore in Game 4 pulled off a pentakill on a Shen. That's really difficult, but Shen doesn't really do that much damage after the single targets for the Q has gone down. And apparently the dogs completely disagree with me and would like to have their own opinion set. But there is always that chance of having the extra defense against the Jinx. You can suffer versus an Aatrox, though. Actually going to be Lulu top, extra shields, extra mobility, and this Aatrox, I wonder how Evan's going to be dealing with that top lane traditional lane bully.
Very interesting composition coming through from Cabbage Family. It couldn't scream teamfight any more than Loki could scream at the passing German Shepherd. Over on the other side, still waiting to find out whether we are going to be seeing the Yone or the Swain as ADC. Something looks like it's going to be the Yone. Oh, no, it's going to be the Swain. They're just bamboozling us.
I do just genuinely think that Swain is better in the bot lane in some roles, support or carry either way, compared to his mid lane state, because you don't have to land your CC first. You don't have to land that never move to start proccing the passive, get the soul tear out, and well, no Nasus in this game, but we do have a doggo on the cameras, and they're still sticking by the 3-0 prediction.
Well, this is it. Thor had the compositions are complete. Loki is already angry about it. She did not see the Lulu top coming. Thor looks exceptionally upset at what he's seeing from Bristol Whipped. They may be not feeling quite so sure about their predictions. I'm not feeling so sure about leaving the office door open for the cast. And over on the other side, I look to my other screen and I see Twitch chat getting excited because the predictions are open and we've already got at least 25,000 points up there. The problem is I can only bet about like 1,200 points because I kind of messed up and I bet on the wrong couple of weeks back.
I wonder if that's ever happened before.
Maybe against your advice.
There you go. Well, I mean, I look at this, and Jinx is going to have a super hard time moving around in this game. If you ever get hit by anything, Swain is going to follow up. If Swain gets on top of you with that Demonic Ascension, the Demon Flare, Gragas is going to be really, really struggling. Gragas, however, has been immaculate in laning phase in the last couple of weeks of play up across all competitions, though, of course, it has been picked up by another team, the UKL2, and is playing over there. So he's had a lot of game time against a lot of very high-tier opposition. Going to need to bring to bear all of that experience, though, because this is not an easy composition to be a Jinx in.
It's a pretty tough one. Seeing plenty of points being thrown around on my right side, and it's a moment for me to say that this isn't just a battle for the championship. This is a battle to become two-time champions. That's right, Alex. One of those two teams could become, like me, two-time champions here for the Null, and this could be.
I have my own medal which says winner on it.
Is that a participation medal for like a school fun run?
Sadly not. It is actually forecasting, which I've no idea why they thought that one. But I'm making my way up there, you know. Not everyone can be the SK Telecom. Sometimes you got to make that extra run for a couple of extra tournaments.
Guys, school fun run.
School fun run, yes. That assumes that I actually go outside at any point at this given moment. Given the weather changing.
I never got to do a school fun run because I never went to school. But if you're out there in Twitch chat and maybe you're either at the university currently or going to be heading to university and you haven't been part of the Null before, if you're going to be heading to university soon, do make sure that you check out null.com, find out your esports teams that are going to be at the university you're at. Maybe take part. Maybe you yourself might get featured on one of these finals, one of these broadcasts. Maybe even cast by two-time caster of the year, Greyheart.
I wish I couldn't give a response, but it does genuinely annoy me every time you do that. And going back to annoyances in this game, besides Greyheart, of course. I mean, I'm also looking at Evan on the Aatrox, and what I often do when I'm preparing for a cast is think about not just the tournament narrative and what's happening in the finals, but then you kind of bring it down and talk about the history of these matchups, because the way Cabbage Family have won so many times in this split is just by having a better map understanding of waves, and Evan has been such a strong solo carry. Sometimes he has just 1v9'd outside of that. Of course, it's not quite that because Guernica sets them up for success so often. But Bristol Whips was talking to Chentang just before this series started, and they were saying actually they feel very confident heading to this series. Surprise, so did Cabbage Family, so I've got a lot of confidence on both sides of the rear. But particularly from Bristol Whip, they said, actually we feel like scrims are going really well, and we understand how to play the game. We just understand how to play on this current meta. Of course, coming into 10.7, things change. Things are going to have to be adapted to on the fly, particularly when you're dealing with stuff like the Rel, whose stun duration on the E is slightly less. The Alistair, which is locked in this first game, less damage on the E and on the Q, so maybe those burst combos, those 2v2s, not quite as clean. That understanding will have to go the entire distance in this series. Even if you're coming into it confident, be prepared to take a knock. Both these teams are coming in swinging.
Oh, they are indeed going to come in swinging. The question is which team's going to throw the better fastball at the other, because it's going to be pretty hard to deal with some of the champions I'm looking at from Bristol Whip, because I like what Cabbage Family are going to do a lot. I love the team compositions. You know I love myself a classic team fighting composition. But I worry when I see basically two main damage sources for Cabbage Family and so many potential obliterators from Bristol Whipped that when it comes to the fight, will a Wild Growth be enough? Will a Shockwave be enough? And I'm concerned about my predictions already.
I will give the caveat, though, that if you start grouping up and going to Wombo, remember this is exactly what happened to Cabbage Family against DMU in the finals, Game 5 of Winter Split, where they picked similar Wombo-ish combos, and they got punished for having too short range. And having something like an Orianna, having a Jinx that gets excited eventually, and at level 9, and yes, the dogs are back. I'm sure they want to hear all about this.
He's so needy today.
If you...
you.
Hey, I'm a strong independent color caster. I don't need no play-by-play. If you walk too far into a Shockwave and that Jinx, things go very, very badly if Jinx gets the first kill and gets that attack speed. You don't have that same level of abusable continual damage source at range like the Jinx does. Yes, Yone can get into the middle of the fight. Yes, Swain can start zoning away that Jinx too to an extent. But if you lose the first kill, things go very badly from there.
They do, and we will have to keep our eyes glued towards where the action starts in this game, looking towards those two junglers to see who will be able to dominate the Rift the most. And speaking of the Rift, it is time to get ourselves onto the Rift for the first game in this best of 5 grand final. Remember, the winner of this game will then have a future matchup to get themselves an opportunity to get into the play-ins of University Esports Masters 2021, an exceptionally prestigious competition, a tournament which we have sent so many wonderful teams, so many incredible players to in the past. The UK has been left wanting a little bit in the last few years. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the year we turn things around if we send one of these teams there. Teams spread out defensively across the Rift, giving us a little bit of time to have a look at some keystones and some items.
There we are. So we are seeing the teleport, nothing like a heal or a barrier coming out of the Lulu, and it is going to be the Airy. I mean, I'm looking down at this bot side, though. We have seen increasingly more often exhaust coming out of these very bursty carries, even if it's not an AD carry. In the bot side, Benuxas and Nibble, if they catch Gregors or mostly Grumpy, it's not just going to be mostly dead, he's going to be entirely dead. Not Greg. Well, Gregors is also in the lane, I suppose, but Yes, if you catch people out with that exhaust, the all-ins are just that much more powerful.
Well, I've looked over and I've seen that with the missions coming near an end for the predictions, it looks like it is going to be a 70-30 split in favour of Bristol Whip. They have got the fan vote, or at the very least, the prediction vote.
That they have. So, well, I mean, predictions now on the table. Players won't know anything about that, not just yet. Have Porp starting on the bot side, so is Gadunica. So a potential early gank towards this top side, and if Aatrox gets rolling, suddenly that extra disruption in the backline and the ability to, I don't know, land a W onto Porp as he's running into the fight could be something that Bristol Whip could look to play around. Stan, I don't know if you are... Stan, you are in fact muted. Oh gosh, it's not.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Yeah, it's not a professional broadcast if you don't have tech issues on the start of it. Players though don't seem to be affected at all. They're absolutely railing to go.
Yes, so we are indeed, and I'm currently seeing a bit of a freeze on my screen. I don't know if that's just me who's experiencing that, or if that's for everybody. But
looks like, of course, we are having tech difficulties, and you know, we aren't no scientists, but we're getting ready for cold plays on the Rift. You're gonna have to wait just a tiny bit more for it while we sort this out.
Yes, hopefully, much like Coldplay, it will be with you in the speed of sound. But I can do music puns too. But while we wait, we can keep talking. Well, we're not going to get to keep talking about that because actually we want to sort these problems out. We want to get them done as quick as possible, and the easiest way for that is for our fantastic production to have their full focus on it. That's why we're cutting to a short break. But please stick around. We'll be back very soon. Thank you for sticking with us. We're back on to the Rift, and we can see these teams in all their glory playing things out in the first game of this best of 5 series for the grand final. And Nymera, it's just going to be a slow farming start, but already mostly grumpy. Starting to do what we saw at the end just before the pause, already looking to land those early hooks.
Yes, psych, it wasn't 6 minutes, we just time traveled. That's the power that we casters have. We are not just casters of games, we are casters of magic. Or apparently, I guess our producers are on the back end. Wonderful hard work coming in from them. Thank you very, very much. Send your sports them in the Twitch chat. And support your sports these teams in-game.
Is anyone else hearing Alex as a robot, or is that just me? Is anyone else? I'm so confused. Okay. Well,
okay, we're back. Yes, okay, so it turns out everything's going wrong, apart from what's on the Rift. We've at least got gameplay.
Oh, no, I freaking love working with you, man. QQR is going to step across, having shoved in a wave, get a little bit of vision towards the blue buff, which Lilia has not taken so far. Gadunica will get spotted out when they secure that second buff.
Okay, so no early jungle shenanigans coming in, and well, it seems like literally the only shenanigans are happening off the Rift. This is not what I was prepared to do, but at least these players seem to have an easy ride of it so far in the early game.
They are already seeing the Soul Unbound plays coming through from Chentang, but QQR is with it every step of the way, getting that early poke damage down. Mostly Grumpy already looking for a little bit of roam. At the very least, well, not even going to take away the Spire, just going to come in behind the Oni and try and make Chentang's life hell.
Oh, so this is really good. Brett Cabbage trying to do this all the time. Control bot, get that early pressure, use that to roam mid.
Flash Flay coming in, Chentang in all sorts of trouble. Saves the flash, knowing that they are dead to rights with Ignite burning down. The enhanced auto comes through. QQR gets the first blood of the new grand final.
Oh, something Cabbage family do all the time. Gregors are mostly Grumpy. They stack up the wave bot side, use that to get an early recall. While Gregors is recalling, mostly Grumpy says, hang on, I don't need to get items. I can just roam across the map, gets into that mid lane, gets the Orianna ahead, which is a key part of this conversation. He's teleported mid and he's going to be under threat again.
Yeah, already the aggression coming through, but this time, bit of safety, walking up to the safety of their jungler, who's up on the top side of the river, having tried to clear away some opposition jungle. Chentang giving up that one kill is huge news as well. Because during our small pause there, Nymera, we had a little chat when you didn't sound like a robot, and basically you were saying, if this Ori gets going, the Cabbage family comp is even better. It's going already.
Exactly, because you have an Aatrox, and yes, Alistair's hard to kill. You don't exactly have yourself a Scion or a Cho'Gath or someone who's just very hard to kill with your initial burst. If you have a strong shockwave, and that's because Orianna's ahead, that opens the door for a hook to land, for the rockets to fly through, and for the excited passive of the Jinx to start getting activated, and they run through with the extra DPS that the no AD carry team of Bristol Whips have, and that's what really is going to be the main win condition in my eyes.
Crucial statement you make there at the end, and no ADC carry, but right now it's the lack of ADC going aggressive onto the support. Mostly Grumpy, not roaming this time, in all sorts of trouble, being slain by the opposition, but Nuxas will pick up a kill on the Swain.
CC chaining, this duo does it all. Point and click from the Alistair, point and click from the Swain. Gonna get less so of that, but he's got enough setup to make things work. Now Gregor's on the bot side, dodges out on the Swirl Seed. Looks like he is going to be zoned away from tower. Isn't going to die, though.
Going to lose out on a significant amount of CS, possibly even a turret plate might come through for Benuxas, Nibble, and Gadunica. This three-man goon squad doing things on the bottom side of the map. Mostly Grumpy has respawned, is coming back into play, but Nibble and Gadunica just zoning for the Swain, who will find a turret plate.
So that's actually pretty important. Again, it denies you Jinx and Orianna, as you're saying, right from the draft. These are the two people you need to be ahead. Cabbage family, as we see on the graphics, Orianna just ticks over to 6. Maybe with that, QR can start pushing in the mid lane and aiding the bot side of the map if they are going to be attempted to be zoned again. On the top side, seems to be relatively non-impactful so far. Normally, I'd actually expect maybe Evan to be pushing around this Lulu. Hasn't happened just yet.
Things are looking pretty good for Cabbage family in the early game, but Bristol Whip strike back quickly, something that is very important for them to do. A flash there burned by Porp as they maybe slightly overstep into Gadunica's jungle, and Efan was perhaps closing in on them. We are seeing a really, really tight early game, but who would you say is getting the better of it, as we do see Chentang getting a bit of pressure, putting a bit of pressure onto QR?
Well, okay, so who's getting better at the early game? I do genuinely think because Yone has not really been able to bully the laning phase and kind of keep Ori down, and the fact that, I mean, look at that bot lane difference right now. The CS is huge between Gregors and Banexus. This is going Cabbage Family's way right now. Where does this turn around? Well, it can all come off of one big team fight. You have huge wombo coming from Bristol Wit. If you manage to get into the backline with Alistair, with Aatrox, heck, even Lilia does that too, and then Yone just does Yone things, then those two carries who are ahead right now from Cabbage Family aren't really going to do much from that point. Bristol Wits are not out of it, of course. It's very early into this game. Cabbage Family, though, I think they're happy with things have gone so far.
Nice reset for Gregors and mostly Grumpy. Big CS lead for the Jinx early on, having already completed that Noon Quiver. First few pings going towards the Dragon. They came out of Cabbage Family. The Cloud Dragon available. Does mean we'll be seeing either Mountain, Infernal, or Ocean Soul this time round.
Okay, so those are the big ones, the big three. I said big three. It should normally be the big four. It's just Cloud was just the annoying one to get, because only a few champions really benefit from the movement speed on that passive to its full extent. You'd rather be having one of those slightly more game-ending objectives by having extra damage, harder to kill, or more regeneration. It's just not really on the same level.
Gadunica is trying to chase down Porp, who's just stepped across to try and take a Spire. Nibble stepping over as well. Mostly Grumpy puts down the Lantern, but with the lilting Lullaby, Porp in a lot of danger. Takes the Thresh Express out to safety. QR zoning away Chentang, who has taken a significant chunk of damage. Vision of Empire goes just wide of QR.
And imagine what would happen if QR didn't have lane priority there. You have a flash on that, Yone. That would have been a very dead Crystal Scorpion from Porp. So that's going to be the ult used from Gadunica, of course, knowing that Porp had no... Well, actually, I'm not sure if he knew Porp didn't have flash, but either way. Doesn't have that one available. Now we have a roam to the bot side from Cabbage Family this time.
Mostly Grumpy is going to be on top of a ward, however. Would like to see some more roams coming out of Mostly Grumpy. Obviously, that early play significant in securing first blood for the Cabbage Family, but we haven't really seen too much more of it since then.
No, not yet, but I think that's the easy time to roam, right? Because in the first couple of waves, if you do get that level 2 to level 1, level 3 to level 2 disparity, you have such a different proportion in power at that point that you can use that to zone them off the wave, stack up a wave, recall for an early item which helps you more in that laning phase, and that unlocks your support just in the way that did it. Quite textbook, actually. Roaming after that point requires a bit more moving about for something like the Herald, which has spawned now, and actually knowing that Gadunica has gone up towards that top side, but the supports have yet to really angle towards that.
There's going to be a red buff traded for the Dragon, but I think Cabbage Family will probably take that once they get themselves a turret plate as well. Speaking of turret plates, Efan putting Gresham down on top side, just bullying the Lulu a little bit, able to secure one turret plate. The Lulu versus Aatrox matchup feels like one we haven't spoken about a huge amount, but feels like you've got an opportunity to do it now as Lilia starts up the Herald.
Hooray! Reason to talk about top lane. So this is Lulu just trying to get farm. If you get up towards that first item of the Moonstone, you get towards Staff of Flowing Water. The extra move speed, and of course the AP you give towards Orianna is not bad either. But for both of these immobile backline carries of the Orianna and the Jinx, having the 2-item Lulu online is so important towards their team fights. After that point, Alphonse doesn't really care about gold, so you don't even care if you're behind the Aatrox. As long as you have those 2 items, you are fine. On the other side, though, Evan getting that gold does mean that this disruptive backline team fighter has maybe more tools to fight against those aforementioned low mobility backlines.
Herald secured by Gadunica, so some extra turret plating looks likely to go Bristol Whip's way very, very shortly. Right at the death, the Herald was swept out by Porp, so the roam of Yone and Lilia's current position was known to Cabbage Family. This prevents any kind of potential dive onto Alphmos, who was fairly low on mana underneath their own turret. Meanwhile, on the bot side, it's still all about the farming, and it's still all about Gregors.
That it is, has CS advantage. And yes, the first item completion for something like a Swain, I'm not sure if they're going to go towards something like the Leandries for the extra burn, or the Everfrost, just to lock people in place that extra bit. Everfrost was nerfed on this patch, though, have to note that one. But he hasn't completed his first item yet. I actually wonder when... Oh, they're fighting now, though.
A lot of aggression, mostly Grumpy able to use the Flay, able to zone Nibble and Banuxas away. Gregors took an Ignite to the face, but survived.
That doesn't seem particularly healthy. Walking away with a couple of burns. Nothing more than that just yet. Mostly Grumpy hit 6 has the box now, and that's important because if you hook Banexus into that, there is a good chance he doesn't get out of that alive. Didn't have himself a flash at this point either. We are waiting for the real fulcrum in this game. In fact, actually remembering back to the best of 3 in the upper bracket finals, we saw that Bristol Whips and Cabbage Family, particularly in the earlier games, oh, hook lands. We'll have to talk about that later.
Destin's connects on to Nibble, but immediately steps up safety. Porp is stood on top of a ward, but will be able to turn this into a 3v3. Box already put down, double teleport coming in. This is going to be a 4v4 before you can say supercalifragilistic espialidocious, as QR is able to get good damage down. Might be able to find the big... Sorry, you already used the shockwave. Herald put down aggressively, and this is going to be the 5-man gank squad coming in as Nibble goes aggressive. Yone finds the kill. Chentang finds one onto QR. Greg is able to survive by inches, but there goes Gadunica with the flash, able to find a big old watch out. As Mostly Grumpy tries to get out to safety, but will not succeed despite the play. The last survivor is Porp, who flashes out, just narrowly escaping their own doom. Cabbage Family lose 4. Bristol Whip get first turret.
It's a 4v5 in the bot side, and Cabbage Family with the turret is not enough to even up those numbers. The hooks land continually from Mostly Grumpy. It's not enough to save Gregors, though. Not fighting on high enough HP, not fighting with enough items to turn around something onto Gadunica, who shuts down the Jinx. Sure, you're getting plates onto the Lulu, but this is kind of what we were saying earlier in this laning phase. You don't care if Lulu's ahead, you just want her to save the carries, and they weren't there to save those carries.
When that fight started, the only person on the map with a mythic item was Lulu, but having burnt the teleport already, it meant that as the teleports rained down on bot lane, it was a 2-to-1 in favour of Bristol Whip. Now there's a fight in favour of Cabbage Family as they find out Gadunica. QR straight in with the damage, finding the kill onto Lillian.
So there is a bit of a split train of thought with Thresh in the pro meta right now. Some people say he's great, some people say that he's all right, I suppose. And the thing is, about Thresh, he's inconsistent. He's great when you have low-range compositions, when you can land hooks onto. Guess what? That's what Bristol Whip have for right now. Mostly Grumpy might need to get some more hooks in here, though, as he's getting shut down by Nibble.
Caught out by Nibble. Less damage on what some of what Alistair can do, but with the Nuxas there for company, Mostly Grumpy wasn't a little bit of danger. However, the threat was not that big in the end. Porp stepping across, as is QR, just to make sure that the support is safe this time round.
Yeah, so Gregors has no turret in that bot side, does still have access to the bottom wave. Of course, the first turret was taken by Bristol Whip. That's where a lot of their gold lead is coming from all 5 of those plates. But Gregors hasn't been denied farm, almost up to his first item. Of course, having Swain with those kills means that he has that completed. And that might be an important break point not reached for Cabbage Family for this dragon fight.
Second dragon spawn, ultimates available for everybody. Nibble already going aggressive, already finding a multi-man knock-up. Porp trying to do what they can, but they're going to have to leave Gregors for dead. And with the Jinx dead, I'm not too sure what Cabbage can do to try and win this fight. They will find the kill onto QR as well. Both the damage dealers are gone for Cabbage Family. This was the big concern around this team comp, and Bristol Whip with their no ADC composition will equalise the dragon score.
Well, Nibbles, Alistair takes a bite out of the backline once again. The double combo onto 2 very important people. And Alphamos has the Moonstone Renewer, does not use the Wild Growth, not in range to save. Gregors can't get them to safety, and the Jinx dies before they can pop off. Cabbage Family lose themselves 2 big fights in a row, and now the gold is up against them.
And this is such a big problem as well, because Gregors in that fight, yes, all the ultimates were available for Cabbage Family. Yes, you could have the protection from things like the Wild Growth. However, they did not have Flash. They did not have Cleanse in that fight, and they were immediately removed from play. Later on, as we see more defensive items coming through, maybe they'll survive for longer. But right now, that has got to be the biggest concern. And now they've given kills not only over to Benuxas, not only over to Chentang, but also over to Gadunica as well. Everybody's threatening.
That they are, and Gadunica with the Zonyas now can be that temporary front line. You can just flash QR. No, that's not the mid laner of Cabbage Family. Gadunica on the Lilia has that ability to turn golden and be a temporary front line, whilst also zoning away the Jinx or burning the Cleanse at the very least. And that can be very, very important. We saw what happened in the bot lane dive. Gregors just could not run away from that jungler.
And meanwhile, the supports telling their own tale. They each have 100% kill participation for their teams. However, double the kill participation for this Alistair as Nibble running the 1-0-5 combination, showing that the stakes are high.
He's not been knocked up by a Cho'Gath yet. What are you talking about? Needs to have that extra Y-axis involved. Z-axis, that's the one. Now we have bot lanes moving into the mid lane. This leaves QR to fend for themselves on a side lane. They've gone for Everfrost themselves. Everfrost, this is tap patch 11.7, which means it is nerfed. The cooldown on the Everfrost and also the base and scaling damage of it have also been reduced. But it's still important in this composition. You look at all these people trying to run in, and again, Gadunica on this Lilia is one of the primary components of that. If you land that route and buy the extra space which Gregors needs, that could be the turning point for the team fight for Cabbage Family.
It's a 2,000 gold lead at 16 minutes of Bristol Whip. Alpha Moss taking so much damage, already having to use the Wild Growth defensively on themselves. They will have the teleport available for the next fight, but it's entirely possible that will be a cooldown. They'll be missing. Port is not quite able to secure an impale onto the fleeing Chentang, who gets to safety but has to burn the ult.
It's close run stuff, because I think if the Impale goes through, he just gets dragged back. I don't think Porp ends up flying off into the horizon with the Yone. I'm sure that's not how that works. But either way, now that ultimate is not available on the bot side of the map, which means that QR has nothing to worry about. Mid lane, slightly different though. Hex Flash being charged up, and Greg's mostly grumpy. Okay, that's safe.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a goalpost moment as the Swell Seed goes wide of both Gregors and mostly Grumpy. However, a little bit of revenge for the Gadunica as they steal away the Raptors, something that the Lilia, of course, loves to do. We saw QR doing that earlier to their opposition jungler, so certainly a little bit of sweet revenge there for Gadunica.
Yeah, a bit of tit for tat across everything. And this is where a lot of this game will be decided. It's in those micro trades, which give you either those breakpoints, like, of course, having the first item for that dragon fight, or not, like Gregis didn't have that Kraken Slayer for that dragon fight, which went so awry for Cabbage Family. Now we see QR backing off, gonna go for that next recall after shoving a wave into tower. They are hopefully looking to be the point of power for Cabbage Family, because we've seen these fights be so explosive. If you can Shockwave, nibble out of a combo, or just buy enough space, that could be the telling tale of these fights. Mostly Grumpy is comboed.
It's the Portal combat once again. Mostly Grumpy going to come out on the worst side of this, but Nuxas finding their third of the game. Meanwhile, Port is going to arrive, as is QR via the teleport. However, they arrive to be able to do essentially nothing apart from look on the deceased Thresh.
So teleport's blown, but it isn't just from QR, it is from Chentang as well. What we can see again is Nerva Frost buying a lot of space. That's important. The question is, can you do that from so many angles to defend yourselves in later teamfights? Herald slams into mid turret. Bristol Whip's continuing to build advantages.
The second Herald of the game used to great effect, as we can see, and gets a charge onto the inner turret as well. 45 seconds until our first Ocean Dragon of the game will spawn. If we are to see a soul in this game, it will mean the game has extended probably longer than Bristol Whip would have hoped, but it will also mean one of these two teams will have 3 Ocean Dragons to their name.
Yeah, exactly. If this gets to very large numbers of dragons, then I think Cabbage Family are happy with that, because that means that Jinx is relevant and there's no opposing AD carry, and no, Yone doesn't quite count in that regard. Gregis is level 10, has the maxed out Rockets, has their range increased to the maximum it will be in this game, unless of course they get something like a rapid fire cannon, which I wouldn't necessarily expect in this game. Dragon spawning in 10, Cabbage Family have arrived to the objective first, and Evan is spotted.
Each team is missing one mythic. Lilia, without one so far, having opted into that early Zhonya as you spoke of earlier, Nymera. We'll see whether they're able to put it to good use right now. That dragon has now spawned, already been started up by Cabbage Family with Bristol Whip. They don't want any of it. They want to come straight in like they did last time around. But this time Nibble stopped from coming in courtesy of the Shockwave, not able to put the damage down. This time Gregors and QR are doing work. Nibble going low and low, but in goes Ethan. I like Ethan, and he likes getting kills. Gadunica finds one on to Thresh. Super Mega Ret Death Rock is thrown down, but meanwhile Gadunica kills off Port in the Dragon Pit. It will be a first Ocean Dragon going over to Bristol Whip. They've already found themselves 2 kills. They protected the carries this time, but now they're being pincered. And Aatrox from the top side, and all the rest of Bristol Whip from the other side. Gregors takes too long to get to the safety of their own turret and is absolutely eviscerated by the sway.
Well, Bristol Whips have turned up to play. They are so on point, their engages. Nibbles Alistair is a thing of beauty. We've seen it in the regular season, seeing it once again in the grand finals. And Cabbage Family, yeah, this Alistair's been nerfed. I think it's still worth the ban.
It probably is with the way it's been played. And as I said, with Alistair, yeah, having that extra damage on the I think it's on the headbutt, it might be on the pulverize, is great. Having the extra damage coming through is nice as well, but that's not really what Alistair's about. You don't pick Alistair because you get to do that extra 20 damage. You pick it because of the obscene amount of CC, because of the obscene amount of survivability, and Nibble does both of those things in absolutely wonderful ways. This is why this champion will still be ban worthy, even if you take all of the damage from those spells.
Absolutely, and yes, that Q and the E have both been nerfed just a little bit on 11.7. It's not really enough to stop the team fight impact of what Bristol Whips are doing. And every champion on their roster right now is aiming to do similar things. Get absolutely stuck in there and force Cabbage Family to be on the back foot. They don't have themselves a Scion or a set or something else that can survive in the front line. Maybe they were worried about something like a set being picked into it, or just picking a tank into Evan being generally a bad thing, because this player has formed so much of their reputation off of winning those laning matchups. Cabbage Family, they can't stand and fight, and they don't have the items right now to win around Jinx and Orianna.
They absolutely don't. With the Baron having now spawned, they could be in a huge amount of trouble. The sleep is going to be put down onto Thresh, who flashes over the wall just in time to save their skin. The vision being cleared out by Bristol Whipped. It feels like if they start up this Baron, it's going to be so tough for Cabbage to contest.
That it will. So, Greg has sat here in this mid lane again, but just cannot push up for priority because you are worried about the engage range and the slows from that Swain W being so threatening to comboing into everything else that they just can't push up for vision. That means that the Baron is always going to be a threat.
Protect the ADC comp is wonderful if your ADC is ahead, has items up on the opposition. It's not so great when it's only completed Mythic and then has just little bits going for it. You can still do a huge amount of work. We know how good Gregors is as an ADC, but right now there is no doubt that Cabbage, they've not got to that point on the clock where they can overwhelm Bristol Whip. I question why they went for those last two dragons, which they essentially flipped. And now they're in a position where, as a result of finding themselves 6,000 gold down, I don't even think they can contest its Baron, which is down below 4,000 health.
So there could be a steal. Flash is there. Lantern is there. Let's see if Paul can get in and maybe go for the suppression. Oh, it's close!
Nibble says, no, not today. Goes over the wall, stops Port from being able to flash. Might well be the death of the Alistair. Chentang, however, says no. Throws in the ultimate, finds insane damage. Bounces straight back with the soul. And still it is going to be Efan who gets a double kill on the back of the monstrous work of Alistair and of the Yone as well. And now with the Baron secured and two people dead for Cabbage Family, Bristol Whip may even look to just completely obliterate the base.
I think that's going to be the straw that breaks the Cabbage's back. I never thought I'd be saying that in my life. Gregors tries to get the steal with the Jinx ultimate, a thing which has been talked about by a lot of professional coaches recently. If you have that ultimate on target towards an objective, it actually has uncapped damage towards stuff like that Baron and the Dragon, and it works off of missing HP. It's an execute. If they do get it down towards that smite range, it means that Jinx is probably going to be angling towards that too. It's not enough in this case. Gregors does not find the steal, and the fight goes so in hand to Bristol Whips at the end of it.
And again, it's Nibble. How many times have we talked about this support? Going back to last Wednesday to the top side final where we saw Bristol Whipped again facing off against Cabbage Family in that best of three. Cabbage Family, they took an early lead, but in games 2 and 3, Nibble was absolutely obscenely good. In game number 1 of this best of 5 grand final, Nibble is obscenely good. If Nibble continues being obscenely good, this could well be Bristol Whipped taking a huge win, just like the Doggos predicted.
Well, first game is very much in their favor right now. Cabbage Family do, of course, have the ability to stall out just a little longer. And having that Jinx and that Orianna off... Whoa, they're going for a fight. Let's see what works out.
Big aggression coming through from Port, but even though they put down the Impale, they're not able to get to the safety of their team. Even with the Lantern, they're still going to die. Port is no more, and I can't believe it. It's going to be Bristol Whipped, who again are just stepping forward dominantly. The jungler's dead, the dragon spawn. This will be a third for Bristol Whipped, and they may find more before that too.
Well, I think they've upgraded from Bristols and from rifles into full-on artillery. They're completely destroying this team.
The Cabbages are getting whipped all around the rift right now. The dive comes through from Bristol at the inhibitor turret. Cabbage Family are sent scurrying back to the safety, and there is no safety to be found where Chentang is present. He does so much damage, mostly Grumpy almost falls. Yet again, Alphmos trying to do what they can on this Lulu pick, trying to help Gregors and QR put down the damage. It's enough to save the inhibitor, but not the turret. It will not spare the dragon either.
Oh, what a shutout of a game that this is. Bristol Whip going towards Soul Point. I actually think Cabbage Family, well, this is not the worst thing that could happen. They give up a dragon, gives up Soul Point, but it's not the soul itself. It's only just the individual dragon stats that's being gained for Bristol Whips. Cabbage Family, they're staring down at a 10,000 gold lead. They still don't have 2 items on their Jinx. They only just have 2 items on QR's Orianna too. Yeah. Cabbage Family, I think what they're doing now is planning for the next game. Maybe just trying to make Bristol Whips, as we so often say, just sweat for it a little in this one. Comebacks have happened from larger disadvantages, but it is still very, very unlikely.
It does feel unlikely in this game. The later it goes, as you said earlier on, Nightmare, maybe the more it favors Cabbage Family, but it feels like at the moment Bristol Whip can just slap Cabbage Family around with their wallets, because that is a 10k difference at 26 minutes. And if this game goes to 30 minutes, I'd honestly be surprised.
Well, that would probably mean that the Baron would be taken at that point. There is always the chance of the Jinx Baron steal. As we were saying, the Jinx ultimate against objectives has been very strong in the last couple of patches when Jinx has come back to prominence. Has their second item now. It's the Phantom Dancer. Slightly more movement speed, having the ability to ghost through units too can help if you're trying to run away through a minion wave. It's not the Runaan's Hurricane though. It's not going to be anything slightly higher damage in those team fights. And Cabbage Family, I'm not even sure they can play around this spike. I mean, it'd be very unlikely for them to find anything from the next couple of minutes. I think they're still on stall mode.
We promised that this series would be a bit of a roller coaster, Nightmare. Game 1 feels like it's been Rita, the queen of speed so far, coming out of Bristol Whip. Her Cabbage Family doing all they can to defend. Porp looking to go aggressive, looking to track onto Nibble, but I'm not sure it's the target that Bristol Whip want. They're trying to make something happen while Ifan is topside. Bear in mind, the Aatrox does have teleport. It's already taken a turret down and now is stepping towards the inhibitor turret.
I don't think Alpha Moss can even really do much against Evan in this side lane.
Just wave clear, that's it.
He can wave clear, that's it. But look at the thing about Sion after the mini rework, I think it was sometime halfway through last season, his W is huge range. It's got thousands of units in range. When you're pushing into inhibitors, no, that would be the Swain's W. So if you have the Swain throwing that Eye of the Empire down, it will reach someone like Evan on a side lane and potentially add in an extra 200 to 300 damage. And that's not something you particularly want, particularly when that Aatrox is already threatening solo kills.
It certainly is. Ifan 2-0 and 4. A lot of people out in chat like Ifan. Right now, I don't think Cabbage Family like him very much, though. Meanwhile, the rest of the team doing absolutely brilliant as well. You've got 2 Deathless members, Ifan one of them, of course, but Nuxas on the Swain running the 504 comp. We questioned where this Swain would be going to when we saw the composition coming through. I originally thought it'd be support before we saw Nibbles Alistair locked in. Tell you what, Nuxas has sure made this pick work, something that we've not seen so much lately.
And I think the reason it works is because Swain's MO as a champion is zone control. You just sit there and you say, come at me, try and stand in this danger zone while we're tearing through someone that's caught out. And Cabbage Family have not really found a way to deal with that conundrum. Benuxas sat at 5-0 and 4, has, as you said, been masterfully controlling the teamfights alongside the aggressive, engaged support of Nibble.
As this second Baron spawns, I'd like to turn our attention back right to Champ Select. Second ban phase. The Alistair had not been picked. The Rel was banned away. The Scion was banned away by Cabbage Family. Right now, they must be regretting not taking the cow out of the game. Ifan and Nibble currently doing all of the zoning work. Baron down below half health. There is no way in heck Porp gets near this one.
Watch the Jinx ult. I think that's what we're looking for. Gregus charges it up. It's going!
It's going, it's gone, and it's done. Very little apart from taking Chen Tang's health down a touch. Bristol Whip will secure their second Baron of the game. In 1 minute, 20 seconds, they'll have the opportunity to secure Ocean Soul. Porp, maybe we'll get a catch onto Gudunica. We'll just put the stun down, opting not to impale as there were no Cabbage Family members nearby to secure the kill.
Well, maybe you can start trying to flash out with the Lantern and get the Thresh Scar in a combo, but I think that's just likely to bring a full team sleep into the team. Bristol Whips have themselves the resets to teleport on Chentang, and they have played this game out immaculately. They have not taken their foot off the accelerator. They keep trying to push Cabbage Family down further and further into the rut they're in. It looks like they're looking to close this game.
And Chentang's teleported back in on full health with this Yone. We will see the hook catching, but Gudunica flashes forward, throws Chilling Smite straight down to Mostly Grumpy. Porp, who's looking for a potential flank, will find a slow onto Ethan. However, Chentang goes aggressive. Porp has to flash out, taking so much damage already. Does find the impale onto Chentang, but he just bounces straight back with the Fate Unseal.
Okay, so failed base push by Bristol Whips in some metrics. They get an inhibitor. Well, I think Cabbage Family probably weren't going to be walking outside of their base anyway, so the Super Minions pushing in. It's not a great loss for Cabbage Family. They failed to end the game. They've wasted some of their Baron play, and 2,000 gold at this point in the game. It's not the worst thing ever. It's still advantageous for Bristol Whip, and it feels like that could have been a game-ending play, and yet it's still stalled out just a little.
If the fight had gone Bristol Whip's way, I think you're absolutely right now, Mira. However, just not quite as they would have wanted, though they do still secure an objective. They'll take away a second inhibitor turret. Paul looking for the flank, does not have Impale available, already knocked up by Nibble. Mostly will be trying to find a lantern to save the Skarner, but it is not to be. Two turrets fall simultaneously, and this is going to be the fight that secures Bristol Whip a 1-0 advantage here in the Newell Grand Final. Mostly Grumpy flashing away, but immediately obliterated by Irfan, who goes so aggressive, finding kill after kill after kill. It's a triple for Benuxas. Another inhibitor will fall up on the top side, but it's the Nexus turrets that are mostly under threat. Number 1 falls, number 2 follows there after Cabbage Family watch their base lying in ruins. Their dreams of a 3-0 win are gone. As are my predictions, Bristol Whip go 1-0 up.
First blood in the grand finals goes to Bristol Whip, or at least the first Nexus. Can't remember actually what happened with that first one in the game, because everything was so hectic. And it got even worse from there as it went on. If that was, of course, one of those roller coasters you're talking about, probably would be a launch coaster like that Rita Queen of Speed. That was fast-paced, it was furious, and it was decisive from Bristol Whips. I don't think they're cutting cabbages. Well, they might be cutting onions soon enough for the enemy team.
Bristol Whip definitely played that one well and played their comp exceptionally. I will not for a second take that away from them. But I do have questions to Cabbage Family. We had the questions in the draft. And then in terms of execution, the fact they opt into those 2 consecutive fights around 2nd and 3rd Dragon, where their team is frankly unprepared to duel against the onrushers like the Aatrox and the Yone. That for me was very questionable. That was where the massive gold lead was accentuated for Bristol Whip. And I want to see Cabbage Family, if they do opt into this sort of composition again, be more patient.
I think I agree with that, and I think that patience really came across in what happened under that bot lane turret, because we saw a huge 4v5 erupt under the bot outer turret. Alphamos wasn't there. He teleported back to lane. Cabbage Family knew this, and they opted to take that fight when they could have just backed off. Sure, you give up plates, but you don't die on the Jinx. You don't end up resetting that timer on when you can start getting farm and start ticking up. And Jinx was behind so far at that point that they just could never stand and fight. And that's something that Cabbage Family desperately needed. They never found it.
That was only game 1 of this best of 5 series. However, there's still plenty more to come here for the Newell League of Legends Grand Final. Definitely, in one way, glad Bristol picked up the win, because that means that I get myself a licorice whip to eat during this short break rather than the cabbage. I'm pleased about that.
when it's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
How many cans can a nibble? No, how many cans can a cannibal nibble if a cannibal can nibble cans? That's my question to you at the beginning of this series. At the beginning of this second game of the series, what do you think?
I think I have a migraine, Stan. Congrats. I'm now going to be umming and ahhing across the entirety of the series. If that
That's the
wasn't
closest
already
thing you're going to
felt.
the nibble riddle. There you
There we
go.
go. Gosh. But going back to the aforementioned Nibble, that player in game one for Bristol Whipped, such a pivotal player once again for this team. It was an ensemble effort, much like again, all our narratives are tying together bigger pictures than just the individual parts. This series is bigger than just the games being played today. It's the playoffs, it's the split, it's the year, it's the several years of history between the teams. And this team was more than just Nibble, although he was a damn good part of Bristol Whip's comp.
So good, and it felt like it was going to be the other support which was going to actually lead things, as mostly Grumpy found the roam early on, found first blood for his team. However, the repeat effort didn't quite work out with Yone playing things safe, and after that we didn't really see the sort of roams, the sort of pressure being put down by that Thresh, and at that point it was Nibble's time to shine. And at teamfight after teamfight, before we saw Cabbage Family get the damage, Bristol Whip overcame their opposition, and after that point they just never let up.
No, they didn't. And, I would caveat the whole we didn't see any pressure coming from most of the Grumpy. He tried, just got caught out in River. a lot. He was walking up and then kind of getting found by Nibble, who'd combo onto him. He didn't manage to flay away the combo enough. There was a Yone who could roam down, and Gadunica also on this Lilia was such a force. Gadunica and Evan are players for Bristol, which we are very used to talking about. These two are insanely talented players coming out of the Newell scene. And they came up big again today. Of course, that Lilia and the Aatrox roamed down towards that bot side with teleports, with the jungle pathing to get that early dive on. And then after that, and then the ensuing dragon fight, which happened a couple of minutes after that, kind of felt like Cabbage Family didn't really have a say in what happened in that game.
That's great, Nightmare, but the question is now posed, what next for Cabbage Family? Part 1 of it, I can answer. They take blue side in game number 2. They will have top priority of the remaining champions after we see those early 6 bans. When it comes to part 2, what do you think?
I think you don't early pick something like Jinx. I think that's showing your hand just a little too much at this point. I think you have answers into it, and, well, I mean, speaking of answers, one of the things that, of course, we talked about Bristol with Chantang talking about before the series is saying, yeah, we understand how to play the meta, and we have counters if we need them. Kind of feels like Swain slots into that. I have to see if that will be picked up again, because if they show they have answer to these backline ADCs, maybe they have to start going back towards, as we were saying, something like that Sivir.
We're live into Game 2's Champ Select. One question on everybody's lips and on my tongue will be, will I have to take a bite of licorice at the end of this game, or will I be grabbing a cabbage from the supplies?
You don't even like licorice. Why are you doing this?
I don't like cabbage either.
Cabbage can be okay. Licorice is just not something... Yeah, okay, well, you know what? It's not my problem. I'm not partaking in this at all.
At least I'm
I am
not
partaking... I am partaking in this draft, though. Well, no, I'm just spectating, that's the one. But the Rel being banned away early makes me think that we're going to see maybe even an Alistar first pick or something like that, because when you see the Rel banned away, Alistar has been so... Oh, yeah, Tristan is up. Okay, well, ignore me. That was a champion that got through, and now it's firmly locked in by Cabbage Family.
It was banned away last time, I believe, by Cabbage Family, actually. I think that they...
It's a good first pick.
Yeah,
that's why it's banned on red side.
It has taken... Am I right in saying it's taken a slight nerf in this patch?
In this patch, I could definitely have a look through for it. I'm actually not sure it did end up doing that one. It did, but I didn't actually write it down because I was sat there like, okay, it's lost 2 attack damage. Cool, nice stuff. Not enough to lose the priority, particularly because QR, Gregors, Chantang, and Benaxus, 4 players, the mids and AD carries of both these teams, have played it so much. It's not enough to drop it out of priority.
A champion that's had essentially a double nerf in this patch is the Udyr. That's locked in alongside Xayah. This has left the Alistar open, something that we so often see paired up with the Tristana. The same can be said for, of course, the Thresh, which we saw last time round from Mostly Grumpy as well.
Hey, so yes, taking away Nimble's Alistar, not a bad thing at this point, particularly because Trist is normally very, well, not bad into Alistar, but you don't get to jump on the head of the opposing AD carry because the Alistar will stand by them and combo you out of the air, and that means you don't get the extra damage from the rocket jump onto your explosive charge. Things get a little awkward from that point. Speaking of explosives, we have an explosives munition expert in that mid lane. Oh wait, that's not. It's Corky, still explosive though.
It's still pretty explosive, can do a huge amount of damage. See this Nocturne Hover as well, that'd be something fun to come out for Porp if this does get locked in. And it will indeed be as the last pick of this first rotation.
Taking Nocturne when Alistar is available there seems... Maybe they genuinely think that Alistar is not something they want to play. Maybe they think that the nerfs were just a bit too much. Either way, Nibble, in that competition last time, did such a good job with it. It feels like maybe you're giving over the preferred support of Bristol Whips in this draft. Either way, though, Nocturne, it is a flex between top and jungle right now. Of course, with the Corky locked in, it's not going to be mid lane. Yone is going to be between those solo lanes too for Bristol Whips. I don't know if Evan's been playing that, but Chantang certainly does and popped off on that last game after giving up the early kill. So I have to see what's going to happen with the potential flex from Cabbage Family.
Yeah, I was doing some impressive things, managing to turn multiple abilities from Yone all into one singular ability with sort of Fate Sealed and Soul Unbound coming together to create the new ability, Fate Unsealed, which I'm sure the eagle-eared amongst you will have picked up.
Seems like the new expansion from the Yu-Gi-Oh card game.
Oh no, I've said bat. He's going to do some bat. Oh, I don't know. No, I didn't say bat. Ignore the word bat. There is no Wayne or Vayne in here. Right, Leona is banned away.
Is there a Martha, Stan? Is there a Martha?
Let's see. Let's see this ban coming through. It's got to be the Alistar taken away from Nibble. It's just freaking got to be.
I'm wondering if they want to take away
You're
top 10
passionately
matchups,
about
though.
this.
But there is that, but then so often against Bristol Whip, it comes down to, can you deal with Alphamos? Not Alphamos, on Evan. Can Alphamos deal with Evan on that top side? And last game, it was no in the team fight. Yeah, the Lulu did fine in lane, but it still was leaking pressure in the early game. And the Lulu wasn't really an impact in later team fights. Banning away the Cho'Gath and stopping that Rupture being so dangerous towards double AD carries in the backline, I think that's important. On the other side, Bristol Whipped are banning away another nullifying champion from that top lane. Of course, Karma can go up there too, but the Malphite banned away too.
No,
Maybe they're trying to give Alphamos slightly more dangerous.
Would you be banning the Aatrox or would you be banning the Alistar now? Go.
I think I would actually ban away... You got to ban away the Alistar. Particularly because both the Aatrox and Evan... But Evan has other picks he's great at. But okay, it's actually going to be neither. It's going to be the Gragas. I guess they... Cabbage Family is saying maybe they want to pick up something like the Camille. Something like that. Or a more fighter top side. And they don't want nullifying matchups in that top side.
Okay, it's something a little bit different that Cabbage Family have been doing with this draft, as you can see. Over on the other side, things looking reasonably similar, especially if we see this Alistar locked in for Nibble. Cabbage Family obviously not sharing the opinion of the casters in a lot of Twitch chat that Nibble was one of the monstrous reasons why Bristol Whip were able to take game number 1 so easily, allowing them back onto the signature chat. It's
not like Alistar has support counters right now. And Alistar, again, has good tech into stuff like the Tristana. What you can do is if the Alistar goes in too deep, you wait out the ultimate, you peel back and you re-engage. Having something like a Taric actually being locked in now plays into that. Remember, this was banned away by Bristol Whips in the last game. Oh, that would be something special if the Riven did come out. But not thinking that's going to be a blind pick in towards that top side, especially on someone the likes of Evan. The Scion makes a lot more sense. They have a front line now. It does open up the option for something like a set, though, and of course the Aatrox, which also does well into that matchup. Jax is another special of Evan.
It is. It's something that we've seen them play so incredibly a couple of times already this split. The Taric and the Scion rounding out the composition for Cabbage Family. It's a very different style of composition to what we saw last time. This isn't just a pure and simple protect the ADC. There are all sorts of damage dealers here. There's the opportunity for things to get onto the backline as well when you look at the Nocturne with the Paranoia. When I look towards Bristol Whipped, however, it feels like a very similar composition. Yes, we've swapped out the Aatrox to become a Jack. Yes, we've swapped out the Lilia to become an Udyr. And yes, of course, we've swapped out the Swain to become a Xayah, which is probably the biggest difference. But it still feels like Bristol Whip will look to operate in the same way.
Yes, but then I look at Cabbage Family and their AD carries are so much happier this game than the last one because you don't have to worry about a Swirl Seed flying through the melee, the Fracas at the front. And you also don't have to worry about the Swain's W displacing you and stopping you auto-attacking, making you run back from a fight too. You're also 280 carries with mobility as opposed to the Jinx as well. And there's a Taric ult, so a lot of things which work better for the front to back for Cabbage Family. That doesn't matter diddly squat though if you fall behind like you did in game 1. And with Evan on a champion which is just shreds through tanks with the likes of the new Triforce likely being built up too in second or third after a Blade the Ruin King, Bristol Whips have options outside of the team fight this game.
I'm hoping we're going to get some predictions available for Twitch chat because I'd love to know what people out there think. They got things outstandingly correct in the last game. That 70% over the 30% did secure all of those channel points, predicting a Bristol Whipped win. Remember when we looked at our predictions earlier from our assorted people here, our production, our analysts, and my dogs, only one person's predictions have been ruined. Enjoy it, Alex. It's mine.
Ha 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 ha. I knew there would be a comeuppance one day. One day, the Nightmares would have their day. Well, we'd have to see 3 Cabbage Family wins back-to-back at this point. You gotta let me have the small victories every so often. So why I let you be mean to me occasionally? I'm just like, alright, go on back every so often.
Let me.
Sure. See where it gets you next split, Stan.
Are you surprised to see the Tristana mid and the Corkia ADC?
Yes. Okay, right.
Eyes.
Yes, right, fine. I've not seen Corky Bot in like 5 seasons. It's been a really long time. I actually don't necessarily understand. Well, I wonder if this is actually for the fact that Alistar again does do work versus the Tristana. This could be big brain from Cabbage Family. I mean, they've played stuff like Ezreal mid too. It's not like QR doesn't play this. It could be a role swap of the players doing this, but I wouldn't think that would be the case. Corki, more likely to poke out on the bot side. And it also might have won over the defensive rune war between Bristol Whip solo lanes and stuff. So it could be magic resist runes being taken by Chentang now into that high AD burst from the Tristana. And then on the bot side, well, I think it was unlikely that they were going to take themselves magic resist runes in the first place, because of course when you do have so many auto attacks and dealing with minion waves too, that just tends to be dual lane just tends to take armor or HP. So the magic damage coming out of Corki and Tarek seems to be working pretty okay for them.
Whereas you look over to the other side, and one of the things I touched on when running through the Bristol Whip composition is they've replaced the Swain with the Xayah. There's essentially no AP damage coming out of Bristol Whip. Very, very limited amount. All of a sudden, Cabbage Family now are in a position where they can stack up armor, no more so than on this Scion, who could essentially become unkillable at 3 items.
Exactly. If you have to fight through the Scion, who is completely itemized against you, that sucks. Yes, Jax doesn't really care about it in a side lane. Jax just generically wins against tanks regardless of what they build, particularly if it's not Malphite. Malphite with the extra ability to keep... you see, thing is...
I'm getting it ready. I think Cabbage are taking this game. I think we're going to 1-1, and I think I'm going to have a bite of cabbage.
The only cabbage I have is one that's been in my fridge for about 2 weeks at this point, so I'm not going to do that. That would be very bad. I would be losing... the last couple of games to illness at that point, and I'm aiming not to do that.
Well, I mean, if that happened, that would give me the opportunity to, to bring in a different color cast or something. I mean, I didn't want to bring you down before this cast, but we saw the fiasco that happened in another cast you were doing where, Poro Man came out. We just thought it was too much.
Who are you talking about? I don't know who this Poro Man is.
Don't act all innocent. We were very disappointed. We were trying to find replacements. The fantastic Saga, who I cast with back at an actual live event back when those were still a thing.
Ouch.
He was going to do it, but then he was too scared of Ronnie, so said that he wouldn't do it. Chronicler was going to do it. He was really up for it, and then he realized the time difference with him over in Korea. Munch was an option. I mean, at one point I was going to ask Quickshot if Appa could do it. Would have definitely been better. Frankly, I wanted to get Patrick in here. The fantastic Patrick Pants Campbell. Can you imagine? That would have been the dream cast.
You know what? If that was on the table, I would have stepped aside, because some things you just have to watch history being made.
It is on the table. Should we just
goodbye? Hi Patrick. Enjoy the cast.
I got rid of him. It's taken me 3 splits, but he's gone. Victory for Greyheart. Victory for everyone in Twitch chat who have been saying Nymera out for 3 long splits.
I heard there was a caster needed. I heard that there was a great cry for help, and the Poro Man was summoned. And now you have to cast this entire game with the hero that you deserve, but not the one you need right now, Poro
Man. Hapgood!
Oh man, you know you like my antics. You'll learn to miss them one day, Stan.
Anyway, we're on to the Rift, so I can happily not look at Nymera's face for a little while. That's Alex Nymera, Hatbad everybody. Make sure you don't follow him on Twitter. Bristol Whip coming into this game with a 1-0 lead. Cabbage Family looking to bounce back. They've changed things up with their composition style. We're going to see QR playing the Tristana mid up against Chentang's Yone. And a question in this early game is, will we see the abuse coming out of the Hail of Blades Tristana that we see so often?
Almost certainly. I think that when we even saw stronger laning champions like Ryzen meta, Tristana would just jump on them at level 2. Yeah, I mean, Johnny has good auto attacks. Being able to stack up the Q if he's allowed access to the minion wave is very dangerous for enemy mid laners. But QR, if he does end up timing things properly, and he's, with the Hail of Blades, is able to get such a powerful explosive charge off earlier that Chentang probably not going to have that priority, which allowed Godunic to run over the map against Porp's Skarner so early. And that's something that Cabbage Family are happy about.
Fantastic questions coming in from Ravi Paris in chat. Why is Barker being insert word here? It's because it's what he does regularly. He's he's not well liked, that individual.
Well liked though is Gregors, of course, on this Corki. And Corki bot is just not.
I'd say well liked is Efan actually.
It's true. Oh man, I completely missed that opportunity. Like, how do I throw this? I'm like, damn, I forgot the one meme, which we've been doing ever since Evan in this the 2020 Spring Finals, where he actually just top diffed the entire series versus Brunel Phantoms. if I'm honest. And, well, he's still as liked as he was back then. But Gregors, yeah, on this bot lane, Corki is not something I've seen in quite some time, but Cabocham, they have ever been the mad scientists, the innovators. Taking level 2, though, Nibble looking for the combo.
They are usually the innovators, but Bristol Whipped were the innovators last time round, running the Swain in bot and turning the game on its head. Not taking the traditional ADC, but taking the win nonetheless.
They were. So Frostbomb, of course, still very high damage to minion waves in the early game. This does, of course, allow you to have maybe a preferential mid lane matchup. I don't think that it really helps your bot lane that much, just because Triss has been structured as such a strong kill lane. Either way, though, Cabbage family doing fine across the early lanes right now, getting pushed in on top, expected, pushing in on mid, expected. Bot lane, not losing any farm. I think they're happy there.
And this is what I like about QR in mid as well. Looking at it there, the aggression already been put down with the explosive shots. Seeing QR starting to dominate that lane, getting the early CS advantage. Up on the top side, though, it is going to be Evan, who is very much so making Alphamos' life a little bit difficult. We've got to wait for a few more grass procs before this Scion is a tanky boy.
Absolutely, and even when that comes in, because the first item, Blade the Ring, King buys, that so often come in from Jaxes versus tanks, still going to be pushed into tower. You don't want to walk into a long lane versus that Jax. Well, maybe if you have a Nocturne on your side, we'll see how things work out. Porp's gone for the lethal tempo, by the way. It's not Conqueror, it's not going for anything more bursty. It also pressed the attack is an option for the Nocturne. Lethal tempo is what Faker runs, though. And Gregors, not being Faker and dodging out skill shots, eats the feathers on the bot side.
Yeah, Feather Recall being used to great effect so far, but Nuxas looking good, getting that early CS advantage, pushing Gregors in. Mostly Grumpy doing what they can to just protect their ADC, and it's going to be a double scuttle clear for Gadunica, getting that early advantage against Port.
Now, that's a little surprising for me, and top lane being pushed in, this is not looking great for Alphamos.
It's not looking good at all. Gadunica going to come through, gonna find the bear slap, but Efan already having stepped out and away from this one, not going to make anything happen more than a little bit of CS being lost. Pop now hovering topside, looking for potential turnaround, and it is going to be Alphamos who's going low with Evan activating Conqueror. Teleport coming through as Cabbage looks to turn one around. It's going to be flashes out of Gadunica trying to get safety. Pop going lower and lower and dead as Evan finds first blood. Gadunica is low and will die as well. QR is able to jump out, but straight into the waiting arms of the Jax, and it's going to be an Evan kill, and it's going to be a double.
Oh, it's happening again. Evan is inevitable. The Newell's very own Thanos. He's taking this game absolutely by the horns. Well, Nibble has them on the bot side, I suppose, but this Jax 2-0 in a favorable matchup. That is disaster for Cabbage family.
And this is exactly what Bristol Whipped would have wanted. If you'd given them the option of getting a double kill on pretty much any of their players right now, pretty sure they would have gone straight on to the Jack, straight on to Evan, who completes the Sheen on the first back and is going to make Alphamos' life even more of a hell than it already was.
And he also has the Hearthbound Axe as well, which has the old Phage Rage passive, where you do get movement speed towards, after you have auto attack to target, which means that the Sun is going to have even worse, longer lane trades, and given that the wave could also end up getting frozen towards Evan at some point, much like it was threatened to in that last phase of play, Alphamos not too happy with this first state of affairs.
It's definitely a bit rough for Cabbage family right now, already having to find this recall on bot side as well. Greg is going to go straight back, most likely to secure that early tier, but it just allows Bristol Whip to extend this lead that they have. That 6 CS will be well up past 10 by the time the Corki returns to the lane.
Well, and importantly also Pop died on that first fight as well. It means that they are not at level 6, Gadunica ahead in the farm, partly due to that scuttle advantage as well. It means that Porp, again, behind in the jungle matchup, not in a position to fight this dragon. And of course, with the bot lane backed, that wasn't really an option anyway. Cabbage family, question is, are they going to do what they didn't do last game? Show just a bit of patience. Porp is looking maybe for a blast plant over. Okay, stood by it, doesn't end up going for it.
Yeah, deciding that Scresher is the better part of Valor, giving up the Cloud Dragon, but not giving up a kill. Mostly Grumpy trying to turn things around, trying to catch out Nibble before the recall comes through. Is going to stop the recall, but it's going to be able to help Port take away this scuttle, but it's not much more of a gain than that. It's still 1,000 gold lead to the team who have a 1-0 advantage in this series. That is, of course, Bristol Whipped.
Yeah, so, looking at the pressure points on this map, the win conditions, Evan ahead, pushing in, not denying anything from Alphamos right now. QR still trading okay versus Chentang, but with that ult, that Fate Unseal, which did so much work in that last game. You have to be very wary on the Tristana, particularly because Gadunica has been ever present so far in this series, and even though he doesn't have the chem tank, he does have tier 2 boots. He is still an Udyr with a lot of move speed outside of the chem tank completion, and it means that he'll have to be just a little more reserved. And I think that's what we want from Cabbage Family's team as a whole, just a little more reservation. And again, showing discretion is the better valor, as you were saying earlier.
It feels like in this early game, so much lies on QR's shoulders. They're the only person in their team with a CS advantage, everyone else down, and some of them down a considerable amount as well. We are seeing Pulp at level 5. We'll be hitting 6 shortly. We'll have that Paranoia available. Such a crucial ability to have. And saw a tweet recently which basically said, is there a better named ultimate in the game than Paranoia? And considering the sense that that gives you when the darkness comes onto the screen, I'm going to have to say no.
It's one of the better ones, absolutely. I mean, I'm a big fan of the fan names for the Aphelios ultimates, particularly the Severum, the Emo Plague. It's basically just Vlad ult, so why not just call it like it's My Chemical Romance self. Pop is seeing Gadunica walk into his jungle.
Be careful. Paranoia is available. Oh, we're going to see aggression in the bot lane. However, the level 5 dueling out. Benoxus crucially has level 6. We'll have the Featherstorm. Paranoia issued up top side towards Gadunica, and he's in all sorts of trouble trying to stay alive. But the play that I expected to come through comes through perfectly. We see the unstoppable onslaught, the Paranoia, and QR's damage all paired together to make a kill.
Absolutely. They're just too lackadaisical. Not paranoid enough. And as the ultimates talked about, well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chensang now forced out of mid side. Towards the bot side of the lane. Another kill onto this Tristana. That is good news for Cabbage Family in this game.
It's absolutely huge, and I maintain that right now the focal point of this Cabbage team is going to be QR. Gregors will have huge damage, but right now he is under threat. Nibble going in with the combo, finding the good aggression. Mostly Grumpy trying to save the ADC, trying to stay alive themselves. Damage coming through from Panoxus. One more Feather will do it. Featherstorm to avoid any potential turret shots, and basically a straight-out outplay coming through from Bristol Wild.
It's just strong 2v2 play. Now Gadunica's on this bot side. There is no ultimate left from Benoxus. Level 6 of it's hit by Nibble. Does open up a dive opportunity, so Gregors backs away, not wanting to see what'll happen if he tempts fate. Porp is now on bot side. Doesn't have the Paranoia now. This bot lane, this Corki flex, has not led to any lane pressure. It's bleeding out tower plates on this bot side.
Grails last time had a rough time on the Jinx, this time trying to do better on the Corki, but already falling 11 CS behind, losing 2 turret plates, nearly 3 as well, and that may well be the resolution by the time that we see this Alistair and Xayah back off. Meanwhile, Gadunica is taking arms for fun, using that Phoenix stance, ripping through them, finding a level advantage over Port, though actually that one has just been equalized.
Has.
No, it hasn't. There it's gone.
Yeah, well, he's okay. It's not a 2 level. I was like, wait, yes. I was like, hang on. Maybe I shouldn't say that one. But Pop, he has, of course, got himself closer and closer towards that stride breaker, which might end up just containing Evan just a tiny bit more. Because remember, Evan playing as the Sion in an isolated 1v1, yes, that's good. And with the new Triforce, changes into the mythic passive and some of the stats on it, making it slightly more geared towards fighters and bruisers, as it was in previous seasons. He's good against the Psalm, but if the Nocturne starts flying in, with that Stride Breaker slowing him down and enabling other members to put the damage down, Evan needs to be a little more wary on those extended trades.
Nibble roams to top side. The Herald is started up by Bristol Whip. Looks like they'll be able to pick this one up uncontested. 40 seconds until the Dragon spawns. This will be Ocean. It means we're looking at either Infernal or Mountain Rift this time around. Both of those could have a huge impact for these two teams. For me, the biggest of which, Bristol Whip, should they secure Infernal. They're looking to find a bit of aggression topside with Nibble continuing this roam, but going to get spotted out by that control.
They are. So, Corki currently has Package. That's the next thing to look for. Paranoia and Package. Chensang, buddy, if you don't have your Q stacked, which is going to get on the next one, he's going to be feeling in quite some danger. And, well, that's what we're going to have to watch out for. The 2 semi-globals coming out of Cabbage Family.
I'm trying to work out that combo. Would it be like Paranakage, or would it be Paranoia?
The special Paranoia. Because remember, it's the special delivery. And it's a delivery of really awful mental conditions at that point. Gregor's now in a really good spot to cut off Gadunica. I was wondering what he was doing walking that far up. Chenzai's caught!
Yet again, second dragon brings a big fight. Nibble caught out, but straight away popping the ultimate, staying tanky. Chentang solo at the beginning of this fight, trying to put some damage down. Mostly Grumpy dies just before getting the ult down, but Corki returns the kill onto the Yone. Scion takes out the Udyr. Now it's going to be Nibble and Benuxas trying to do work from the back line, but the Scion has arrived and is doing great work. Gregor's caught completely out, caught out by the feathers, but not more so than Efan is caught out as we see the Jax taken down. Benuxas goes onto a killing killing spree, taking out the Corki eventually, but with Tristana arriving at the Dragon, it is going to be an objective secured for Cabbage Family.
Now, if that's not a superhero entrance, I don't know what is. Well, I guess it's not the Galio. Nibble now getting jumped on. He has no flash, no ult. Close run stuff. A single auto. He gets it anyway!
Explosive charge damage comes in, and Bristol Whip lose their support. The enigmatic Nibble sent back to the fountain.
I mean, you could hear from the tone of voice, I was like, oh, one more auto would have done it. No, he gets the calculation. QR with that many kills has the extra damage needed. Nibble goes down for the first time, I believe. Well, not quite in this series, but the first time in this game.
And in this fight, there was one huge difference to the last time around when we saw that second dragon. This time, Cabbage Family were able to bring the whole troop. This time, their mid laner had a completed mythic. At that point, it was the only one in the game, and they've made that advantage pay. Herald is put down on the bot side, and Port finds a lot of aggression put straight onto them. They don't find the fear. They dodge away from the fate. Sealed, Chentang trying to do work with the soul unbound, getting damage on the Port. Not enough to burn him down. Herald will collapse, will destroy the first turret, but Port survives by inches.
Nibble now on the bot side has flash, has unbreakable will, doesn't choose to go for anything. Mostly Grumpy still there to cause the Cosmic Radiance. Much higher cooldown with that AOE invincibility than Nibble's own ultimate. Cabbage Family, yes, they are falling again behind in gold. I don't think they're that worried at this point, though. They've still got a lot of kills on their primary carry in this Tristana. And the Scion doesn't mind being a bit economical with how they're playing the map, as long as this Jax is not destroying everything across the map.
And on the back of you saying that, I'm interested to hear, because in the last game we briefly touched on scaling, but it essentially became irrelevant because of Bristol Whip's complete domination. In this game, scaling, do you feel like it's biased one way or the other?
I do think that Cabbage Family, looking now at so many ultimates which can get you across the map so quickly, have an advantage in both macro and team fight, actually, because you can use the package to, as we saw in that last fight, ignore a piece of CC if Nibble wants to start combing forwards and you're quick on the trigger finger, and that also applies to a great number of other people trying to go for that big amount of CC. So I think Gregors, with the package, the paranoia, and then also the Scion Freight Train going across the map, will give Cabbage Family the ability to shut down Evan whilst also still having a double marksman front-to-back teamfight comp, which seems to be in the advantage right now.
Paranoia is available. It feels like they're waiting on Efan to use the counter-strike to see that ability down. He's going to jump straight onto Alpha Moss, putting the aggression down. Port will show themselves, but they're not going to get any damage down onto the top laner from Bristol Rip. The Scion, which we're looking at right now, for me, is one of the biggest factors in this game. The grass procs are just going to make them tankier and tankier. They're going to be stacking armor. We're starting to see it already coming in, and I fear that it's going to be so hard for Bristol Whip to take things down. It's going to buy so much time for the double ADCs to get damage. But right now, one of those ADCs is caught out, dashes away, try and do what they can, but Chentang comes in, catches the Tristana with the damage. It is, however, going to be Gadunica that takes the kill away.
So there was a flash available from QR, uses the Gale Force to get out of the first knockup, doesn't avoid the second, doesn't commit the flash, does commit the ultimate, but it is not enough, and suddenly that Tristana, who is so strong, has given over a little more gold than you would potentially like to one of the primary frontliners of Bristol Whipped in Gadunica. First kill of the game for that player. And yes, okay, QR, less safe in the side lanes than maybe we'd suspected.
True, but you've got to feel slightly sad for Chentang, who it felt like did a huge heaping of the work there, connecting with the ultimate, getting the damage down, not getting the kill, still hasn't completed a mythic at 15 minutes.
No, but that's because he stopped off for the Zeal. This is something which I questioned when I saw it the last time I was built, but apparently it's just really good because the attack speed it gives you lowers your Q to the point where you can skirmish more effectively. Well, I mean, more knockups, less problems to deal with.
Well, early on we saw big CS advantages coming in for most of Bristol Whipped. Those advantages have stayed in place in top, in jungle, and in ADC. The one disadvantage they had has grown, as we do see now the 4-2-1, 138 CS Tristana looking strong. This game still feels like it will be close, and in a minute's time, our first Infernal Dragon spawns. Remember, each of these teams would need to secure 3 Infernal Dragons to get themselves to that soul which they would so much desire, and it feels like another fight is just around the corner.
And it does, just down the river will that one be. The thing is, I look at the Infernal Soul for Cabbage Family. If you ever do get the... Well, okay, let's not talk about that. Gadunica's danking people.
Yeah, straight away, Gadunica getting good damage down. It's amazing the damage that champion can put down. They say Udyr needs a rework. Udyr says, I don't think so. Does get caught out by the stun from mostly Grumpy, but Tarek's not going to be able to put the damage down. 30 seconds left until that dragon spawns. Good timing on the recall for Gregors. The question is, will they have the package as they come out of base?
what we're gonna have to look for. Looks like they're picking it up. Yes, they do. Look how quick they move across that mini-map. Gregors is coming in.
Edmund doesn't have teleport, by the way.
No, he doesn't. So maybe with that said and done, they say,
Herald
right,
trade.
okay, if they could try and stop the Corki getting involved in a fight, things could go differently. Can't really do that with the patch, though. Oh, actually, Cabbage Family spoiling for a fight. They see Guernica on this top side. Corp soloing the dragon.
Bristol Whipped opted into the trade for Herald, but Cabbage know that they're in a good place at the minute, and they opted to try and force a fight. However, they leave their jungler behind to take the dragon.
Oh,
They're
Nibble.
now in a 4v5. We've seen this play before, and it went well for Bristol Whipped. Cabbage Family trying to delay as long as possible, trying to make it tougher and tougher to hit the eye for Bristol Whipped. Porp is about to secure the dragon, will have Paranoia available to join the fray should it occur. Nibble is going to get tagged by the knockup as the dragon goes over, and the Herald is traded in the end, but it was a tense few moments.
It was, but Cabbage Family still pinned Bristol Whipped in place long enough to get themselves the dragon. So dragon advantage outside of Cabbage Family now at this point. They get themselves the extra scaling offensive stats, something like an extra 6% AD and AP coming through, which is relevant on all of these characters. Well, I mean, it is to a certain extent. Particularly, well, when you're running double marksman, having that extra damage ability whilst you've still got some defensive itemization in the Gale Force and the Shield Bow allows you to feel happy on both ends of the defense and offense spectrum.
Does, and we're starting to see mythics almost across the board now, just waiting on the supports, and of course that Yone, as you said, took a little bit of a stop off. Second Herald will get put down in mid. There's a wave behind it that needs to be cleared out, however, and I do wonder if this charge is actually going to happen. Nibble uses this moment to go aggressive onto Porp, who immediately puts down their spell shield. Phoenix trying to find damage, trying to put the feathers down. This allows the Herald to take away the turret.
Banaxus is so scary on this side. Yes, we talked about Tristana, talked about the Sion being relevant, but you also mentioned that Xayah walks up if you hit a W auto, also having the extra move speed from the Gale Force and the ability to start chasing forwards. Banaxus is threatening roots and threatening a lot of damage. And this player, Banaxus, is not one we've often talked about as the main carry of Bristol Whips. In this game, and actually the last one too on the Swain though, really changing the narrative about themselves as a player though.
They're still deathless in this series. The only player that can say that now, as we have had some kills coming into people who managed to survive the last game. Guernica trying to threaten to take away his blue buff, but Port, mostly Grumpy and Alphamos, say not today.
Not today. So actually, I want to touch on Evan's itemization as well. No Blade the Ring King first. Says, actually, you know what? Now this Mythic is new, shiny and new. We're going to go towards that Triforce in its updated state, and then to the Black Cleaver second for the tank shredding potential. So it's kind of splitting the difference between something like a Divine Sundra or a Blade the Ring King for the slightly more dedicated tank shredding. And having the extra chase down from the Black Cleaver's movement speed passive and the Armor Shred makes them very dangerous versus Alphamos.
It's a really, really tight game here. Yes, there's a 4,000 gold lead to Bristol Whipped, which is eerily reminiscent of Game 1. But honestly, this game couldn't feel more different to me. It feels so much more like things are hanging in the balance. There's so much standing gold available for Cabbage Family as well if they start to push down on these turrets, which they can do so quickly with Tristana should they win a fight.
Yeah. Exactly, because while Bristol Whips have a lot of gold over Cabbage Family right now, upping towards that 4,000 mark, it doesn't seem like they're in the advantage in the team fights just yet. They do have 2 items on the Xayah. Maybe that changes things. Maybe that means that Cabbage Family can't play around the front line as effectively in the front to back as they would like. Cabbage Family, though, they have the ability to wave clear on their double AD carries, on Sion, who just sits and uses all their abilities, which do clear through waves so well, and what makes Sion such a good weak side player, champion rather. And what that means is that Cabbage Family are likely to keep themselves even in farm, and they're likely also to have that ability to contest dragons and barons when they come up, because they just get to keep all the priority they need.
There it is. Tick it off on your bingo sheets. We've had the pause that is so well expected here at the Null Grand Finals. I don't remember the last time we had one of these finals without one. And, well, it gives us a little bit of a moment to break down how this game is playing out. One of the things I want to start looking towards is as that next dragon spawns, as the Baron comes up as well, are we going to start seeing more and more trades, more and more frays around these key objectives?
So I think the problem that Bristol Whipped are going to have is that you can't... Well, you're outranged, for one, right? Because you do have the Corki firing rockets in, you have the Tristana who's getting slowly longer and longer range. So you need to find yourself a decisive engage if you are going to aim for a fight. If you're looking for a decisive engage while tanking an objective, I'm wondering, because you don't, of course, have yourself the best tanky front line, whether that HP loss is going to really start hamstringing you when these games go further on. So if we're looking for messy fights and stuff like that, I think we're looking around package timing. I think we're looking at when Bristol look to try and turn up the tempo and then force Cabbage Family's hand around these objectives, which might be dangerous to them in the same way.
Alex, there is this 4,000 gold lead over to Bristol Whip, as we were touching on just before the pause. However, Cabbage Family certainly have got themselves some pretty strong scaling champions. They've got this Scion as well that's going to be getting tankier and tankier. Is there any logical reason why we can't say that Bristol Whip aren't on a bit of a clock?
See, the thing is, though, if you don't have the Corki and you don't have the Nocturne, I'd say that actually you can win late game through Jax just destroying towers, particularly since Triforce is passive, where you do start getting consecutive hits on champions, giving you extra move speed, well, extra stats in general. That now stacks on towers too. Jax does that with his own passive. So Jax left alone in the side lane is something you can play around to end games. In this game, when you've got Package and you've got Paranoia, I'm not so sure about that, particularly when you've got the Unstoppable Onslaught coming out of Sign 2. People just move across the map so quickly. Heck, in the upper bracket finals, remember when Alphamos was split pushing on Camille, and then suddenly Bristol Whip came in with just so much move speed from their own, and I think it was their own Corki package too in that deciding game 3, which the Cabbage Family ended up losing, Bristol winning. I think a similar thing could happen in this game, but the flip side on those nameplates where Evan might be split pushing and these semi-globals kind of decide the game, you shut down the split pusher, teleport back into the fight. I think that's something that Cabbage Family can play around late game.
Well, we've got to see who's able to make their comp work better as we get closer and closer towards the 30-minute mark, which it feels like this game may well be headed towards, even though that is so far in the future. It just has a feel of one of those real nail-biters. If the last game was Rita, this one feels a little bit more like it might be Hex.
I love that you're actually referencing something that I actually understand. That used to be a massive...
It's a change.
Back in the day. I know, right? It's crazy. Well, you can wait until... I don't know. Maybe we'll have to kick up the volume for Rock and Roller Coaster later in the day. So then my camera's just completely defocusing on my face.
It's all right. Just do the Viper Room.
Use the Force. Various powers of magical variety will allowing us to refocus our cameras. But
Speaking of Viper Room, by the way, another terrific caster who works here at the Null, he will, I believe he will be casting the Team Fight Tactics fan tomorrow. So if you're interested in TFT, make sure you tune in tomorrow for that broadcast. I believe it starts round about 7:30, I think that is tomorrow. We've got our grand final for that. Slightly different, obviously, because you have individual players there rather than teams. So how their structure works is too complicated for me, but I trust that the casters absolutely will know all about it. They will bring all of the action for that. We've got a whole week of action here on the Null, other great grand finals as well. And while we've got this pause, this is a wonderful opportunity for me to thank Unite students, Twitch students, and Logitech, our terrific partners who we are so grateful to. Also very grateful to our terrific casting duo, Melvin Ezel and Brackish Brit, who have helped us deliver so many fun casts throughout this split. Also to the terrific Prod Patrick and Phil, who are working behind the scenes to make things run as smoothly as they possibly can here on this grand final and for the rest of the split. And to terrific people back, really, really behind the scenes, people like Geomancy and Sam Kern. Frankly, it's a big, mostly happy family here at the Null, and we are very grateful for every single one of them. Nymera is okay too.
Oh, wow, what timing on that. 21 minutes on the clock. Of course, these players have their own shout-outs too as well. Great many fans of these teams have such a history coming in.
We've got it. We've got our Twitch chat comment of the day. It's in. Ravi Paris says, Barker being nice now. Yeah, I know, right? It's a crazy old world. But I am legitimately grateful to the great people who make this broadcast work. It's a pleasure to be part of it. Now back to flaming Nymera. So you didn't have eyes earlier. You didn't notice that Tristana had swapped to mid and that Cork had gone to bot. How are you liking that trade at the moment?
I think it's worked out okay it's worked out best for QR, right? I think that, honestly, if you have the Trist Tarek in bot lane, it doesn't really get you much from the 2v2. And the Corki's not really got much from them either, so I guess you could say that's parity, whereas you do get that better matchup in mid lane. I think overall, I'd be willing to call it worthwhile from their draft, plus it also gives them mixed damage double marksman, which in the late game is so disgusting to try and itemize against, particularly when you don't have that hyper tank in the top lane. So I think Cabbage Family with that swap, I like it so far.
We're obviously going to be waiting on that Mana Moon Pyro Spike for the Corki. We're not going to see the Sheen item completion anytime soon. If we're going to see it at all, as the option's been the Unsealed Spellbow over everything else. Still got some small issues on the Rift, so back to the lovely faces of me and the okay face of Nymera.
That's the one. You know, we were just having such a wholesome moment talking about, wow, you know, Newell, it's not just about League of Legends.
I got bored of it. Back to flaming.
Back to flaming. But no, it is obviously worth hitting on it back again. We talked about it in the pregame that this has been a hell of a year. It's been a hell of a time to be just in the world in general. And I feel so blessed to be part of this broadcast myself, and the fact that we can pull off these events, that we can have fun with them. And yeah, we do have a break and play. We could have mentioned it some other time, but we may as well do it now. So thank you very much for tuning in and joining us on this journey and being part of it yourselves, because it's not just the production, it's not just the players, it is also you who interacts with us too, because what is competition, what are tournaments without an audience as well? So thank you very much for tuning in and making this worthwhile.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's really great to be part of something as cool as the Newell. That was undeliberate, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. And to be honest, like last year 2020 was pretty shocking for a lot of people. I know there were a lot of huge live events. It sort of started round about obviously this time last year. We were meant to have our live finals. Our first ones we were going to be doing together, Nymera. We're meant to be at Insomnia, an event that obviously got cancelled and has now been cancelled, not just then, but also in August, also now this Easter. And really missing that the people we'd see there and the live experience. But having something like this is really nice. And to everybody out in Twitch chat, if 2020 was a bit of a shocker for you, or even if it was just okay, I really hope 2021 legitimately brings you a lot more happiness and good things this year. It would be nice to be able to go outside again.
And so again, one of the questions I was asking the team captains and the players before the series, because it's nice to check in on them and get their thoughts on it, because again, we talk over the game and we get to kind of almost characterize the players in certain ways. We have done that just through their gameplay. Sometimes you pick it up from Twitch chat too, but it's nice to hear from the players themselves. And Chen Sang was saying, you know, them as a team, one of their favorite moments was that 2019 live finals for Newell. And yeah, we haven't had those live events, but for me, I mean, again, I was looking forward to my own live events too, and I'm going to enjoy the first one I finally get to. That's going to be a very special moment. But it is equally special that in these kind of moments, we still keep going. We still keep pushing on. We still bring a top-level broadcast with the wonderful names that you did mention before, and that we've had so much enjoyment working with before. And it's a very special moment indeed.
Top-level broadcast, he says, during a pause. So at least it's not for technical issues.
You know as well as I do, pauses only mean good things for broadcasts. Who else would remember a series from season 2 if it weren't for Silver Scrapes? That 5-game series, 8 hours of Silver Scrapes. Oh, pauses have been in the history books for League of Legends. Don't you say that don't have a place here.
I'm going to ask you a yes or no question now, and
Go for it.
I am willing to bet a mystery skin with you on this one.
Go for it.
Okay, you just mentioned Silver Scrapes. Will we hear Silver Scrapes tonight? And whichever you go for, yes or no, I'll take the other one.
Yes. I said 3-1 heading into the day. I think it's going to be 3-2. I think that the ability... So, for those of you that don't know the format, because this is the best of 5 games, first to 3 wins, of course, but the losing side in this series gets side choice. Bristol Whipped had it on game 1. In this game, as we ramp up towards this dragon fight, Cabbage Family had their choice. I think that's going to be absolutely key, and now it's 1 game apiece 1 game to Bristol Whipped, and looking to make a 1 game apiece for Cabbage Family. I think that might make this very, very close.
Twitch chat, you all heard it here first. The gentleman's agreement is there between myself and Nymera. Mystery skin now revolves on whether we get to hear Silver Scrapes or not. It's one of those awkward moments for me because I want to win a skin, but I also really want to hear Silver Scrapes. The dragon is spawning and the fight is brewing. Evan is looking for a potential flank. Will come from the top side of where we see mostly Grumpy right now. Will get spotted out by this ward. Greg is able to put a little bit of poke damage down. Nibble posturing back and forth. Has already lost half of their health in the trade. In goes Chentang, able to get a good bit of damage, but the paranoia is put down.
The ult!
Put straight down. The Feather Storm dodges away from the ult. Gregis finds the kill onto Evan, but in goes Kadurika, immediately stopping Pulp in their track. They flash themselves out to safety as Nibble tries to play disruption, but it's just not working. They can't protect the quarterback. They can't protect the running backs. They can't protect anybody. It's a triple kill for QR. It's a 3rd dragon for the Cabbage Family, and it may well be a Baron as well.
Come out of the pause, right into the action. Bristol Whipped, are you human? Input this QR code. They fail it, and they get wiped in that fight. Nibble makes it out alive, but mostly Grumpy is totally angry. Fantastic Cosmic Radiance. Gregors gets out the package as well. Cabbage family, that was an immaculate team fight.
And in the end, it's a complete and utter routing of the opposition, something that we saw Bristol Whip do to Cabbage Family last time around. This time, it leads to a third Dragon there at Soul Point. It leads to a Baron on 5, and it leads to a massive reduction in the gold lead. It was more than 4,000 going into that one. It is less. In fact, it has just flipped over in favour of Cabbage Family. It is now 400 in their favour.
And one of the things about Baron buff is that when you look at that power play, you often have to look at the standing structures on the map. How much gold can you get from towers? Cabbage Family have no towers right now. They could get so much across the map.
Oh no, Bio Chipmunk's done a grey heart, and they might be poor on Twitch channel points as well on the back of this game if things continue in the vein they are at the minute. Cabbage Family looking so good in that fight. I like their draft so much more this time around, and they played it to near perfection. We have now got QR running a 7-2 scoreline on the Tristana. We have got Alphamos, who is the only deathless player in the game, and considering how tanky they are slowly, not even slowly, quite quickly becoming, I expect that to stay the case for some time to come.
Whoa, Jack's getting closed down.
Yeah, Paranoia comes through straight away. We're going to have the 3v1. QR putting down damage, won't even go down despite Evan's best efforts. They got fed early on, but it's not enough to turn the tables. Gregor's already using the package to get away. Gadunica trying to get in, trying to get the bear slap down, but the Corky has got the safety. The same cannot be said for Uda, who will try and get out of the fear, but they will be sent fleeing away quickly to the safety of Benuxus, who puts a hell of a lot of feather straight down into port. They step back to the safety of mostly Grumpy, who doesn't even need to use the ult.
Oh, QR still going in. Force the ult on Benuxus does loads of damage.
Finds one kill, finds the rocket jump, the feather recall, and the quick dash away from Dux. That's enough to save the Zaya's life. However, Alphamos is continuing to push on the bot side. It will be a 5 versus 3 Baron empowered play for Bristol Whip.
So in the game one, Cabbage Family have themselves a composition which if it gets to late game and can buy space for their carries, they would end up popping off and maybe winning that game. Bristol Whip dismantled it in game one. Cabbage Family reached that state with a similar composition in game two, and they were not denied in the same way. Game two now firmly in the favor of the salad vegetable, and Cabbage Family are off to a good lead.
Oh, I can taste the cabbage in my mouth already. Cabbage Family, they're looking so good. They have turned the tables in this game. Bear in mind that before this game, they had lost 3 consecutive games to Bristol Whip. They have started to turn the tables, and in this particular series, it looks like they may be leveling things up.
Maybe indeed looking at the next item power spikes coming in, because Cabbage Family have taken 3 turrets off the back of that. They get themselves a 4,000 Baron power play. It's exactly the problem when you're facing up against a Baron, when you have a lot of towers that are yet to be taken. The standing gold becomes very, very difficult to stop the flow of gold into the enemy's pockets. Now you've got these item completions, you're not fighting with an advantage in that department going into the Dragon's Soul Point. Cabbage Family should feel very confident about the next phase of play. All they have to do is wait for that next package to come through, wait for their items to come through, which are coming in thick and fast. Manamuna coming in, the Corky, 3 items, almost 4 on the Triss. And honestly, this game is looking, well, almost decided, if you get what I mean.
A production turning their attention there towards Porp, so let's give them a shout out for a moment. They had a rough game 1, but in this game they're running the 0-1 and 10 scoreline. The Paranoia coming in huge. They opted into the Stride Breaker, they've gone for the Randuin straight on the back of it, and they are looking so good in this game.
Exactly. So, what could go wrong for Cabbage Family? What can Bristol really try and do? Well, it's on Nibble for me. If Nibble gets into something really dangerous, things can go bad from there. Look for the combo. Look if it reaches someone like Gragas, who's currently split off from the team. There is a Terra Cult, though.
Straight away, Alphamos walks into the middle of a whole big heap. I'm going to see the Cosmic Radiance come out as Tarek finds a bit of protection for 3 members of his team. In with the Paranoia, forcing the ultimate out of an Uxas, who's left alive. Evan does not kill onto Tarek. Alphamos trying to chase down, and we are going to see Evan killed off on the backside. Suddenly 2 quick kills come in. QR dashes straight into Chintang, who uses the Fate Seal to try and get damage down, but with the explosive charge, it will be the death of Yasuo's brother. Nibble left running for the hills, but Nuxas survives, but is not able to impact the fight, as has so often been the case in this game. They'll look for a potential feather recall, but Alphamos does not give a damn.
Cabbage Family's composition is just too far online. There are actually going to be respawns before this dragon comes up. The package is available for Gregors this time, though. It wasn't even there for the last one. Maybe Bristol can teleport in, fight around the fact there is no Terra Cult for this one, but I still don't think they're strong enough to really handily win this fight, particularly when Alphamos, which you've been saying all this game, has become so strong as a front line.
Infernal Soul is available should Cabbage Family be able to take away this dragon, and if they take away the lives of Bristol Whip, they may well be able to crack the inhibitors, start taking the base. Teleport coming through now. Evan definitely not wanting to let this one go through. That's Chentang with the teleport. Nibble goes over the wall, tries to find the flank. Gadunica doing as much as they can, but the Paranoid's already gone down. QR throwing out shots for days. Nibble already left, almost dead. Porp getting good damage on the Chentang, forcing the base sealed. It's going to bounce straight back with the Soul unbound. Alphamos doing what they can, still so healthy. The same is not true for Chentang as they get obliterated as soon as the Soul pops back to the body. The body is no more. Evan goes huge, manages to find the shutdown. QR gets 1,000 gold bounty, but still dies on the back of it. Alphamos chasing down, manages to find the kill onto the side. Gadunica still left alive and may just about be able to contest this dragon, but it looks like they decide not to.
Don't think they can at this point. Gregors is still alive. Yes, they shut down the Tristana, but your Jax is dead. Your Xayah is dead. There's no more damage. There's no more ability to contest. The Infernal Soul comes through. Those Corky rockets, those Trist bombs, they are going to hurt even more so.
They really are, and things are got to be hurting for Bristol Whip right now. They have gone for a 4,000 gold lead before those pauses to a 6,000 deficit on the back of a series of lost fights. The Baron will be spawning in moments time as we get the lovely close-up of Sir Baron himself, and we will now see that the Baron almost certainly started up, if not at least postured around by Cabbage Family.
They at least have themselves the vision. That's the important thing. Bristol Whips have nothing in the pit. And Gadunica has no flash. That's going to be really important for two reasons. No ability to flash stun the backline, and when you have jumps and you have Valkyries, things get difficult to shut down those carries. It also means you can't get into the pit like you're insinuating. Cabbage Family baiting right now. Bristol Whip, though, not falling for it just yet.
Ultimate's available for everybody. Flash is available on all the key carries. This is going to be a big old fight. Alphamos who start things up. Paranoia already put down. But Nuxa's putting good damage down with the feathers. But Nibble is so low already. Greg is on the back of the fight trying to put down damage with the rockets. But already we're seeing just how well he can
the Buster Shot!
He picks up one kill. The Buster Shot is doing good work. And QR finds the kill onto his opposite number as Chengtown bites the dust. Yet again, 5 members left alive for Cabbage Family. Bristol Whip left running for the safety of their base and their tail through their legs. But Nuxa gets absolutely eviscerated. Rocket jump comes through. Efan is able to hop and skip and jump his way out with an explosive charge on his head, but the Baron will be started up by the Cabbage Family.
The first picture starter looking pretty good to me. Stan 21-8 in the kills, 31 minutes in. Cabbage Family looking like they have turned on their team fight composition this time. Bristol Whips lacking the front line, lacking the carries to burn through this Scion, lacking the ability to come back in this game, I think.
They're crazy and they're kooky. Their vegetable isn't rooty. The Cabbage Family are looking dominant in game number 2. 7,000 gold lead. Baron buff on 5. They have won 3 huge fights in a row. And you've got to ask how on earth Bristol Whip can stop them now.
There's always the chance of a catch. Remember that Evan got into the backline around that dragon fight and they managed to shut down the Trist. The problem is at this point, it's still hard to do that versus Alphamos, who is effectively the immovable rock in the front line, even though Malphite was banned in this one. And you have to kill both carries. You have to kill the 411 core key with 3.5 items and the 4.5 item Tristana 13, 3, and 6. Now that is a hard ask.
Porp finds out Gadunica Nibble is here for a little bit of protection for their jungler. Gadunica sent scurrying back to the safety of their own team. Porp is the player this time playing without a care in the world. So safe are they. They haven't died since so early on in this game. Alphamos, however, still absolutely unkillable. When the undead general can't be killed, what can Bristol Whips do? Inhibitor turret number 1 will fall with just a couple of shots, with courtesy of an explosive charge from QR. Crucially, QR is missing a flash coming into any potential fight that could come through. If Nibble and Gadunica manage to find that pick, but then you've got to worry about Gregors, who himself is putting down oodles of damage.
And with that, well, the thing about having an Infernal Soul is that if you have long-range poke, because that soul is available, every couple of seconds, each of those rockets is threatening another bucket of damage on top of it. And if you do get on top of them, well, mostly Grumpy has been on point with the Cosmic Radiances so far in this game.
We are looking at Cabbage Family trying to close this game out. Gadunica trying to step forward, trying to find something. Root will connect onto Alphamos, but he's already helped take away the turret with a destruction. Oh my gosh. Gregors absolutely obliterates one target. Yone trying to dash themselves away, but they're going to bounce straight back into trouble on the back of this one. That is going to be Paranoid. Already burnt. Nibble going lower and lower. How do you like your steak served? Rare? Well, we got that for you. We've got another kill onto the inhibitor. Alphamos goes goes in, does not give up his deathless streak by charging into the Nexus, and the Nexus goes boom, even though you didn't get to see it, and it is going to be 1 game apiece. Cabbage family turn things around.
So, no such thing as a reverse sweep today. It's a glorified best of 3. Enjoy one of your 5 a day, because we're going to get at least 4 of the 5 coming through, as we are now 1-1. Maybe we will get those 5 coming through. And well, I mean, Nibble comes through on that Alistar again for the 2nd game in a row. Just can't quite find the same level of engagers, though, in this game. I love seeing the back and forth. I love seeing the adaptation. I want to see Bristol Whip fight back in game 3. This is the series we've been waiting for.
The game now stands at 1 for Bristol Licorice Whipped. 1 for Cabbage Family. We're going to be cutting to a short break, but please rejoin us because we've still potentially got another 3 games this evening. I'm going to have myself one of those 5 a day. Catch you soon.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say.
Oh, sweet cabbage. Let it not be said I leave my co-caster alone in his exploits.
Let it actually be
Yeah.
said that both myself and all of our production told you not to do that, you gigantic moron. Oh, well, on the back of that one, I think that's enough to say that Cabbage Family took the last game. It is now 1 apiece in this best of 5 grand final here at the Newell. Bristol Whip took the opening game, but bouncing back. Cabbage Family doing very, very well. For me, I think I can honestly say I feel like both of these games were, I wouldn't say won at draft, but certainly one team took advantage in the draft. Is it that bad?
I I think I've survived. Maybe we'll have to find out how many bites it takes to... Well, we know it's like how many licks will it take to get to the center of a lollipop? How many bites will it take to get to the center of a couple of weeks old cabbage? But in both of these drafts, I think you're right. It's not been dominant from draft, but it has given advantages in certain places. I think particularly in the difference between game 1 and game 2 was the difference in lack of frontline in the first game and then the huge Scion in the second to back up these obviously very capable carries from Cabbage Family. In game 1 though, Bristol Wit played their composition to a key to make sure that there was no way back into these games. Both these teams come in confident, both of them come in with 1 game apiece.
They do. And
you're not going to be taking a bite out of Hope, are you?
And Hope, I've got bad news. Sweetie. You can't be right about your prediction anymore. You said 3-0.
Don't tell them that.
You ate the treats too greedily.
You monster.
And now you can't be right, so you can't be on the analyst desk anymore. Goodbye.
You are an absolute monster, Stanley Greyheart Barker.
Yeah, what about it? Jinx is locked in first by Evan, and this will be for Benuxas. The last time that Bristol Whip were over on the blue side, Gregors was the one to pick this one away. As soon as we saw Bristol Whip go over to blue side, they actually banned the Jinx away, not wanting to see it fall into enemy hands when they locked in Tristana. Tristana itself banned away by Cabbage Family this time, so I'm interested to see the response. A champion you spoke about a lot early on was the Yorick. That one was hovered over, but it doesn't look like it's going to get locked in just yet.
So Porp had a much better game on the Nocturne than he did do in the first game on the Skarner. It gives you backline access with a Stride Breaker. You kind of, again, become a bit of a brawler diver. Less of the Assassin, but the Stride Breaker being a strong item allows you a lot of different things. I just saw the Karma be hovered and obviously remembered Karma hasn't been banned. That is a pick which has been so strong for both of these teams in their heyday. Last year when Bristol Wit won their spring title and then went on to the University Esports Masters, Karma was a big pick of theirs. QR, Mostly Grumpy, Alphamos all play the Karma as well on Cabbage Family. Letting that through, especially on red side, seems a bit dangerous from Bristol Wit.
Legitimately strong pick. Would have been utterly shocked if they didn't take it. They do, and now there's so much flex potential. Over on the other side, we're going to see something other than the Udyr picked into the Nocturne this time around as J4 returns to once again be king of the jungle.
Okay, so now we look at the job does give you the early gang potential. It gives the ability to cataclysm someone up and have herself a really hard engage. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking back to Spring Split when again Bristol Whip won back in 2020. They played a lot of Jarvan Taric. That was something that they did. They go forward with Gadunica being the primary shot caller and engaged champion. Just slam on the Taric ult. Of course, Longstaff, who was the support at that point, big player of the Taric 2. That gave them a lot of options to play around. Immediately, the Ezreal's gonna be locked in for Cabbage Family. That's a way out of the Cataclysm. That's a way to poke people out. That's important for Cabbage Family because if they were going to go front to back with less mobility, that would be sitting ducks for that Cataclysm.
There it is. You see the dog with the sweetest profile in all of, well, this shot. So yeah, she's rejoined us. Not happy about losing out on her predictions. She's come to mope a little bit. Someone who's not moping is me because even though I've missed out on my predictions as well as my doggos, we are having a fantastic series here. We're into the second phase of the bans. The Aatrox taken away from Evan, and frankly, I think this is a great ban.
So, and the famous Porpy being banned away for Cabbage Family because both Porp and Mostly Grumpy have picked the Poppy at different points. Of course, Cabbage Family lost their Vigar Poppy bot lane game, surprise, yeah. Against Bristol Whips in the upper bracket finals. And so, Porp he's a comical bloke. The way he described his team was the low attention span squirrel team because occasionally they just lose focus in the draft and just do something off the wall. And because they're so used to trusting each other with their picks, they kind of sometimes don't fact check their own picks too, I would imagine. But of course, these are slightly more standard. They've worked out a lot with them. But the Poppy Vigar, maybe not what I want to see is returning just rep.
They have left the Gragas and the Jax both available for Evan, should they wish to. Of course, something we saw banned out last time around. Still really waiting to see where this Karma's going to end up. If you were a betting individual, where do you think, based on what we see at the moment, it would go?
I think it bullies around the Taric really well, the Karma Ezreal. I think that Mostly Grumpy has been really good using lane priority again. So they're on the Thresh in game 1 to roam out to other lanes. He just puts down a W onto the mid lane matchup. Completely wrong though. Bard's locked in.
Sometimes I love setting up to fail, and by sometimes I mean always.
All the time,
We're
yes.
going to see Bristol now have to show their hand. Top laner and mid laner most likely to be locked in now for the whipped team. Oriana being hovered at the moment will bring a huge amount of team fight potential. We saw in the first game Cabbage Family try to draft in this way. Please, just for the love of God, don't put Evan on Lulu.
So the Victor's locked in. I think, well, so that removes the Jarvan Ori combo, I suppose. With Corki being banned away, that removes the potential, the AP marksman threat from that mid lane. But, I mean, there is the chance that QR plays the Ezreal mid and they put themselves something like a Sivir down in that bot side and do, again, the poke Sivir and have themselves double poke. It does remove, again, a bit more of that AP threat. But then, of course, you've already got the Karma locked in maybe towards that top side. Now they have the choice of either laning that Karma versus the Gnar, choosing themselves their own counter matchup into the Gnar, which is, of course, a very counterable champion, and then put the Karma mid. Cabbage Family have some cards left to play.
Well, let's see which card they opt into. They love hovering that Riven, but I don't think we're going to see it locked in just yet. Makes a lot more sense to see the Camille picked up. That's going to be the composition completed, as we will see Karma be QR's champ of choice for game number 3. We're going to open up those predictions as I ask you the question, who has drafted better this time around? Who?
I think that Cabbage Family are gonna, again, much like that last game, use their large engage range of Bardol, the Magical Journey, the Paranoia, Camille Hookshot to great effect. I think having so many of them on the same team is very, very dangerous against a static backline of the Victor and the Jinx. I think Cabbage Family have themselves a similar advantage to what they had in Game 2 in that regard. So I'm going to give them the edge, but that is not saying that Bristol can't just team fight their way into absolute ascendancy because of that Taric, because that Jinx into a much easier team to play into. But for me, again, Cabbage Family, it's an advantage, but not a domination.
I like the composition from Bristol Whipped in a similar way. I liked most of what I saw of Cabbage Family's draft in Game 1, probably with the exception of the Lulu. I like the team fight it can bring. There is so much that could do in a fight, with Cosmic Radiance providing invulnerability, the huge AoE damage coming out of a Jinx. The same can be said for the Victor. Gnar with tankiness, CC for days. Jarvan obviously playing Disruption, finding the picks. Love it, but I want to see Bristol Whipped in this game play around the timings of when their comp comes online a lot better than what we saw from Cabbage Family in Game 1. I legitimately believe that if they do that, I think they're completely set up to win this game with what they can do around the key objectives, which is where we've seen so many important game-changing fights. That being said, I can't disagree with what you've said there either. The pick potential is certainly significantly greater for Cabbage Family.
Because you're going to have Magical Journey increasing the rotation speed of Cabbage Family. You're going to have the Bard Ultimate also giving you the ability to set up from long range. Karma Shield, if you have that AoE, going to increase the speed of that again. Paranoia. Cabbage Family, if they want to go for a play, and they have been very good at setting them up, they're a very synergized team. Both of these teams have been playing for 2.5 to 3 years, for God's sake. They've had that time to get used to each other. Having those abilities to make sure they can just go straight in on a dime, drop of a hat, is very dangerous side of Bristol Whipped. On the other side, we've also seen these teams lack some of that patience needed to get to that point. Cabbage Family will need to take those lessons learned from their loss to Bristol Whipped in the upper bracket, and then also in Game 1, and hopefully have a bit more poise about how they go about things.
Game number 1 had a 70% majority on the Twitch chat vote going over to Bristol Whipped as they played big brained and got themselves a huge amount of Twitch channel points, because that was the correct prediction. Pains me to say I actually missed who won the predictions in the second game, but that game ended up going over to Cabbage Family. Looking towards Game 3, that win for Cabbage Family has swung things yet again. A 66% prediction going over to Cabbage Family as things stand. Will our Twitch analysts analysis? That's totally a word. Will those analysts be able to do
It's not
better
like we
than
need
the
to talk
dominant
for a living or anything. Nothing like that.
it's fine. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sad.
Gosh.
But
Things like-
anyway,
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I'm looking at the power picks in this series so far. Jinx, round 1. That is such a heavy importance put onto that champion. And I know that Cabbage Family first rounded it when they were on red side in the Game 2. What does Hope got to say about these priority picks, Stan?
So Hope is always hopeful. She just is much like yourself, wants to go to 5 games. Quite upset about having got the prediction wrong, but still wants Bristol Whip to win so that they can be right and I'm wrong. I want Cabbage Family to win so that I can be right and they're wrong, and then I can rub it in their little faces all game long. Rub it in your face. Yeah, rub it in your face. You're right. That's right. Sorry, I forgot I was still on stream. You're right, Alex.
Fine. How are the dogs, Stan? Are they fine? Will they be fine?
Well, this one usually lives as a parrot, so frankly, I'm a little surprised she's not up on my shoulders. But I think giving her enough time, that might happen. The question on everybody's lips is very much: will I be eating more licorice or more cabbage at the end of game 2? Disappointment if Bristol Whip win because I only have one type of licorice whip. Mild excitement for everyone else should Cabbage Family win because I have 3 different types of cabbage.
I only have the one. It's still like a week or 2 old. It hasn't poisoned me just yet. I haven't gotten that debuff.
So
I don't actually have any licorice, so...
wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I missed that last bit.
Yours was white cabbage, wasn't it?
Mine is a white cabbage, yes. In fact, it is still here for your perusal.
So white cabbage,
in fact, there for your perusal.
Not horrendous. I do have white cabbage set up, and should Cabbage Family take the whole win, I have red cabbage set up. Now, I will say I have no tolerance
red
for
cabbage allergy or something.
I mean,
please.
Yeah. Well, if it is an allergy, that's going to end horrifically for me because I'm committed to this bit at this point.
Okay, well, more content from the Newell production team coming your way if certain teams win.
I mean, this or having Rick Saga Sharples in a dressing gown. I mean, you choose which of those you'd have preferred. So, oh, bless. I do want to do a shout out because there are people out there in chat. There are people even involved in this game who know what we're talking about. When we talk about the going back to, I believe it was the 2018 live finals that we did at the Red Bull Sphere. And that was just an absolutely phenomenal series. Reverse sweep where we saw Exeter come back from 2 down to take the win, eventually go and represent over at UEM. The following year, we saw incredible things as it was Bristol Whip taking the crown there. They obviously went on to also play at UEM, hoping to do the same again this year. Of course, there's still a huge amount of space, and we've got a team Bristol Whipped who know what UEM's all about. We've got Cabbage Family, who I'm sure at the end of this incredible tenure they've had would love to find themselves there. So much still to play for. On top of that incredible prize pool, I believe it's over £5,000 between these teams when we're looking at sort of getting towards those top spots. Pool, yeah. And all sorts of other absolutely amazing prizes potentially there as well. The Newell provides something really special when it comes to what these teams can win and what the opportunities provided for a lot of people. I myself, not through the Newell, but ended up at the World Finals back in Paris a couple of years back and ran into the guys who had won that year.
Oh, give me Magical Journey level 1? Oh, this is big brain!
World champs in a minute, because right now I'm more interested in Banuxas. He flashed himself away. He gets slowed down by Mostly Grump. He's trying to run for his life. QR trying to find damage from Soulflare, finds it, and the first blood goes to Gregors.
Get those red cabbages ready. The first blood going to the team after the crafty level 1 star. Flash away from the Jinx. Only one summoner used. Wonderful stuff coming out from the team from Kent. Caught a little flat-footed in that bot side, but with plays like that, not really sure how much you can prepare for that one.
Well, going back to that 2019 World Championship final right there, Bristol Whipped with a G2 of the situation. Cabbage Family going full FPX, and that was a finals where I got to see winners of the Newell Championships, the boys from Exeter, getting to enjoy those championships on the back of the Newell providing that incredible. I'd say money can't buy trips, but I literally bought it with money, so that's not quite true.
Okay, alright, on to slightly more relevant things. Guernica has the level 2 gank potential, and the thing is, you do, of course, have, you've got actually a bot, a red to blue invade from Guernica. Guernica has been a big player of the Jarvan all the way through his playing career, as we were saying, he played it last year in the Newell. He's played it when he's been in the UKLC and other tournaments too. Gonna get himself a buff steal. Pop on the top side of the map, not gonna sniff this out. And with 0 ward information from Cabbage Family, they aren't gonna spot this one out. They were worried about a level 2 gank, that's why they did go into that river. But then they won't see Jarvan taking the buff.
Bristol strike back in a small way, but they still have a considerable goal disadvantage on the back of that great first blood coming through for Gregors, who obviously has the Doran's Blade on top of the tier as well. Nice to get that one stacking away early. Guernica just going to clear out this entire side of the jungle. The question is whether or not we'll see the response from Porp, if he looks for any kind of vertical jungling, or if he's just going to be missing out on a load of camps.
I thought that game 5 was Guernica Strikes Back. We're only on episode 3 right now. Which one's that? Revenge of the... Okay, I can't think of all of them. I'm not that big brain. Porp, he's going to go onto he's going to discover that his jungle has been ransacked by Gadunica. He does farm quicker than Jarvan, of course, on the Nocturne. A lot more ability to farm through things, but Gadunica coming up to the early advantage does give them some gank potential, particularly if they're looking towards upsetting another one of these lanes. Unfortunately for them, there's no flashes blown from Cabbage trying to secure that first blood. Porp now hanging around on the bot side.
They arrive at their jungle to go, oh damn, it gone, and there's not a lot they can do about it. They are going to have the scuttle spawning next to themselves in a few moments, but it looks like the recall's going to be completed before the scuttle spawns. We'll see where the two junglers go towards as we see blue buff number 2 picked up by Gadunica, actually left alone, as it's going to be the scuttle that is prioritized instead.
So Porp is going to head back towards top side, figure out that this scuttle is gone, and then have to run towards bot side. So Porp he's losing the information battle right now against Bristol Whipped. And in game 1, Gadunica very much won out in that jungle matchup. Game 2, things were a little different. Question is now, what's going to happen on this top side? Nocturne is spotted on the vision plan.
That's absolutely massive, because Porp had missed out on Scuttle Crabs, and missed out on buffs, and missed out on camps. Might have been able to find that play onto the Gnar, who was quite extended, but everyone given that little bit of extra vision courtesy of the Scrying Bloom that was triggered by Gadunica as they took their second blue buff of the game. And speaking of a little about twists, we did see the Twitch chat vote swinging at the last moment, eventually going 55% in favor of Bristol Whip for game 3.
Close run stuff, and these teams have been neck and neck for so much of their existence. I believe the first time that Cabbage family upset Bristol Whipped, well, I mean, that's the way that Porp was talking about it. It was an upset, and they came out with some kind of Scion cheese, and of course they're playing that champion all the way back up in 2021 as well. But coming into these finals, arguably they're coming in as favorites. They came in as one of the strongest teams alongside DMU and Bristol Whipped from that round robin. And of course, with their success in winter as well, they've been such a feared team across the UK university scene. They have to prove, though, that they can go all the way, get towards that podium again. They have their summer title. They'd love to have a spring one to add to it, and of course to go further and get themselves a European League appearance. They are still currently neck and neck with Bristol Whipped. Neither team pulling ahead just yet.
Not at all, and considering that we did see that 500 gold lead on the back of First Blood going over to Cabbage family, full credit to Bristol Whip for really bouncing back when it comes to the gold stakes. First dragon is around. It's going to be Mountain this time after having 2 first Cloud Dragons of the game. Gadunica going aggressive, trying to find Gregors as the stun will not come through from the Taric. Nice arcane shift away as Gregors keeping themselves safe, not wanting to suffer the same fate that we saw Banuxas suffering early on.
So Gadunica really looking to turn the screws, but Cabbage family corralling the scuttle up towards the top, and Chentang takes it.
Top stuff from the mid lane, but Gadunica gets stunned down. This Bard already doing such great work. We saw the early level 1 plays, and now Gadunica dropped down to 30% health on the back of yet more chimes.
So Porp denied a scuttle. No, it doesn't go over to Gadunica, so it's not the worst in terms of the individual jungle matchup, but it's still denied from the Nocturne, who needs more gold than the Jarvan, wants to get towards Stride Break, and Gadunica using the early game impact to the Jarvan to unsettle Cabbage family, even in their bot side of the map, where they do have this playmakers with the Bard and the Ezreal in the early game, with the mobility, with the ability to lock people down from the Bard Cosmic Binding too. Gadunica coming up to a strong early game.
Haven't seen a huge amount of it so far, but up on top side, Evan is bullying Alphamos out, as we've seen so many times in this series, finding the 15 CS advantage against the Camille. I did hit level 6 first, but Alphamos equalizing up on that one now, so we'll have Hextech Ultimatum available should we see Paranoia triggered towards top side. Paranoia is some way away, however, because Porp's still level 4, Gadunica already at level 5, so the Cataclysm probably going to be on point first.
And one of the other follow-on effects of having a jungle matchup where it just buys the time of lanes, whereas it's as opposed to a jungler heading into a lane and then trying to buy up attention from those laners, means that the isolated top lane matchup of Evan versus Gnar is naturally going into the Gnar's favor at this point. And Evan, as a player, has just been so lane dominant across his entire history. Alphamos, yes, on a champion and a matchup which tends to do well against the Gnar, but given that the Jarvan was off the map for so long in this early game, Alphamos has had to play a bit more defensive and has lost out in some of that CS.
A game we've played a lot of times is the classic, which champion would you remove from the pool should you have the option? You know how I feel about Pyke, and I will always stand by that statement. However, if I could stop anyone on my team from ever playing a champion after a lot of very, very bad experiences, it would absolutely be the Bard. When you see him just sort of disappear off on his own little magical journey to collect chime, playing the mini game instead of actually helping the ADC, which is all that seems to happen in solo queue. Never like to see it there, but when you get a good Bard and competitive, It is something special.
So, fun story. Bard is the only champion I don't own. I'm a conscientious objector to Bards after crimes committed against me in Season 5. I've bought Seraphine. I've bought Senna. I've bought all of these champions which have been problematic time and time again. But Bard, never again. Mostly grumpy now. On the top side of the map. Look at he's just not there for his ADC. Of course that makes sense, as you all can see at 1v2. That doesn't stop my previous history with this champion, make me slightly jaded about the pick.
I like that we agree on something for a change. That is refreshing at the very least. Herald has now spawned, of course, so there are neutral objectives on both top and bot side of the map. Gregors went very low, threw out the ultimate, but Benuxas able to have a bit of fancy feet to keep himself safe on this one. Nibble will take a turret shot, but turret plate number 1 already going over to Bristol Whipped, and Cabbage family looking to try and get yet more.
I mean, that's a flash and a heal from both AD carries. That's a big trade of summoners. And Gregors gets away after the heal on, double-digit HP below 100. Very close to there being a 2v1 kill after mostly grumpy. That Bard left his AD carry!
Left them behind, but didn't leave them for dead this time. Gregors is going to take away the Herald. Whilst he's going down, Cabbage family secure themselves the Mountain Dragon.
They do. Okay, so dragon stacking being started for the Cabbage family, and this is just what Bard does. On a more serious note, in competitive play, Bard is so useful for just very quickly arriving where he needs to because of the almost semi-global across certain walls of that E. Mostly Grumpy is now top lane. Gudunica could have looked for a top lane dive. Now he can't. Mostly Grumpy gets there far too quickly. He's using his roaming power very well so far.
Yeah, mostly Grumpy, possibly, I'm going to say, saving Alpha Moss's life there. They did have the flash available, obviously having the hook shot too, so maybe they might have been able to outplay him in 2v1 situation, but they're certainly a lot safer for having the Bard present. But there is obviously only that level 5 currently, so we're not going to see any Tempered Fates available for mostly Grumpy just yet.
So he can't deny the tower shots by making the tower go golden when the dive comes in. Right, okay, so that's actually a positive for Cabbage family. They're level 6 available to monumentally screw up from mostly Grumpy. On the other side, though, I mean, we're looking at Nibble on this Tarek. He can't really leave this lane in the same way. He's much slower. He's waiting for the team fights, and of course, that's a big thing for Bristol Whipped. And when you do have the Jinx, who's got the Cull, getting through turret plates, they will be strong in these team fights too, particularly when the Nar's doing well. It means that you have the ability to win out on the side lane push, as currently Evan's doing, choose your angle into a team fight, and then, well, choose your angle anywhere. Noctis going top.
Paranoia is in bloom. That's going to be the beautiful attack coming through. Flash forward and Nar is dead.
Oh no, the teleports.
This is going to be going from bad to worse for Chento. They throw down the ultimate, but Alpha Moss gets out with a hook shot. Gadunica takes a huge chunk of damage in the end. It's just going to be the one kill coming in for Cabbage family.
Evan dies. Its ultimate's used. Grossly Grumpy flashes away from the Jinx.
Flashing in response, trying to get the kill. Already put the ignite down and burns the flash for nothing.
Gets the dancing shoes on, mostly Grumpy, completely alive in the bottom side of the map. Alpha Moss, though, gets away with the kill. That's important that the kill goes over to the Camille. Kind of stymies this laning advantage, which Evan had got after he blew his own flash. Gudunica tries to make a big play, loses vision after the flash, though. Can't dunk down on the Camille and try and trade it back for a 1-for-1. Alpha Moss gets a preferential reset. Cabbage family gonna be walking away feeling happy about that trade. That could have gone a lot worse.
We could ask our terrific observer Phil to pop the gold leads up for us. That would be wonderful, because I'd like to see on the back of that, you've got the 25 CS advantage for Evan, and Alpha Moss, of course, down on that one. But with the kill, has brought it back down to only a 500 gold lead over on top side. Meanwhile, the general gold state is around about that 500, 600 mark. Alpha Moss and Evan trading again, but it's going to be the Camille getting the worst of it. Hook shotting themselves out just as they take the third shot from the boomerang.
And they were, of course, trying to trade just before the Mega Narc comes in. And as soon as you see that bar going up, you're like, okay, now is my time to leave. There's a Herald still in Gadunica's pocket. That was taken before the potential top lane dive would have come in. Greg is trying to get up towards that ultimate by tracking down as many Qs as possible. And that Porp is here on the bot side of that.
He's going to try and stop as many of these turret plates from going down as possible. We're going to see at least a couple go down, except we're not, because the Tempered Fate beautifully stops the charge. Excellently played from the support of Cabbage family, neutralizing any extra gold that could have been gained by Bristol Whip.
All right, okay. Guess we'll give him that one. Bard using the ultimate to great effect versus the Herald. QR are going to clear out that wave. It is just going to be the one plate in that mid lane. QR has the Moonstone Renewer. That means that you're going to have a lot more healing and elongated fights throughout this game from Cabbage Family, and that's going to be important because when you do have people like Nocturne and Camille struggling to keep on their targets, when you do have Gnar slowing people down and jumping away, that karma can be absolutely pivotal in enabling the rest of Cabbage Family's members.
Alex, talk bard items to me, because we are seeing a little bit of a turn of the boots of swiftness coming through. What else do we expect to see coming out of this bard the later we get into the game?
That's a good question, Stan. I wish I knew what Bard built, because Bard could do whatever he wants. It's sort of like, I mean, he could go for W in the Moonstar. You know what? I'm just going to wait to see what Mostly Grumpy does, because Bard is one of those champions which has built everything for such a long time. He's so variable in his build paths. Ult's coming in again top. No flash this time, Evan.
Ultimatum, Paranoia, Fear comes through. No Mega Gnar to be found. Alphamos securing a second kill onto Evan, and will have now balanced out that gold lead up on the top side with the 2 kills now secured. Still a 1,000 gold advantage from Bristol Whip. We've got a second dragon spawning 40 seconds. It will be Cloud Dragon, which means yet again we're looking at great potential souls. It'll be Infernal or Ocean.
Exactly. So, Porp uses the Paranoias to great effect. Gadunica hasn't used the combo yet. I was wondering if the standard was down somewhere. And, but another kill onto Alphamos against the losing lane matchup right now in terms of the CS that's gone through. That is important. It stops Evan, again, getting that preferential lane shove and it being able to approach the dragons in the way that they will want to. They don't have Hextech Ultimatum now, which is a bit sad for Cabbage Family. I think they can actually just look to give up this dragon and try and force out a teleport from Evan instead if they just try and poke their heads in there. They do have Mostly Grumpy's ultimate if you do want a bigger engage, but just playing without Alphamos' ultimate, if it came to a fight, would be difficult for Cabbage Family.
I think back to game 1, and I feel like that's exactly what I want Bristol Whip to do. Just give this one away, concede it over, maybe throw a little bit of poke in there in the hopes of stealing things away with Chentang obviously able to put a bit of damage down. Actually tries to get the steal, but doesn't manage to do it as the smite is good from Porp. And this from Bristol Whip is exactly what I wanted to see from Cabbage Family in game number 1. Yes, lose out on a couple of kills, but don't take any big trades. Don't fall too far behind. In fact, accentuate a gold lead by farming well. If Cabbage Family had done that last time around with the Protect the ADC comp, they would have been so relevant by the time that the phrase started occurring. However, they opted into the fights around 2nd and 3rd dragons, and they gave over such a big gold lead. That's what Bristol Whip haven't done now, and it's why I feel so good about their chances in this game.
Exactly. I think this is going to be a much more even game. We do have 280 carries, farming well, getting kill participation on the Ezreal as well. And then, of course, I think that Bristol Whip with the Gnar being ahead being relevant enough, if we're going to use that term again, to be a frontline, maybe not ahead enough now to really start crushing down on the early CS advantage. I think that Bristol Whip do have themselves a teamfight advantage, but Cabbage Family, again, using the Paranoia, looking to split the map further than Bristol Whip want to.
And we saw in the last game just how well that Paranoia could remove Benuxas from the fight, because even though it rarely killed the ADC, it consistently mispositioned them as they got towards the fight. So Bristol Whip lost one of their main damage dealers. Fortunately for them this time, at least, they've got Chentang there pumping out the DPS as well.
Exactly. One of the difficult things for Bristol Whips is going to be that even though I would assume that if you have Mega Gnar coming in with a good time and the Cataclysm is good, you are going to be winning out on snarling up that front line and buying space. Again, that metric was so useful for your backline carries to scale like your Jinx. You have the Karma Shields. You're going to have a Staff of Flowing Water coming in at some point for QR2. And the extra movement speed, the extra follow-up is going to be so hard to disengage alongside that too. And that's maybe the X factor for Cabbage Family continuing these fights.
Meanwhile, Second Herald has spawned. The first one was picked up by Bristol Whip and was denied by a Tempered Fate coming out of Mostly Grumpy. We'll see whether Bristol Whip have learned their lesson.
So, Cabbage Family, not in position to contest. What they are doing, which I think is okay right now, they are just freezing that bot wave, it looks like. Gnar pushing up very far. That does maybe open up the idea that Porp could go towards the Gnar again, but I think Porp just needs to keep shadowing as his champion does so well. Alphamos on this top side, Mostly Grumpy's here. If there is a dive, they're ready to respond.
Mostly Grumpy's responses have been so incredibly good, realizing the danger that was being threatened. Up comes the Bard, up comes the Nocturne. The turret will go down, but Bristol Whip Cabbage Family don't lose anything more than that. Bristol Whip do have that two-turret advantage. We saw this last time. They took a 4,000 gold lead, but as they started losing that standing goal, those objectives that stayed on the rift for so long, Cabbage Family pulled the gold back.
It did. So, again, this game can come down to the first big team fight, particularly because we're looking at the next... Well, I mean, it's got on top at this point. Go by, Chentang.
Yeah, yet again, we're seeing the Paranoia up to top side. Alpha Moss might be fed themselves a third kill. Flash away from Chentang as they try to stay alive. Hextech Ultimatum dodging a little bit of damage. Alpha Moss staying alive narrowly. The kill goes over to mostly Grumpy.
Close run stuff. I mean, I saw Alpha Moss take a bit of that damage. I'm like, hang on. This is now a kill opportunity, particularly with the Jinx ult coming through. Chantang overstays. Man. This does, well, I mean, actually, given that no one was pushing in mid lane, doesn't really lose any opportunity to Cabbage Family. That time bought by those members topside could have maybe led to a mid lane push. Doesn't in this case. Alpha Moss gets themselves an assist, sadly not the kill. Bristol Whips lose their mid laner.
No 7 in Twitch chat. I get that reference and I absolutely love it. Yes, of course, mostly Grumpy absolutely playing like N'Golo Kante. There seems to be about 3 of them on the Rift, as that's always the case for a place for Chelsea. It always seems like there's about 5 of him playing in every Premier League game. Such an absolute worker, always everywhere at once. Same has been true for this Bard. They've been doing really solid work. The 2 main plays we've seen out of them so far have been that early first blood with the Journey and then the Temple of Fate on bot side. Still looking for them to find that clutch multiple golden man play later on though.
On the other side of things, Gadunica looking for exactly the same thing with the Cataclysm corralling into that ultimate. Of course, the Magical Journey can get you out of it. Mostly Grumpy may be saving that for that case, but he'd have to be inside it for that to work out. Cabbage Family ping towards this outside river. They're getting themselves vision control. Dragons spawning in 40 seconds, and they have 2 early dragons on this ocean rift. And when again it's an elongated fight, you've got Moonstone, you've got backliners which want to start ramping up with their lethal tempo so that you get excited. That Ocean Soul can make things a little more difficult.
Paranoia, Hextech Ultimatum both just came off cooldown, so Cabbage Family are completely ready to run into this team fight. The question is, do Bristol Whip decide to seed 1 more dragon? Evan's up on the top side still and will have the teleport available with 15 seconds left until this dragon spawns.
Got the Bard shrines being put up. That can be actually quite effective HP coming through. Maybe can look to take some of that poke. Herald is mid. It's summoned by Bristol with the counterweight coming through.
We get our answer to our question as teleport comes through. Evan joins the party down around the dragon, which has now spawned. Gregor's putting good damage down already. Porp going to start things up, but in goes the Cataclysm. The damage is good, and the Cosmic Radiance rise in the nick of time. Gadunica doesn't just live, he also finds the kill onto mostly Grumpy. Gregor's tries to get away, tries to put down damage. Evan is having none of it. Porp manages to find the fear, but it's Cabbage Family who are running away, scared. It's going to be Camille living by just a tiny, tiny amount. That turret will come through on the back of the Herald dump, which we saw in mid. The dragon will go over to Bristol Whip, and crucially, the fight was mostly won by them as well.
It was 2 kills, killing off the Ezreal and the bot, and of course the bot lane partner, mostly Grumpy. Now there's a teleport coming back into mid. Alpha Moss does have the ultimate. Okay, actually, Cabbage Family losing 2 turrets off that play. Bristol Whip very, very happy with how things erupted there.
Absolutely, and this is sort of everything that we saw last time. Alpha Moss comes down towards the dragon, realizing it hadn't been taken just yet, realizing there might have been a stay from Evan and the rest of the team. Chentang throws down the Death Laser, throws down the gravity field, and it is enough to take Bristol away. They get themselves their objective, they get themselves a couple of kills, and they get out.
So no soul point for Cabbage Family, staring down a hefty gold lead at this point. Gadunica, we knew he had a historical good record on this champion across various levels of play. Going in with the Taric ultimate proactively, still almost died. Does get away with the play, gets away with his life. And Cabbage Family now looking to see what they can do to problem solve their way out against this team fighting composition, which much like the last game for them, has come online.
No flame intended whatsoever when I say this, Nomera, but you've got Benuxtas playing on this Jinx, who has got the highest CS in the game at 214. Nearly 40 up on their opposition. They've got a bounty on their head because their CS is so good. They've got a 0-1 and 0 scoreline. Even in that fight where a couple of kills are picked up, they're not even tagging the right people with the rockets to find the assists. It's just even though this sounds negative, this is a compliment because Benuxas has done in this game what Gregors couldn't do on the Jinx in game 1. Stay relevant, farm well, have items, and will eventually put down massive DPS.
And that's one of the differences between Game 1 and Game 3 is just the composition allows Jinx to move across the field so much more effectively. Okay, Bristol Whip have the Taric ultimate back available. They're baiting the fight with the Mega Gnar around Baron.
Alpha Moss showed up top side, doesn't have teleport, but will just be able to walk down. Meanwhile, QR will need to teleport should they want to join things. Gadunica yet again kept alive by the Temper Fate, yet again killing off mostly Grumpy. Alpha Moss trying to do everything that they can. Paranoia put down as the dash away comes through from Alpha Moss. Bristol Whip with this Baron bait are able to secure themselves 1 kill.
They are. Okay, so there's still Cataclysm available. Gregors is pretty much the only person who wants to walk up right now. Corp taking some damage. But they only get the one pick for the combined ultimates of Mega Gnar, Chen Tang's Victor, and of course the Cosmic Radiance too. It's one kill for not too much gain. Cabbage Family, it's not great for them, but again, it could have gone so much worse.
It really could. Cabbage Family stepped up boldly and yet again saw their support give their life for the cause. The question is, are we just going to see that play time and time again by Bristol Whip now they have something of a stranglehold on this mid-game?
Oh, the question is, can they do that because the Taric ultimate is such a long cooldown?
Well, that's a fair point.
That's the thing, right? Can you do it without the Taric ultimate? Well, that's going to be the telling thing. Mostly Grumpy catching out Evan.
Yeah, he's able to just hop over the wall though, so he's nice and happy. Gives a little shuggy on his way out and clears out some vision for his trouble.
He does so. Big lead for Bristol Whipped. Got themselves again. Remember, the team that have been in the lead in each of these 3 games so far has been the team on blue side, the team with side choice. We said that maybe that would be the telling tale of this series. We said it was going to be close. Bristol Whipped showing once again that they can come back off the back of losses. Mega Gnar's coming up quick here.
Straight on to Evan, who on this Gnar is unable to get out there. Was just about to go Mega, but it doesn't arrive in time. There was no one there. And you've got to question a little bit with this top laner consistently pushing in this hard when you've got the potential collapse that we can see from Cabbage Family. They now start up the Baron. Jinx is currently taking away a red buff, so will be the last person to arrive at this fight. But Nuxas will have to arrive soon if they want to get some kill participation. The Baron already down to 8,000.
It is Gudunica looking for a big engage. There's no Cosmic Radiance for the next couple of seconds.
Both of these junglers are at level 11. The Dragon, the Baron down to 5,000. Benoxus has arrived, has gone golden caught by the Tempered Fate. Massive through and Cabbage Family look like they're going to obliterate Bristol Whipped on this one. Cataclysm is good and does find the kill onto Porp, and somehow Bristol Whip staying alive in this one. Benoxus finds his first kill of the game as he takes down Alphamos. Chentang kills off Gregors. Mostly Grumpy is left running, and it's going to be the double for Benoxus. Bristol Whip turn things round in dramatic fashion.
Don't even need the Taric ultimate. Benoxus escapes the initial engage and doesn't get shut down. Flashes out. Turns around with a get excited. Bristol Whip take the fight, which should have been against them. You look at that map, you look at it being a 5v4, but without having the paranoia, without having the Hextech ultimatum, Cabbage Family do not have the tools to make the fight stick.
I shouldn't admit this is a play-by-play, but I'm legitimately confused about what happens because as we see Cabbage Family dive towards that bush, that beautiful Tempered Fate that came through, it felt like Bristol Whip were about to get absolutely bamboozled. Instead, they turn it round because they play their Wicked Wango card and Cabbage Family instead get routed.
It's kind of like Game 2 from Cabbage Family. You actually have to catch both the carries now at this point. Chansang turned around so much onto Cabbage Family. And he just blows up Gregors in the back end of that fight, who does have 2 items heading into this one. 10 seconds on the next dragon fight. They're going to have another go at it. They do have ultimates this time. There is, however, the Cosmic Radiance this time, which is a very, very important ability.
Think I hear Bon Jovi playing, because here we go again. Instantly, Gadunica going in. Instantly, Tempered Fate put down. Instantly, Mostly Grumpy is gone from the fight. Yet again, no Tempered Fate available. It's going to be the Dragon started up by Bristol Whip now, and they will almost certainly secure their third one. Pop trying to find something, trying to go in, trying to get the steal, but the Dragon's not low enough. It's going to be Chentang who secures it for Bristol Whip, and the kill picked up on the Port meantime. Alphamos will be the next to fall as Chentang turns their attention towards Grez, who is going to arcane shift that safety. QQR does not have that ability and does not have a chance of getting away from the Bristol Whipped attackers. Gregors will run into harm's way, and it is going to be a complete and utter rout once again. Cabbage Family will give up 4 quick kills, maybe even 5 if Ezreal gets spotted out. There it is. There's the ace. Bristol Whip don't lose anyone. They take the Dragon. They've got Baron. They will push onto the inhibitor.
Clean as you like. Gadunica, well, maybe just put a bit of a typo in the name. Looks more like Gadunka on the job. And 309, Tarakult comes out. He is just beelining towards the backline. Sometimes it's onto the Bard. It doesn't even matter at that point. You remove some of that playmaking ability. Cabbage Family just can't find clean fights. Bristol Whip take it as easily as they like.
And it looks like they're going to push for the win right here. 10 seconds on both mid laner and ADC for Cabbage Family. Nexus turret number 1 has been destroyed. Bristol Whip must decide whether this is going to be their final push. They decide no. Instead, they are going to turn their attention towards getting out to safety and spending all the dollar that they just accumulated.
Wow, that gold league ticking up to, what, 12,000 all in all? Cabbage Family, they found themselves at a bit of a losing situation in game 1, and we were saying, oh, well, at least they got the Jinx, it could pop off. There is no real way that I can see that they can come back in this game through conventional means. It has to be smoke and mirrors. Maybe you can again say what we were saying back in Champions League. Split the map a bit more, try and play towards the wider map. Cabbage Family choose to fight at the Dragon, though, against the front-to-back 5v5 composition. They get a bit stomped for it.
Bristol Whipped ensure that at best they are able to secure a 3-1 victory here. At worst, they will have 2 match points to secure the victory against Cabbage Family, because let's be honest, Bristol Whipped have just put themselves in a position where realistically no team comes back from this.
Not in any reasonable game state. But of course, finals tend to make unreasonable players and spectators of us all. They're going towards top side, but the flash away cuts that short.
Already we see Cabbage Family committing a teleport with the gravity field put down. It's a teleport that leads to Alphamos having to skip and hop their way out to safety, only surviving narrowly. The Mega Death Rocket blocked by Porp is enough to keep the top laner alive. Mostly Drummy taking the portal out to safety. QR is the last one out, and they are just last one in, last one out. They're just about able to get out, but now the Baron has worn off from Bristol Whipped, and they're going to have to do this whole dance all over again.
So, lucky enough for Cabbage Family, they don't lose any people on the way out of that fight. But they do have to use a lot of different summoners, teleports, ultimates. They end up using the bottle. It's a big combo.
Tempered Fate onto 4, but where is the follow-up? Is the damage here? Can Gregors turn the tide? So far, Benuxas has been running a 3-0 and 8 scoreline after having so long of not doing a huge part, playing a huge part in this game. Gregors now is sent scurrying away with the tail between their legs as Ezreal goes down to half health. QR and Porp in a similarly difficult position. QR doing everything they can with Common, trying to help out Alphamos, who finds the kill onto Chentan, but now is surrounded by 4 people who have cosmic radiance for days. Efan is able to find the kill on the Gnar, and now it's Cabbage Family left with only 4 people to defend their base.
They do take down the Victor. They're looking to continue the fight.
Paranoia and Ultimate coming through from Gregors as well. Evan skips himself out to safety. QR able to find the route. The Gnar is under threat. The Gnar is taken down at long last. They eventually succumb to the damage being put out by Ezreal. QR still wanting to continue the chase, but the rest of the team say no. Our Nexus is about to explode.
They do have 1 Nexus turret left standing, and that's a little better than none. But you see that Bartle. When have you seen a Bartle to that many people, with that many members close by, lead to absolutely nothing? Nexus turret does survive. They do regen at a very small rate, so they will have a structure left standing alongside that inhibitor. This is just the wallets, the money talking for Bristol Whip. There just isn't the damage available at that point. Luckily for the side of Cabbage Family, Alphamos does get the flash, the hook shot flash onto the Victor, takes down one of the key carries of Bristol Whip. It's just not enough at the end of it. It gives them a lifeline. I don't think it's really going to give them any brighter chances to win this game.
That lifeline isn't a nice big thick rope. It is a tiny little piece of fishing wire right now, with the Baron and the Dragon both spawning in the next 25 seconds. It does look like Bristol Whipped are just going to find the next objective they need to just brute force down those remaining tiny health bars on the remaining structures of Cabbage Family's base. Cabbage Family, however, have shown they can make plays. We just saw a 4-man Tempered Fate. We just saw a near perfect Paranoia from Pop. Can they do it again?
They're not going to go towards this Baron steal. I think they realize that they get dragged onto the map, teleports from Chentang and Evan. Probably just end the game at that point. Through topside or through wherever they want, they do have the wave, the ward on topside, I suppose. Alphamos going to take this point to actually try and sneak away a Dragon. Porp's heading down there with them. This means that they're not really going to be in position to protect the waves for the next couple of seconds. They don't have empowered recalls. Bristol Whips now take themselves priority in this top side to try and finish off that final inhibitor.
12 minutes after they got their second, Cabbage Family do finally get their first Ocean Dragon, do get to Soul Point, but crucially do not get that Ocean Soul that could provide them some much needed regen. You see how often Gregors ends up getting chunked. Tempered Fate dodged away from, but now we see the Paranoia thrown down. This is not a fight Bristol Whip decide they want to take, and they lose a couple of crucial ultimates. They go in at the very last second, they go on to Chentang, they don't find the fear. Immediately Cataclysm and also Cosmic Radiance put down, and Benuxus finds the kill straight onto the Nocturne. That's going to be the death of the final inhibitor. That's going to be the death of the final Nexus turret. That's going to be the death of Cabbage Family's hopes of winning the 3rd game of this series. Bristol Whip will go 2-1. They will be at match point in this new grand final. It's a triple kill going over to Benuxus to round things out on the Jinx.
The top bracket finalists of Bristol Whipped, those who came through the winner's side of things, take themselves the lead in this series. 2-1. Of course, if this was earlier on in the tournament, that would have closed things out, but not today. This is best of 5. We still have some breath left in us. And fortunately, a little bit less cabbage in us after that game.
A little bit less cabbage, a bit more licorice. Did I mention I don't really like licorice either? So we have got ourselves the scoreline that we saw last time round, the 2-1 to Bristol Whip. That was enough for them to progress to the grand finals. As you just said, though, it was not enough for them to secure the series win. Cabbage family have the chance to answer the question that I asked last Wednesday. If this were a best of 5, could they turn things around? They're going to have to yet again come from behind if they want to do so, though.
They will do, and now you have to give serious considerations to Tarek. I think is a big pick because that Jarvan looked awesome in that game. I think the reason that it was enabled so much is because of the Tarek Jarvan combination, though, because you can use that so proactively, because Jarvan knows that when they're going in, actually that Cosmic Radiance buys enough time for the rest of the team to catch up. Don't think Cabbage Family can afford to give both of those picks over in the same draft. The Jinx B1 wasn't punished in the same way that the red first round was punished of that Jinx by Bristol Whipped in game 1. And suddenly, this is where the adaptation comes in. The big brains got to get into gear.
As we go into our next break, we are left with the image of Bristol whipping their opponents, and with the knowledge that Cabbage Family can't afford to do that again. We'll be back soon.
was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers found, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone.
3 games in, 1 or 2 more matches still to go. I'm still Stanley Greyhat Barker. I'm still joined by Alex Nymeria Hapgood, and I'm still excited about this grand final.
And that really hasn't changed much from us. The tension's still high. I've definitely got a heartbeat, which is probably something I should get checked out at some point because there's far too much adrenaline for me to be handling for this amount of time in a best of 5. And it is great that this is a best of 5. We now get to see again Cabbage Family looking to switch over to the blue side, using that loser side advantage to choose the side for the next game. And the mad scientists that they are hopefully have cooked something up to contend with Bristol Whip, because Bristol Whip have had 2 very good drafts in their wins, which again have had some of the unorthodox attached to them.
We'll get into that champ select shortly and see what madness unfolds in front of us this time. However, before we do, I've been asked by a fantastic production, that is Patrick Pants Campbell, the legend himself, if we can take just a quick look at the predictions from...
Okay, right. So, Oops.
So fun fact, we live in a world where the only prediction not made by anyone on our team could be the correct answer.
That would be pretty incredible in some ways. Of course, Bracksprit, other color.
How stupidly smug does Patrick look in that photo?
No less smug than when he wins in our various deduction games, which we play
true.
as a group off air.
And at least you survived in those predictions longer than you did on sort of your average game of Clock Tower.
True,
You little tinker, you.
That's me right then. For the record, we play some games off air, and Stan takes great joy in making sure I have the least fun possible. Can't do that though today. We are having just infinite amounts of entertainment on these two teams. I mean, coming into this series, I was always a little bit worried because if this was a 3-0 shutout, I would have been so sad because I was setting this up to be maybe the best finals we could ever have in Newell, especially in the League of Legends section of it. I know that yesterday we had a best of 5 go to 5 games for CS:GO, but the history of this matchup has been so fun to follow, and I'm glad it's delivering.
It is. It's been great. Honestly, wanted to go to all 5 games, and if that happens, either Brackish Brit or Patrick will be the champion of our predictions.
Damn.
Full
So in the end,
kudos to
all of
them.
us lose. It's a lose-lose situation.
The most wonderful, all of us losing would actually mean me and you winning if it ends up being 3-1 to Bristol Whipped. But at this point, I will take the L on this one if we can see all 5 games, if we can hear the magnificent Silver Scrapes once more, if we can have, in the words of Gandhi himself, do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do.
I'm not sure. I thought that was an Albert Einstein quote. My bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get them mixed up.
It's very, it's been a long series. I can't hold that one against you.
It's been a long series. I hope it gets longer still for the 4th time tonight. It is going to be champ select time yet again. We see Cabbage Family going over to the blue side. Every game has been won on blue side. For those of you who are interested, Bristol Whip got side selection in game number 1 because they came to this grand final through the top side of a double elimination bracket, having never been eliminated. And then after that, whichever team loses gets to choose which side they want. So far, every losing team has selected blue. So far, every losing team has then gone on to win the next game. Rel, Jinx, Corky, Seraphine, banned away so far.
It's all just been pinging back and forth in the results, in the draft, and of course now, going by the history, Cabbage Family on the blue side, setting themselves up for success, but that would mean that Bristol would, of course, get to choose blue side for that final game. Onto that first pick, Triss no longer available. It's not going to be Riven first pick. I'm looking through this and thinking Karma is available. That's worthwhile something. Tarek obviously was a big combo for Bristol. I actually wonder if on the other side, Evan and Godona just say, right, let's just go for the Karthus. That's just fun. Go for the Jarvan tag. Sometimes something just happens and your object permanence just kicks in and it doesn't exist if I don't see it on my screen. Karthus does though, and that's the thing which has been picked.
It has indeed. This does leave Karma open. Massive flex pick was on the losing side last time. We've reached a really interesting moment, and it is a legitimately somber one here for Cabbage Family, because if they lose this game, this could be their final moments for most of them in the Newell tournaments. Tournaments that they have played for years in, that they've thrived in, and they've had wonderful performances. They've been previous champions. This could be the end of the road. This could be the swan song. Bristol Whipped, technically for them, it could be the same set as well, but for them, they will have that reward of being able to go off to that playoff against NSE champions to try and get to UEM, which itself is a fantastic reward. For these 10 players, this could be the last time we see them on the Rift in flying the Newell flag.
Sadly. And yes, Bristol looking to not just cut cabbages, but cut onions as well, and give a very sorrowful farewell to Cabbage Family.
I'm not eating one of them.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, we'll have to question that one. But I know we're seeing the draft come in. We see the Civic Karma, massive speed up coming from Bristol Whip, but sometimes you kind of fish for trash talk between the two teams when you're asking about them in pre-game talk. I was asking them, you got anything to think about the matchup? It's like, no, actually, I don't really want to trash talk. It's more like trash talking friends at this point. And that's just such a good way to look at the Newell. And yes, Stan, I know you do that a lot. But these two teams, very respectful of each other, and there has to be a lot of respect for Cabbage Family in this game before realizing, yeah, we could actually go out here. Going back to the Twisted Fate in the mid lane, Everfrost has been nerfed. That's a big item for Twisted Fate. It's going up against the Sion, well, not going up against the Sion, but if you're going to gank top lane, that Sion is much harder to displace there.
It's true. And Sion technically could still end up at support. We've got the huge flex potential from the Karma, though we do potentially expect it to go down to the bottom half of the map. With this Twisted Fate, something I like about it a lot is that we have seen plenty of times today the team with the globals, the team with the ability to just press the go button and be able to find these picks for things working out quite well. Didn't end up working out so well for Cabbage Family in the last one, however. The Paranoia mixed with the Hextech Ultimatum didn't do enough to find the lockdown towards the end of the game. Let's see if that ends up being different this time for Cabbage Family. They're going to have to do it against Sivir. My question for you is, will this be Lethality Sivir?
That's a very good question. I think it would be a decent game for it put in so far, because you look at 3 members locked in for Cabbage Family, and the damage range for Sivir, just throwing that Q across, is so large. You just pop up that move speed, and you get 2 parts of a Q, and Karthus just disappears. I think it's definitely worth a consideration going towards it. But of course, have to watch out for what else is in the draft, because of course Karma can be flexed between mid and bot, can go up for a bit more of a standard ADC, protect the ADC composition in that bot side, and have the crit ADC fighting front to back. There are options left for Bristol Whipped, and that's a good thing for them.
Bans coming through. The Nocturne taken away. The Casting banned at the last moment by Cabbage Family. Bristol Whip take Camille. And Nautilus off the table. And Cheesy, to answer your question, why do I live in my grandmother's house? Sadly, not an option anymore. She was a lovely, lovely lady. And in fact, I still have her grandfather clock just to my side. And for your interest, I'm casting from my library. Don't you have one?
I have my shrine. I cast from my shrine. Whoa, okay, Ivan locked in. We got a dose of the weird put in here, and once again, we have a finals, just like Winter, where Melvinizzle isn't casting the Ivan.
Someone tag him in quickly, and by someone I mean you. So the Ivan and the Kaiser both locked in, both champions that have had a nerf today. Killer Instinct now having a much longer cooldown on the earlier levels, and Ivan, I'm not going to lie, I can't remember what the nerf was there, but I know something.
Can look it up.
Thank you very much.
I believe it's the Trigger Seed, the shield, just being slightly less impactful.
Not a huge one. Same is true for Alistair. We saw Nibble playing it to great effect. That's been taken away from him here in game number 4. Mostly Grumpy going to get their hands on that one instead.
Yeah, so, okay, returning back to something a lot more Winter 2020 for Cabbage Family. This is one of the first Shens I've seen this entire split on the Varsity teams. Hovering over the Ari, thank you very much for that one, of course. That is my old main. Well, not even, it's still my current main. In fact, nothing has changed at all. These hovers are changing at a rapid clip, though. This could, of course, be... well, it might just be going straight back to the Victor, and it is.
It worked last time, why turn away from it? Of course, for those of you who maybe haven't been following up with competitive quite as much over the last few patches, Victor, a champion that had a huge change going back towards, I think it was just before pre-season, where all of a sudden you get to your various upgrades, not through having to purchase them, not by having to fill up an item slot in your inventory, but instead by getting kill participation by killing off minions. And if it's a bloodthirsty game, you can have those upgrades really, really quickly, and we saw Chentang getting the whole caboodle last time round.
And on the other side of things, if you are left isolated on the Victor, you just have less power. It's something to incentivize you getting involved in fights. Having something like an Ivan, which just has the most unorthodox pathing and can just be such an annoyance in the way that Nunu was back in the day as well. Victor roaming out to help their jungler, definitely something that can help this game. Porp on the Carthus, though, has been a force. I was lucky enough to go spectate over their series versus DMU that wasn't in the Newell, and Porp was flashing over Syndra combos to go solo out mid lane, as this guy is an absolute monster on the champion. He gets rolling, watch out for that jungler. He's going to have plenty of damage.
It's true. Speaking of people who get rolling, we may well see a return of the Transformers. The unstoppable onslaught can come through, and we might see Evan doing that towards the top lane. Might even be the choo-choo if we see the Scion Express. We saw what happened a couple of games ago with the Scion, how it became obscenely tanky and no one could rip through it. The question is, do Cabbage Family have the tools to deal with the top laner this time around? Will the Undead General finally die on this stream?
I mean, Shen's not bad in tank matchups, right? Shen has a lot of laning power since they buffed him quite heavily throughout the course of Season 10. You're probably going to have Leandries coming out of the Carthus, and then Kai'Sa, not the best tank killer, but kind of shut all that together into a team fight. And Scion is not going to be quite as tanky as I believe he was in Game 2. That was pretty absurd from Alpha Moss picking that for Cabbage Family. The question is he going to buy enough time with that to allow Sivir to start running forward, the extra shields from Karma to come through, so it doesn't matter if you do have the damage to kill the Scion when your backline's already dead.
So here we are going into game number 4, and for the 4th time tonight, I ask you, who seems to have done the better out of draft?
Ivan is such an X factor. I think the way that Cabbage Family have been playing, in terms of not quite having that poise, even when they could be going towards side lanes, Evan just winning out in top side, even though the matchup is even, I'm giving it to Bristol Whipped. I think it will be 3-1. I'm reversing my initial prediction for the night, the 3-1 for Cabbage Family. Of course, there is always the route into it, but just with how they've been playing on the day, Bristol Whipped have the advantage from me.
For me, Cabbage Family have this one win condition, and that seems to be making the global plays work consistently over and over again, taking themselves a big gold lead and pushing that tempo, much like we saw Bristol Whip do in game number 1 of tonight. if they don't do that, I don't see a way that they get to the key damage dealers here on Bristol Whipped and finish them off. So I do agree with you, but I want us both to be wrong. I want it to go to 5.
Absolutely.
If it doesn't,
Absolutely.
I will say a huge congratulations to Bristol Whipped. If it does, I will even do a little dance to Silver Scrapes.
Gotta get that one on camera.
Now the rest of Twitch chat hope it's 3-1. So there we go.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just look at this. I look at this, and it's very hard once again for Cabbage Family to play front to back. Having Ivan, particularly Daisy, right, being again just a front line that is kind of usable and abusable from the side of Bristol Whip. They can just chuck it out and say, all right, it doesn't matter if it dies. If you snarl up the front line long enough, that's enough. Shen is going to be finding it really difficult to perform frontline duty, and he often wants to be kind of submarining into the backline too. I just don't think that's easy into a gravity field, into the reposition from the Sivir ult and the Karma shield too. There is too many ways to make this front-to-back composition very hard to engage onto from Bristol Whipped.
True, but it wouldn't be fair to talk about Shen in a grand final and not talk about one specific moment.
No. So Alpha Boss has a history of Game 4 Shen plays. Last winter, you can go look it up, it's on the VODs. He gets a pentakill in that game versus DMUT1. They lose that series, but that was a great moment for this team. Okay, maybe some foreshadowing there. We'll see what happens if it does go to a Game 5. But Alphamos has
If it was a pentakill, would it be 5 shadowing?
Well, that was a very three-head comment of you, Stan. So Alphamos does have a history on this champion. But the question is, can he do that versus Evan? Because so often against Bristol Whip, the nature of the game and the narrative of the game has been, who's going to deal with this guy? And more often than not, the answer is, well, no one. He's really damn good. In the round robin, Cabbage Family played very well around understanding the top wave lane states, punishing Evan for not quite breaking his not quite setting up his freezes and breaking up them in awkward ways and then getting a gang stuff onto him. It's not really been what's happened this series though. Bristol Whips have been coming in firing on a lot more cylinders than they were for the rest of the split. They look confident. Cabbage Family have often struggled to make something work through that top side.
Twitch chat, you've heard the casters' opinions, you've seen the predictions throughout the night as well. Now you have your own predictions open. Last time around, Bristol Whipped took the majority with 55%, and that was a correct decision that Twitch chat made. Plenty of people getting themselves a good helping of points. Feel free to go and gamble responsibly with those points, or irresponsibly, because they don't count for money. So yeah, go pop some predictions in for game number 4 of this series. Will we be going to Silver Scrapes? Will we be seeing our champion crowned right here, right now?
Hey, so just ready to get into game, and with that,
we are on to the Rift for the 4th time and potentially the final time at the Null Grand Finals. Sad not to be bringing this from a live event, which is always so much fun, but a huge credit to the team here at the Null who have put on such a great show regardless, and to the teams who have helped in such a great way. If this is the end of the road, what a journey it has been. Still, however, we've got plenty of action before us. First opportunity to look at the Keystones. We are seeing the Unsealed Spellbook coming in for QR.
That we are. So what that means is that QR can switch over to something like an Ignite for the first roam of the game, going towards a Ghost if you want to start chasing down the long lane and getting those secondary and tertiary gold cards coming out for a more dedicated lockdown. The problem about this game is that if you're going topside, you're going to have to play into that Scion with an Ivern who can just go across the map so quickly. You often get stuff like mobility boots first item, probably actually more likely to be the lucidity boots because of their power on the current patch. Guernica, either way, with the way they've been playing the early game, I expect them to be ever present, and that's going to be difficult now for QR to really find the openings you're used to on the TF. Nibble misses 2 ult Qs at level 1, hoping to get that poke out, doesn't quite land it. Cabbage Family at least getting away with that.
In game 1, we sung Nibble's praises consistently, and it feels like in game number 3, we didn't give him enough credit. I know I said a lot of times they were fantastic Taric ultimates, but those ultimates so consistently on point. As you yourself said, Gadunica was pretty much the main carry on the Jarvan, making all the engages work, but knowing that the well-timed Taric ults were there was certainly providing a huge amount of safety for the Jarvan last time round. Nibble, consistently someone who, for me, is well deserving of potential MVP votes. I don't know if that MVP vote is still open, but I know there was one in Twitch chat earlier, and if it is still there, just drop a hashtag and player name to vote for your MVP of this series, though you can only vote once.
Absolutely. I mean, in game 1, of course, Guernica was such a force, but then, of course, Nibble was too. Game 2, it really was actually on Benexus, even though they lost that. Benexus was such a key player for Bristol Whips. course, they ended up losing that. I think one of the players which has again been key to the series, just based on how the early game has gone for them, has been Porp. Porp has himself on his Karthus, which been banned away from him so much. This is one of his favored picks in Bristol Whips. Maybe with that game in hand saying, all right, okay, we can maybe choose to give this one over and see if we can get ourselves a draft that works, even though Porp has been so dominant on this champion in past matches. Have to see how that one works out for the jungle matchup.
We're going to keep our eyes glued towards that one because the junglers certainly have been crucial in finding victories for either of these two teams, as is so often the case on the Rift. You know, jungle, one of the most important roles, which is of course why I play it, and play it horrifically badly at times. Plenty of camps already picked up by Gadunica, keeping even with the Karthus on farm early on. It looks like both of them may end up contesting towards top side. There's Prio for Shen in top, but there's Prio for Victor in mid.
So Gadunica waiting for the Scuttle to come out. He's a level up, doesn't have the smite though. Cancels the mark coming through. Actually, this might be quite dangerous now for Gadunica.
Gadunica does manage to find the route. We see Shen and Victor starting to collapse. Port might be the one slightly more caught out with Chentang arriving first, but the Karthus has more zoning potential. Does get caught out by a death ray. QR comes, finds the gold card. Chentang in a huge amount of trouble. They get caught by the flash taunt. Alpha Moss, the pentakill hero, previously on Shen, finds first blood in game 4.
And in the first game that Cabbage Family have top playing priority, they use it to great effect. In the first 3 games, it has often been the jungler that gets ahead early, which controls the theme of the game. Gadunica now behind because he didn't get, well, I say that, but Porp getting that assist early, and then Cabbage Family coming out to an early lead, doing all right for themselves.
Alpha Moss in a bit of trouble. Evan going aggressive. Porp comes and puts down the wall of pain. Evan trying to stay alive. Dodging away from the layways, gets caught out by the Defile. Porp flashes away from the knockup, not wanting to give any kills away to this carry. That is, of course, Evan.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge wave. That's what turns that around. Sees, hang on, wait, this guy is way too low. Evan charges up the Q, force the flash. It's still an extra Dark Harvest stack being picked up for Porp. Gadunica, though, using this time which Porp has shown himself top in to go steal a camp on that top side with the quick passive into Smite. Maybe looking towards something bot lane.
Gregor steps forward, but this is dangerous. Big old headbutt comes in. Pulverize used effectively. Nibble has to step back. Gadunica not able to make anything work on this gank, but will clear out a little bit of vision.
It will. So, Scuttles traded across the map. Gadunica not blowing any summoners on the bot side, but Gregor's having to kind of be put under the cosh, under tower by the bot lane of Bannoxus and Nibble. And Bannoxus and Nibble have played so well this series. Again, we kind of said in game 1 that, you know, what happened with that Swain going deathless and being such a huge carry. Bannoxus last year was often just kind of the role player for the team. He wasn't really the main carry because some of the resources were put into Evan, who was playing stuff like the Wukong, the big carries from topside. In this series, though, Bannoxus has been given the resources to carry and has done a mighty fine job of doing so. Really good turnaround from this player in this series to be very dominant.
It's one of the things I like about both of these teams as we see Bristol Whip starting up the first dragon of the game, yet again being a Cloud Dragon first. One of the things I like for both of these teams is that it feels like any player on these two teams can be the player we talk about most, can be the real carry, the real contributor to a victory. So often we see players who have such huge egos and want to be the main antagonist in each game. Here it feels like we have two great teams as we see the taunt connecting, forcing the flash out of Evan. Destiny comes in, gold card will be drawn for QR, stunning up the Undead General. We've not seen Sion die just yet, but we have now, and it's QR who picks up that kill. But there is a bit of a return around as we see Dragon secured from Bristol Whip. Now teleport from QR to quickly secure as much as they can.
So no plates now coming into the mid lane. Okay,
Grumpy.
combo maybe from Grumpy.
Port puts down the wall of pain, forcing the flash out of Chengtang yet again. Grumpy making plays.
Gadunica, though, actually really close to denying vision with the bush and would have stopped the combo coming out of mostly Grumpy. Flash away from the Victor. Okay, Couch Family denying some of the pressure from the early lanes. Porp off to a good start. Yes, traded a flash for Dark Harvest stack on the top side. But outside of that has been immaculate on the Death Singer so far. Couch Family 2-0 up at a healthy gold lead. And maybe that is going to be the story again, the jungle lead leading to the game win.
In Les Miserables, they ask, can you hear the people sing? Here for Les Happy on the Rift, we would hear the Silver Straight booming. Down on bot lane, Gregor's burning down from the Ignite. The Requiem gets put down, Nibble with the Ignite, able to find one, but the turnaround is there on the back of the stand United as Alpha Moss kills off Banuxas.
Oh, but the Shadow doesn't go on to Gregor's to save him. Yes, it's a 1-for-1. And then, of course, you do get the global gank of Porp coming out. Gregor's does go down. Oh, a little unfortunate for Cabbage Family, but they're still okay with the play, I suppose.
I disagree on this one for a rare occurrence, to be honest, because what happens here is you see a kill put onto Nibble and a kill put onto Alphamos in return. If you don't throw the Shen ultimate onto Mostly Grumpy, who's still in the action there, then it's, just probably no kill for no kill. Instead, it's top lane kill for support kill. I call worth.
Okay, I can accept that logic, of course. And then the other thing is, again,
I love that. I can accept that. You're wrong, but I can accept that.
I mean, there are a lot of secondary values for both these teams, right? Because you lose some farm topside, but then some of it's picked up by Karthus. Arguably, that's actually an advantage for Cabbage Family, because getting gold onto Karthus is always very nice, and it's not like Shen has lost out in the gold overall because they pick up some stuff bot side. Then you also get a Dark Harvest stack onto Porp, who hits them with the ult. That's again something that stacks up through the game. It means that your kill pressure as things go later is going to keep increasing. And then, of course, not getting that gold onto someone like Benoxas is, as you said, not ideal for Bristol Whipped. So, okay, all right, actually thinking about it, Cabbage Family getting more value from that than maybe it seems like on the surface of it.
Hey, you know what? I can agree to disagree on this one. I don't mind, but I think that we've both made our cases for it fairly well. Something else that I want to talk about right now.
You decide in chat.
Yeah, who wins, Stan or Stan? So one of the things I'd just like to briefly touch on as we have a bit of a lull in the action in what's been a bloodthirsty opening 8 minutes is a thought back to games 1 and game number 3. Mostly Grumpy in both of those games made a roam, made a play that led to first blood for Cabbage Family. However, Bristol Whip came back and Mostly Grumpy's roams seemed to cease as we got later and later into the game. In this one, I want to see more out of Mostly Grumpy. I want to see more roams. I want to see maybe Kaiser being left isolated or the transitions coming through so we can see these globals being used more by Alphamos, by QR on the back of Mostly Grumpy plays.
And Godonica healthily slaps up, just snacks up on about half a wave in mid lane then, because on the trigger seed, yeah, the base damage has been denied, but whatever, takes himself 4 minions. Chantang, though, gets himself double bust because of the Ivern passive. That means that TF is unlikely, really, to be winning out in solo trades. Not that you would be anyway. It's more about keeping the mana up on Chantang, and of course, he is an auto-attack trader with his Q. Chantang going to be hard to displace from that lane. And if you're talking about the support roams and how impactful they are, Mostly Grumpy now going towards mid, they're going to have a harder job of it, particularly now since Godonica is shuffling in this wave to bot side.
Daisy's immediately summoned, and at the very least it looks like turret plates are going to be going over to Bristol Whipped as they put down the aggression, they put down the plans. Daisy zones off Gregors and Mostly Grumpy. 1 turret plate will go. That's the 3rd one secured by Bristol Whip. They are 1,500 gold behind Cabbage Family, but they're making plays. Meanwhile, across the map, Port picking up the Herald.
Port's picking up the Herald, and then we have to see where that's going to be put down. Maybe you can use that to pressure Tensang again. Of course, he's had that mana topped up by getting an early blue buff. Port going to get themselves that Herald. Maybe a chance to go towards that victor yet again, although this time he is, of course, going to have his flash back up. He's been forced a couple of times. I don't think they're really going to get it within that couple of seconds he has left on the cooldown.
Over in Twitch chat, I see a fellow, another caster that I get to cast with a lot, arriving in chat and immediately throwing down the flame onto me. Gotta love it. That's right, Alex. I'm like this to everybody. Porp is able to secure the Herald, as you mentioned a moment ago. We'll have this one in pocket well pre-14 minutes, so we're probably going to see some turret plating going down. Looks like
Evan has no mana here.
Completely caught out here. The teleport comes through as Chentang will make this a 2v2. Alphamos rips through the hellfire of Evan, but the arrival of Chentang is enough to stop Cabbage Family in their tracks for now.
With Ivern Karma coming up, I think that's going to be everything else called off. If another Q had landed from Porp onto Evan, that probably would have been a kill through the ultimate. Didn't end up being so. Gets away with that play, although there's a turret at the cost. No, not the turret. It's going to be, of course, the teleport, rather. That's the other T word I was trying to look for, at the cost of that.
And it feels like on the back of every Cabbage Family play so far, even if there aren't kills, we're consistently seeing Summoners burn. And yet again, Mostly Grumpy making the play, forcing the flash out of Nibble. Yet again, Summoners burn, and this time there's a kill as well as Godonica falls to Porp. Jungler takes down Jungler, but Evan arrives with the unstoppable onslaught, finds a kill onto the opposition jungler. Both junglers are dead, and with the dragon having spawned, we've got to wonder, what will this lead to? Yet another teleport as Alphamos comes in, flash taunts, finds the connection onto Benoxas, who did not have the spell shield available. Evan going lower and lower, able to find the safety of their turret as we see the ultimate thrown down by Victim, but it's not able to pick up a kill.
Not able to pick up a kill. 1 for 2. Porp dies, but well, Karthus gets to keep casting spells while he's in the passive. Now Alpha Moss circling the waters. Ooh, he's getting the taunt.
Quickly find the taunt on Chen Tang, and we're going to see damage put down by the Kaiser. The Requiem, it comes from the skies and brings a kill to each of the ADC and the AP mid as well for Cabbage Family as they get themselves 2 quick kills on the back of a brilliant Alpha Moss play, and they find Infernal Dragon 2.
Alpha Moss on the Shen, brings it back out, gets big early plays, gets big plays slightly later into the game too. Second dragon secured for Cabbage Family. Porp with the respawn ultimate, really turning this around. Gets a couple more stacks on the Dark Seal after he lost them in that initial play. Cabbage Family off to a sizable lead now.
Hate to say I told you so, but I said in game number 1, Alpha Moss should have picked up the Shen to round out the Protect the ADC composition rather than the Lulu. And we're seeing now yet again in a finals just how incredible Alpha Moss is on this Shen. The playmaking potential that is here, the global pressure that is here. It could have made such a difference in game 1. We'll never know whether Greyheart's right or not. Spoiler, Greyheart's right.
I'll let you have that one. Of course, I am going to agree with you on this one. I think the Lulu in game 1 was... It left Cabbage Family without a front line. Shen gives you a bit more of that Protect the ADC, yes, but it also gives you more pick. That's what we saw there. Alpha Moss just slides out of vision, waits for the moment, and gets a good pick onto Chen Tang's Victor. And ball goes down in mid lane. Porp doesn't quite land anything on that one, though. And Cabbage Family going to summon that Herald just in time for plates mid.
Yeah, going to get a couple of turret plates off this one. Probably 3 at the end of it once we see this bot go on in. That's going to be a lot of gold put into Porp's pocket. And that will probably be Leandri's completed on the next back, which is obviously a huge power spike coming in for this jungler. A champion who essentially can go AFK and still have massive impact.
Absolutely. If you just get that Leandri's burn early across the entire team fight, even just by proccing all early, there is so much damage to come out. It's going to do great against the HP stackers of the Sion and to a lesser extent the Ivern, I suppose. Now we'll have to see, of course, what they're going to do with this jungle advantage, which is often spell doom for the other team.
One thing that worries me for Cabbage Family is that I do feel like they're slightly on a timer. We saw this last week. We kept on saying it. It's just a Sivir comp, and that's not in a degrading sort of way. What we mean by that is this is a Sivir comp. It gets to a certain point, and it does this thing, and it wins the game because it can do this thing. Cabbage Family, yes, they've taken themselves a 2,000 gold lead. They've got a 5-kill lead. But if they don't keep executing on the global pressure they can put out through the Twisted Fate, through the Shen, through the Requiem from Karthus, then all of a sudden that timer will elapse and Sivir will start doing things.
And one of the things now about, well, top lane's happening again. Evan has ult. He doesn't have much HP left.
Here we go again. He's all by himself and Evan will fall. This is not the deathless Sion that we saw coming out of Alpha Moss a couple of games ago. Far from it, giving over yet another kill over to the enemy. Gregor's able to complete the Gale Force on this back as well. So big power spikes coming through. We've got 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns.
Well, we do. I mean, one of the things about having the Karthus so far ahead is that it means that Sion is no longer safe if you're going to start roaming up there. Doesn't have to use the ultimate, just comes in and puts down a wall of pain and a couple of Qs. QR does put down enough CC to lock up Evan, and Evan's just going to be on weak side duty. Alpha Moss, 3-0 and 4, going to be a strong front line. Yes, Sion will become stronger than Sion in that regard later on, but for this point of the game, Cabbage Family happy to play the front to back, I think.
Melvin Izzle is here. Melvin Izzle has seen the Ivern. Melvin Izzle wants to tag in Nymera. It's not going to happen, though. It's me and you to the end.
Not this time. Cabbage Family, of course, doing well up against the Ivern so far. Had a little bit of pressure put down from Gadunika towards that bot lane early on. Didn't really lead to enough now. That's sat down at 8-2. Gold lead over to Cabbage Family. And the Dragons, of course, going their way too. Well, I mean, I say the Dragons is even. Bristol Whipped will have to, again, probably look to give up 1 or 2 of these dragons if they don't arrive to the objective first and try and scale up into the late game in the way that Cabbage Family did in game 2, but kind of failed to in games 1 and 3.
Yeah, exactly. And in game number 3, we saw Bristol Whip making the right decisions, deciding which ones to fight over and which not to fight over, letting the Jinx scale up, which isn't what Cabbage Family did. I know it's a different style of champion, but the Sivir has resemblances to the Jinx in that sense that you want to get it to a certain point. Of course, it's going to be the Essence Reaver picked up first of all by Sivir, another item that's had, I think it's a slight nerf, you'd argue.
Yes, it has.
It's cheaper, but less impactful now.
Yeah, less stats, but pretty cheap. So it's
yeah.
whatever. It's not quite parity. You do lose some gold value, but the item's completed quicker. It's still going to be the mana sustain for Banaxas, who does have plenty of wave clear, and as you see, just shreds waves of the Q and W. You really have to force a dive onto the server if you want to get to the turret first, and that's not so easy when you've got a Karma behind you as well.
And not just the Calm, but also the Ivan as well. It's the double supports coming through, much like we saw in the first game. Double supports for the Jinx. In that game, it didn't work out. In this game, maybe it'll be a different story. Chentang slightly caught out with 4 members of Cabbage family over on the bottom half of the map. While this happens, the Herald will go down. Bristol Whip essentially go, you've got control of the dragon. We'll take this objective.
They get something for it. They do end up taking that Herald. At the cost of giving up bot side pressure. Chentang was farming the Gromp, didn't actually get that. They lose Wolves as well, so slightly less value in terms of the neutrals, which, well, I mean, their own jungle camps, which were stolen away by Cabbage Family as well. Alpha Moss making sure to farm up on the Gromp on their side of things too. Cabbage Family just kind of like slowly eking out more and more advantages. The question is if it's actually going to explode, or actually if the rate at which they're gaining advantages is healthy enough for them to play against the Civil late game.
Exactly that, and that is my concern right now, and I want to shout out Bristol Whip and say how much respect I have for the speed that they are playing this game at. Porp steals away a blue buff from Ivan, and now that respect is gone from me because Bristol Whip do not respect the pressure that Cabbage Family can put down. Nibble, who so many times has been a hero for Bristol Whip, is the villain of this piece.
Just slips through vision, do mostly Grumpy and QR. Well, Porp kind of too, forces the flash, well, gets the flash forced rather by Chentang, who turns around the Chaos Storm. Now Nibble is down. It forces Gadunica to respond in the mid lane. I don't actually think this is going to lead to much tower pressure. Bristol Whip still holding on with their wave clear across the map. And things are, even with that pick, still somewhat stable for Bristol Whip. They still have enough wave clear across the board. The question for me is, what's really going to break open this map for Cabbage Family? Are they happy to keep things going, or are they waiting for a big play to make so they can finally claim one of these turrets across the map?
As you say, Nibble doesn't get away with their life, but they do get away in terms of the pressure across the map in this instance. The thing is, if that happens post 20 minutes and suddenly a Baron is available for Cabbage Family, well, that's exactly how Bristol Whipped made things accelerate so brilliantly last time
Nibble.
round. Destiny comes in, Nibble oversteps, does flash away this time.
So, not quite close enough for the gold card on QR. Doesn't want to burn the flash either. They do use one of their globals. Porp runs over that control ward. Is going to still try to... Oh, big sign ult coming through.
Yeah, Unstoppable Onslaught going to catch Porp out. He's on top of Blascombe. He's not able to use it. Rooted in place as he is, but Nuxas is able to find the kill despite the Stand United coming through. Mostly Grumpy takes a little bit of damage and Nibble, and this time Bristol Whip come out with the better of things.
Alpha Moss using the Shen ult feels like that's a tad unfortunate for Cabbage Family. You would really like to keep that global available, particularly if a fight happens across the map from them. It means that you can't spread the map quite as wide. But with the Herald being summoned, I guess they wouldn't want to anyway.
Nice pressure here as well, trying to bait Cabbage Family into trying to come and maybe bop the eye of the Herald, stop this charge coming through, but that's definitely not going to happen. Mid will crash down, second turret of the game will go to Bristol Whip. They have a 2-0 turret advantage.
If they do, looks like they can take down the Herald before it does slam into that inner turret. No dragon available, no extra objectives, because the Baron is so unlikely to be started at this point. Nibble, I'm actually... Oh, he's going in for it.
Gregors goes aggressive with the killer instinct. The Requiem falls from the skies. Nibble will burn down to the Leandries, but it will not be enough to secure a kill on the back of the shields for the Karma.
Flash auto from Gregors would have secured the passive, would have secured the kill. Doesn't quite end up getting the damage calculations. That's another 2 ultimates used from Cabbage Family, but not much cost to Bristol Whips.
And this is the thing, if Nibble had died in that situation, much like we spoke of a minute or two ago, then perhaps the Baron can come under threat. As it is, Cabbage Family decide, let's try and take this opportunity with the Karma having gone back to maybe start his Baron up, but Porp just loses a huge amount of health points, essentially for nothing.
He's trying to force maybe Bristol Whip to respond, but no one to tank up for the Carthus. I mean, he's going to heal up either way. Actually, when he's got the Giant Spell in inventory, I actually wonder if there's going to be the Demonic Embrace coming out of Porp for the double burn build for the Leandries on top of that. That will be a way to cut through the front line in a way that the Kai'Sa can't really right now. There's the lethality from the Serpent's Fang, which is of course going to help out taking down those shields as well. That's going to be important for trying to kill the first person in a team fight as Kai'Sa does jump in. Of course, it helped even there, maybe trying to take down the Karma and Ivern shields. Heck, there are so many shields at the side of Bristol Whip. Obviously, you can see the advantage of building that item. Porp, though, has to be on tank slaying duty, and if he dies early and tries to use that passive, that might be an issue.
I'm going to make a bold claim here. I am going to promise you, Twitch chat, that in 1 minute's time, this game will have its fuse absolutely lit, because the third potential dragon for Cabbage Family will spawn. It will be yet another ocean, and I believe that there are enough big items now for Bristol Whip that they will not want to let this one go down without a fight.
No, they will not, because while Bristol Whip do want to be fighting over dragons in a 5v5 front to back, they don't want to be forced to, if you get what I mean. No one wants to be forced to have that sword of Damocles hanging over their head, hanging by a thread, waiting to fall. Bristol Whip get themselves into the river first. They get themselves vision. It's an ocean rift. They get to put extra brushes down with the Ivan. That's relevant to the vision being garnered by Bristol Whips, but they have now ceded some control.
Every summoner spell in the game is available, with the exception of Godunica's Flash and Nibble's Flash, the two supportive champions for Bristol Whip. Daisy already put down, trying to find the catch onto Alphmos, who steps away from the knockup from Airfan, however does lose half of their health. They do have teleport available, they do have Stand United available, so the recall comes through from the top laner. This is the one person they can afford to lose that much health. Of course, this is Ocean Dragon. There are extra bushes all over the place, especially with the Ivan as well. Cyanol not able to find a knockup, Hawk able to sidestep for now, but still getting caught out by the sun, still taking so much damage. Gets Stand United down top of them, but Nuxas takes the kill onto Mostly Grumpy. Return kill onto Evan. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Porp under threat. QR with the gold card, saving the life of the oh my gosh, of the Carthus just for now, but so low, and maybe now they're not going to be able to do anything about this dragon. Requiem is going to be thrown down. QR threatening with the gold card. Dragon down to 5,000 health. Chentang throwing down the death ray, not finding anything onto Alphmos. QR continuing the aggro onto the dragon. This one is playing out so tensely.
That it is. Porp trying to regen health from the Scuttle Crab. There's no Scion. He does have teleport. Dragon is getting lower.
Porp is so low. Does of course have the smite available. Destiny is going to be issued, and this is enough for Cabbage Family to take control once more of the dragon. With that smite, Porp is able to secure it. Alphmos will have the taunt, will be able to get out of safety. Thrill the Hunt not available for on the Hunt not available for Benuxas, and that is not going to be a kill in return for the dragon. Third dragon secured by Cabbage. I promised a fight. It was an eventful one, but it was a relatively unbloodthirsty one. That's totally
it doesn't mean the tension is any lower. There could have been any number of missteps which cost the series for Cabbage Family. That QR off vision, going for a gold card.
But Nuxas goes in, out, flashes away, having already used a spell shield, leaving Nibble to
teleport.
Double teleport comes in, and it's going to be Gregors getting out with the flash. Mostly Grumpy left for dead. Both of the sports left as tribute, but in goes Alphmos, the taunt straight onto Gadunica, but that's not the tell you want, because Nuxas is healthy, taking down Gregors, finding the kill. Alphmos arrives too late, trying to get damage down. Porp comes in, throws down the defile. Benuxas still doing work, but eventually dying off. Alphmos caught out by the gravity shield. Chentan trying to find the kill onto the top laner as Efan comes across and takes down the opposite number. Chentan credited with the kill. Porp looking for yet more damage, but it looks like everybody else will live.
Chentang!
Chentang slowed down by the wall of pain. Porp trying to get to safety with Daisy charging in. Woo! What a fight!
Got Chentang still speeding up. He's looking for something.
Looking for the empowered auto on the back of the queue, but Porp throws down the wall of pain yet again, running lower and lower on mana.
Well, see, the problem here is that, of course, there is actually a Carthus ult available at the end of this fight. I think it ends up an extended 3-for-2 because Nibble dies at the very start of it, but Bristol Whipped show how hard they can clap back in these fights. Mostly Grumpy oh gosh, so close coming through. Evan gets the extra shield. And this is tense as all hell.
What the holy heck? The Destiny, the gold card. Efan gets bopped as Mostly Grumpy comes back. Chentang leaves the Scion for dead. The kill comes in for the Alistar, but the burn is there from the ultimate of Chentang, making a 1-for-1 on the back of a brave play from QR. They do give up their life.
Oh, bloody hell, Stan. I just can't predict what's going to happen next. The globals at the very end of the fight to restart things very nearly turn into a massive advantage for Cabbage Family. Nibble's not too close.
Nibble has the flash available, but doesn't get away from damage from Alphmos. Jeez.
So that's going to be, at the end of it, still Ocean Soul point to Cabbage Family. It's another kill going to Alphmos, who on this Shen has been a force to be reckoned with. But given that fight went all over the place, gold was picked up by Benuxas, it was picked up by Chentang. It's not like Bristol Whipped are out of it. Their carries are strong. It's just the fact that Cabbage Family now have this soul point, the objective lead, which is going to be difficult for them to now wrangle the map in their favor against.
Alex, I pride myself on being able to get out of like hype mode eventually and sort of calm things down, but right now my heart's racing. This game is so incredibly hype. Cabbage Family, they are on the edge of being able to take things to 2-2, to take us to a 5th game in the series, which so many people want so much. The people who don't want that are Bristol Whip. They want to put an end to the Cabbage Family's careers right now. They want the final nail in the coffin. Such a tight game, and I can't calm down whether you want me to or not.
No. 3 years of history demands more. It demands an extra set of variables to be put into play. Cabbage Family going to finally take themselves the first turret of this map for themselves in that top side. I just love the fact that this is going to the smoke and mirrors, playing on the fact that all these squads, all of these members of these teams are so comfortable and synergized with each other. Cabbage Family, they do make it entertaining, don't they?
Gadunica and Chloe clearing out the vision at the Baron, which has yet again proved to be such a crucial objective so many times in this series. Still looking to see if any team makes a play around that. In a minute's time, another Ocean Dragon will spawn. If it's secured by Cabbage Family, they find themselves such a massive buff in the Ocean Soul.
That they do, particularly because when Carter starts putting down that burn damage, of course, that's going to keep ticking up Ocean Soul. It means it lasts longer on him. You have to blow up a lot of these members, and I'm particularly looking at Alphamos at this point. It's going to be very hard to do so. Heck, even Mostly Grumpy is going to get significantly more HP to have to chew through on the back end of it, and that's difficult now for Binoxas to stare at and go, ah, crap, if I have to kill this front line within a reasonable time frame so I don't lose my own front line, that's going to be difficult through that objective.
Got to keep your eyes on where Alphamos goes now. Evan does not have the teleport to match this one up, so there will be the Stand United available for Alphamos, who also will have teleport coming off cooldown fairly shortly. Evan will have it up too soon, but not quite as this dragon spawns, and as a result, Bristol Whip have to stay stuck together as a 5-man. We know exactly what can happen if Binoxas presses the ultimate, if the Sivir comp comes online. The question is who wins this next fight, because honestly, whoever wins this next fight, whoever takes this next dragon, might just win the game as a result.
Oh my Gideon, I just cannot predict anything. The wall of pain goes down. Big tense moments coming up.
Porp loses a little bit of health, and Daisy is sent straight back into the opposition. Mostly Grumpy loses so much health, has to burn through.
Sivir ult, though.
Meanwhile, we do see the dragon haven't been started up. Cabbage are not in the best of positions to try and contest this one, with Porp and Gregors going out the backside. Evan trying to do what they can to Gregors. Porp and Gregors trying to turn the tables onto the almighty Sion. It looks like it's working. Grumpy comes in as Gregors finds the kill onto Nibble. Evan's going to go lower and lower. 2-0 in favour of Cabbage Family as we see the Requiem coming down from the skies. The dragon going lower and lower, but Chentang is going to find the kill. The turnaround is complete as they actually managed to remove Alphamos from the fight momentarily. I'm losing the ability to speak because this is so obscenely intense. Gadunica goes lower and lower, but not as low as Mostly Grumpy, who is dead. Dragon is also going low, and this is still being contested. Ocean Soul is secured by the Cabbage Family, but they lose their mid lane for the privilege. Chentang now speeding things up, getting speed up. Finding the Death Ray, finding the kill onto Gregors, finding the triple kill. Might well find a quadra if they have their way, because Porp gets obliterated by the damage from the Death Ray, trying to stay alive, not doing so. Quadra for Chentang. Ocean Soul for Cabbage Family. This game is off the hook.
Oh my god, that combo from Mostly Grumpy should have ended the fight, but the split call from Cabbage Family saying, okay, maybe we can go towards the Soul, maybe we can go and try and pick off Chentang. It's now going to be teleports in towards the Baron, and Chentang going to get enough mana from the Tony Fruit. Means that this is probably going to be a Baron for Cabbage Family. Alphamos is here, maybe to try and stop things going quite so easily that way, though.
Knees weak, arms are heavy, there's cabbage on my sweater already. Bristol Whip starred up the Baron, having lost out the last crucial buff. The question is, can the monster Alphamos stop this one? Another teleport comes in as QQR will join the fight. Taunt will connect onto Evan.
Gadunica can't be here, he's got to reset!
A little bit of a combo, and the gold card connects onto Evan, who does have the ultimate available should they need to get out to safety. They decide that's exactly what they need to do, and this might lead to Cabbage Family being able to start up the Baron. However, Binoxas is going to quickly throw out the boomerang and just check that's not going down.
Porp is on his way to the Baron. Gadunica has reset. The Ocean Soul is now on Cabbage Family, but a lot of gold was picked up by Bristol Whip across the last couple of fights. Mostly Grumpy is still angling. He doesn't have the second rank of his ultimate, but he does have a team starting the Baron.
It's already down to 10,000 health. Mostly Grumpy trying to distract Bristol Whip as much as possible. A little bit of vision put down the back of the pit, and that is not disabled by the positioning of that control ward. Mostly Grumpy, he gives up his life to zone for his team, but Bristol Whip now have a man advantage with a Baron available.
Mostly Grumpy pops his ult at like 400 HP. It's just not good enough at that point. He goes down. Bristol Whip take the pick though, and they don't find anything else. We are at the absolute knife's edge, at the pinnacle of new League of Legends. Cabbage Family feel like they fumbled a little bit during those last couple of fights. Bristol Whip doing well to snipe back a number of kills. Cabbage Family, though, still have themselves that soul, still have themselves a very fed Kai'Sa, and of course Alpha Moss popping off too, and they're going back to the Baron.
Alex, screw our comedy rivalry. I need all your help on this one because I'm absolutely shaking. This game is so intense. This ward at the back of the pit is not disabled by the control ward. Bristol Whipped know this is going on. They know it's only 2. It's just Porp, it's just Alpha Moss. They take the Baron down to half, but they may have just leashed it for Bristol Whipped.
It's going to regen. They spot out the roaming members from Bristol Whipped with the Void Seeker. It's just going to be another reset, and it is, again, ping-ponging back and forth in the mid lane with the waves, with the Baron starts, and nothing has given just yet, although it is bending to the breaking point.
If we see a more tense, more exciting game in any other competition, in anywhere for the rest of this week, we will have seen a couple of absolutely phenomenal games. QR,
yeah, where's he going?
Going down the Destiny, but looks at
Sounds not here.
Has to stay alive. Uses the On the Hunt, trying to get out to safe, but Gold Card catches onto Nibble. Alpha Moss secures the kill with the Taunt as Port manages to pick up 1. That is going to be a 5 versus 4 power play going over to Cabbage Family, the team with Ocean Soul. So many times we've seen them poke down, but now they can regen that health easier.
And this is so important.
The ward.
It reminds me of what happened to Mostly Grumpy's Bard. Because you're on an Enchanter, getting picked is an option. It's a very real option for Cabbage Family. They have themselves Fire Cannon gold cards. They keep coming into Evan, angling for an ult.
Baron down to 3,000. Surely this will be the cure for Cabbage Family. Evan trying to play interference, trying to do what they can. Baron down to 1,000. Smite fight goes in, and it is going to be Porp who comes up heroic. Alpha Moss going lower, may give up their life, but instead Porp finds the kill onto Gadunica. Somehow, some way, Chentang finds himself another miraculous kill, making it a 4 against 4. But that is going to be Cabbage Family with the Baron, and we've got Elder spawning in 2 mid lane.
Oh, Chentang's Victor continues to be a force at the competitive edge of UK University League of Legends. He pulls it out on absolutely every damn stage he wants to, and he makes it look good. We have an Elder soon. You're right. The waves are pushing so very far against Cabbage Family. I'm not actually sure how much they get out of this Baron power play. They have got a Baron power play of, well, about 1,500 at the moment. Of course, most of that gold is going to come from the actual kill of the Baron itself. It gives Cabbage Family a couple of more items. It gives them a bit more map pressure to play around, but it is not sealing the game. I think the Elder is going to be a thing. It's going to be something fought over. It's not going to peter out before that.
I am so insanely happy that the only people that can see my OBS cam right now are production, because I am a hot mess. This game is incredible. You promised me one of the most incredible grand finals the Null has ever seen. I legitimately doubted you at times, knowing some of the amazing ones that we've seen, but here it is. Game number 4, and the atmosphere is electric. I don't know if you're feeling it too, Twitch chat, but I feel like this one's still got a few bumps on the way to the end.
Send them your energy. Send us your energy. God damn it, because we don't need that help. Wait, that's actually a Carth Assault being popped immediately. They get Nibble!
QR! He finds the kill on the back of the Destiny, and with 40 seconds until Baron Sports, Bristol Whipped are down a member, and they're still having to defend a Baron push. They lose a turret on the bottom side of the map. Their inhibitor turret comes under threat. Alpha Moss is pushing on the top side and does have Stand United and Teleport available.
Evan is looking for anything. If Sion finds an angle like this without Mostly Grumpy nearby, it could be catastrophic for Cabbage Family. It is so dangerous to group up against this Sion. Evan is angling for it yet again.
I think I might be keeping my neighbours up with all the screaming, and I do not care. This game is too exciting. It's balanced on a knife's edge. The Elder Dragon spawns right now. Alpha Moss still pushing on top side with Baron buff, but we have got yet another fight brewing around the Elder Dragon. It's already been started up by Pop. Nibble is back alive with so many speed ups. Will join the fight quickly. We need to see the Stand United come in. It needs to come in clutch. Mostly Grumpy already using the ultimate. Straight taking a lot of damage from the Chentang ult, but it is going to be Mostly Grumpy kept alive by Pop on the Stand United. The turret will fall up on the top side, started off by Alpha Moss. The Elder Dragon still being leashed by Cabbage Family, but that is going to be the kill for Chentang, who is trying to carry Bristol Whip on in this game. He's going full 1v9 mode. Gregor's turning the damage down, managing to rip through.
Chentang's dead!
Alpha Moss is able to find one, and Chen Tang dies to QR off screen. Meanwhile, Fan trying to chase down Gregors cannot do a damn thing. Alpha Moss is able to survive as well, and the Elder Dragon
the base!
over to one team, but it might not be what matters the most, because this is going to be QR and Alpha Moss both teleporting up to the top side of the map. They're going to secure themselves an inhibitor. They might even be able to secure themselves the game. Meanwhile, Gregors is taking the Elder Soul.
I think Cabbage Family find themselves a 2-for-1, an inhibitor in topside. Heck, it's going to be an extra... Well, they've got an ult coming through as well. Okay, just using it on cooldown to continually stop Bristol Whip from fighting on full HP. And they're stopping us from casting on a full set of lungs. I'm losing air capacity here.
Never mind lungs. I just bit my hand so hard it hurts. And it must be hurting for Chen Tang right now, because the 11-3-2 Victor is trying to do so much to keep Bristol Whips alive in this game, but it's just not quite happening. Cabbage Family coming up trumps, finding a 10,000 gold lead, finding the Elder Soul, destroying an inhibitor in top, exposing an inhibitor in bot. Madness on the Rift.
Madness! No, this is Newell. Kick him into the pit. We've got almost the most hype games we have ever cast, honestly. Mostly Grumpy, still fishing, still looking for the combos. There's an Elder onto Cabbage Family, the Bristol Whips, even with the gold deficit, even with the Soul, and of course the gold in everything's favor for Cabbage Family. Are not out of this yet. Chen Tang has a Magi's, has himself so many kills. They do have a way out of this. It's just looking very daunting right now.
5 words, Nightmare. It's just a Sivir comp. Sivir yet to really show up in these fights, yet to really rip through the health bars. It's mostly been on the Victor's shoulders. Now with 3 inhibitors down, it is the moment for Banuxas to show up if ever they were going to.
Oh, the thing is though, having the Fire Cannon gold card autos at this point is so important. This is what you do with Karthus. You just put the burn on. You just keep throwing it at them.
The Death from the Skies reigns in as Alpha Moss starts tanking up the damage. Turret number 1 under threat by the Nexus. Ultimate thrown down by Chen Tang just to try and clear as many minions as possible. But I'm not sure this is enough to stop the onslaught Cabbage Family are putting down in Game 4 of this obscenely good Grand Final here at the Null.
The Elder is still on Cabbage Family. There's one turret. There's gold cards. They're just trying to poke them out. The siege continues.
The minions are now flooding in from all of the lanes with those super minions crashing in. This is Bristol Whip's last stand in this game. Surely Cabbage Family can tie things up.
Alpha!
Silver Scrapes. Huge Alpha Moss torn. Gregors finds the kill onto Chen Tang. The damage is gone. The game is over. Cabbage Family take it at 38 minutes. They take us to 2-all. Bring on the Silver Scrapes.
Raise your cabbages. We have ourselves a Game 5 Nexus Falls. And I'm losing my breath. I'm going to try and... I'm raising my cabbages. And we're going to have ourselves another bite at this series. Newell Finals goes the distance.
Take us to break. Too hyped to break that one down. See you soon.
No, I need time. Apparently production is also too hyped to have everything in there. I genuinely don't have words right now. That is a late game menagerie from both of these teams, showing us that they can go the distance. Is there any way this matchup could have gone for 3 years back and forth and back and forth? Former champions looking to take it all the way, Stan.
You promised me 5 games, Nightmare. You have delivered. So have Cabbage Family. So have Bristol Whip. Game number 4 goes to Cabbage Family. We're going to break. See you soon. Well, we did have Silver Scrapes. Silver Scrapes again, again. Silver Scrapes. For the third time at a Duel Grand Finals, we get Greyheart bopping to Silver Scrapes. This is a series that always loves to give us the maximum number of games, the maximum amount of excitement, the maximum amount of potential heart attacks for the casters. And wow, what a series yet again. Thank you so much, everybody out there, for joining us and sticking with us on this one. We are going to the final, the concluding game of a 3-year-long opus between these two teams, where we've got players who have essentially just shredded this path together, and that path is coming to its conclusion here in the Duel, and in such a dramatically wonderful fashion. The words don't do it justice, Nymera.
It's so different, like, knowing the teams, being there alongside them in some capacity, and my voice is ragged. I'm not caring about that. I may be, well, it's going to be a problem if I can't speak tomorrow. I'm meant to be doing stuff then. I don't give a damn. I don't care. There is something so different about walking this path and seeing how these young people get their steps onto competitive glory. It feels just electric, and there will be some of you in here who probably haven't tuned into these teams before. There will be some of you here that will be interested and maybe just aren't as invested because, you know, you're supporting other teams. You just saw it on the front page. You saw something else. Let me tell you, for those of us who have been alongside everything here, you cannot replace this kind of feeling. This is what we live for in esports.
Yeah, this series legitimately does mean the world at this point, and it's so great to be here. Great to be casting it alongside yourself, Nymera. Great to be joined by two of the Greyhounds as well. They were wrong in their prediction. They went 3-0 to Bristol Whip, but they may still be right in terms of the correct winner of the series. We have two mega minds, however, in Brackish Brit and Patrick as well, who both predicted 3-2s. However, one of them went for Bristol, one of them went for Cabbage. Only one of them can stand the test of time as the ultimate prophet here at the Duel. We are into Game 5. The bans are raining through thick and fast. Karthus, Corky, Twisted Fate banned away by Bristol Whip. Cabbage family responding with Seraphine and Lilia thus far.
And I think that one of the really important things about this series, that if the team that plays Enchanter supports has given over enough pick to the other team, so when Bard was picked off time and time again, when the Calm was picked off time and time again last game, so one apiece for these teams, it has fallen apart around the late game, because that Twisted Fate's banned away, the Karth is banned away, could just shut down that Enchanter so effectively, and then leave the teams without their all-important support, which empowers your team fighting so much. The Karthus got through in Game 4, not to be said in this one. Tristana let through in Game 5.
Massive ban away of the Jinx, however, denying this one. As a result, like you say, the Tristan is left open and it is insta-locked in. The Karma seems to be the first pickup that we see in most games when it's left open going over to red side. It is, however, winless so far, as is the team on red side in general. And so it seems like a bit of a bucking the trend coming through from Cabbage Family, as they don't want a Jarvan and Taric reunion.
But Cabbage Family have literally played Taric E recently. The Taric, of course, being so important for Gadunica and the Jarvan as well. There is spice to be had at the death of this series.
They can't do that.
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm wondering what else is left on the table to be really important. I mean, there's Sivir still up. That can do well versus Tristana, being able to shield the bomb, either as poke or as crit, and it gives you the ability to have that hyper late game scaling. This is the first time we've even seen a glimpse of Nidalee, though. That's different.
That is something very different. Not going to be the Yi this time
No
around
Yi.
unless it's played in an unusual lane. The Nidalee, however, is bringing Porp's famed champion back onto the table. The number of times we have talked about this over the years is not a small number. It's going to be going up, most likely, against a Talia in the jungle as Gadunica decides to go AP heavy as well.
So I was wondering, actually, you lock in maybe a Renekton right there, and you just say, all right, we can just, just run through topside. But then, of course, Camille is often a really good pick with the Nidalee too. Talia being locked in, especially with your passive, which gives you movement speed when you're next to terrain. As a jungler, it means that you roam so quickly across the map. Which means that, of course, Gadunica, whose pathing has been phenomenal this series, will hopefully be there to stymie any attempts towards top lane. Orp and Alphamos, though, not letting their duo go seen so far. Greg is going back towards the Kai'Sa, and that was a force to be reckoned with in Game 4.
This is a series where lots of plays have been made, lots of cabbages have been beaten, lots of vocal cords have been strained. It feels like there are still a few twists and turns before we reach its inevitable conclusion. The question is, will we find it, as is usually the case on a Wednesday evening here at the Newell, or will we be in the early hours of Thursday morning before this game reaches its conclusion? It's pretty late here in the UK if you're watching us from abroad, and we certainly do welcome you. The Kai'Sa's locked in. Chentang's Victor is banned away. Alphamos' Camille in return will be no more.
Okay, so what's happening with frontline picks? The better frontline is also often won in this game so far, so there's still Sion available, still Cho'Gath, which has been let through a lot of different times. I'm looking for those to be on the ban list, particularly because, again, they can nullify laning matchups in that top side, which typically Evan has wanted to not go against, because Evan tends to win a lot of those top lane matchups.
It's a couple more bans to be seen. One of them is the Urgot taken away from Evan, something that we know they can play really, really well. One of the champions, of course, that we see them quite regularly turn to in this situation is the Jax. The question is how well that will pair up with something alongside the Talia, if that does end up most likely being jungler. I will apologise to anybody listening. In the last game, I have slightly shot my voice, but I'll give you everything I have still got coming into this last one. Orianna is the final ban. We've seen the Yorick hovers so many times. This is a champion who has had so many buffs, a huge considerable buff in this patch. Will it get locked in Game 5?
You could also go for something like Shen. Again, Shen Nidalee is also not awful. You get that CC. Sion, the better frontline. It does open up stuff like the set once more, which again does so well into Sion, because you just punt them back into the backline and then just dunk on the ADC. And yes, Cabbage Family had one of the rare 7-for-none fights at the Nexus. They killed both the casted voices at the same time. I don't know who was given the kill participation for that one. They're going to have another shot at it in Game 5.
Well, with the Sion locked in and the Cho'Gath not banned away for one of the first times this evening coming into second rotation, that is the lock-in for Evan. So many times the carry for Bristol Whip. Will this be their monstrous opportunity to do it yet again? We're seeing a Vayne hover. If this gets locked in, I lose my mind.
Stranger things have happened. It's locked in? Where is that going? That is a blind Vayne pick into a solo lane. Oh my god. 5th game, Vayne thrown down onto the table. What have you got, Cabbage Family? Roll with these punches.
I'm sure everything you just said was deeply interesting, Nymera, but I didn't hear a word of it because I was too busy having my...
It's the Annie. The Annie's been locked in. We have seen precisely one Annie in the last couple of weeks, and I believe it actually came out of Bristol Whipped when they played against Cabbage Family in the upper bracket, or at least in one of their other series.
It was Chentang. Played it in a losing effort.
Played it in a losing effort. We have the Tristana being flexed mid. The Vayne's been going down to bot side, so it wasn't actually the Vayne locked into a solo lane. Annie locked in. Wombo Nation, again, kind of restored for both these teams. Combos everywhere. It's game 5. Things have gone a little bit off the handle. I don't really know how to react to all of this draft. Of course, we've got huge team fight and frontline from both teams. Less of the globals this time from both of these teams, which means that it is going to be much more cards face up on the table. What have you got? It's going to be the 5v5 stand, and these 5v5s are going to be glorious.
Predictions are open. I do not have a single clue who is going to take this last game. I am bamboozled beyond all compare. My mind is broken. It shall not recover from this. Get your predictions in for the final time today. I've got 700 channel points to spend. I might as well pop them in somewhere. Now, Mera, if you had channel points to burn, where would you be putting them right now?
I mean, I do have them to burn, I suppose, and how many have I got? I may as well put all of them. I've got 10,000.
I see your 10,000. I raise you 700.
Going to Cabbage Family on this one, even though the odds are absolutely atrocious. You can just thank me if Bristol Whip to win. I'm upping your odds. So for those of you who do have friends in these teams who have tried, even if you don't know them, if you support them, absolutely get in Twitch chat. Get in there, get your friends in stream and support them. I know that Chentang wanted to shout out Jackie, Felicity, Jess, and Kieran who are watching them tonight as well. And there are plenty of people who are supporting both of these teams as close families. Close friends, I suppose, that one. Being part of, the Bristol Whipped and Cabbage families, I suppose. And it could not get closer. It could not be more apt. It could not be more hype.
Could not be more hyped. If, a huge thank you, by the way, to our co-streaming partner, twitch.tv/Rezone Games. If that's someone who you're interested in following, maybe would prefer to watch or watch alongside this cast, that is absolutely fine. We welcome that and we thank them for doing that co-stream alongside us. They're staying up with us through the conclusion of it as well. This absolute incredible series that we've had. I wonder what they've made of the cabbage eating antics. Meanwhile, here, I'm going to do my level best to restore some sanity, attempt to bring my strongest possible voice, get us into this game 5, get us out of it on the other end with an eventual champion. And just a quick word to the rise, we've had a chomp of Savoy Cabbage and White Cabbage so far. If Cabbage come back and complete the victory, it will be the Red Cabbage that's all that's left that I haven't had. And so come on, Bristol Whipped.
I don't have a horse. Yeah, sure, I can bet channel points, whatever. I don't care. I'm here for good League of Legends. I've cast Bristol Whipped in spring, win the championship last year. Cast Cabbage Family something like 15 times or more, maybe 20 over the last year. I've had experience of both these teams. It feels like this is the perfect send-off to both teams. Neither of these teams could walk away with their heads held low from this. They will always be proud of the games which they put on show here. Yes, there will be disappointment if they don't walk away the victors, but my god, are they going to have some clips to take away from it.
They certainly are, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be involved with the Newell as an organisation as a whole for the last couple of years that I've been involved, and also particularly this split, which has been amazing and has led to this momentous final game. I know there's an opportunity that this game ends up being a blowout, and one of these two teams just goes, cool, we take the early, we run it home, and that happens. That'd almost be disappointing and somewhat anticlimactic, but at this point I wouldn't even care because the rest of the series has been so great. These two teams have provided us so much. Bristol Whipped are a team that I've cast in multiple finals through the years. I don't believe I've ever seen them come out on the winning side of things from 2-all, and so maybe this is their opportunity to right the wrongs in the record books. Cabbage Family, a team who have provided so much entertainment, so many interesting picks, and Annie mid to finish things off, for God's sake. And yeah, at this point, all the cliches in the world, just, you can throw them out there, but it's just been an incredible series. Glad everybody out there's been able to share it with us, and as soon as we get onto the Rift, we'll go again.
We will. And all I have to say to this is, I know it's a line I bust out a while ago, but long live University League of Legends. I know it's not your LCK, I know it's not your LPL, but having that connection, having these players that we've seen travel up through the ranks, travel and have their own stories laid bare on stream and everything, it brings it closer to home. Yeah, I played in the Newell back in the day. I'm not playing there now, I'm casting. But you know what? I'm so glad I got to do that because I've managed to see up close and personal how much it means to these players, how much it means to the production, everyone behind it too. This is something, I can't use the word enough, it's special, it's unique, it's emotionally tearing apart because I know one of these teams has to lose. It's bittersweet, it's a celebration, we get to do this given all the crap that's happened in the last year, and what a way to do it as well. How perfect is it?
We're legitimately both so lucky to be in this position, to not just to get to see this final, but also to get to cast it, to have these final kind of climactic moments coming in. But we're still at least a good 20 minutes away from that sort of thing happening. We've got to turn attention back towards these two compositions. It's tough to do. It's late at night. There's been so much excitement, so many highs, but now we kind of almost have to deal with the somewhat blasé stuff. We have to look at the compositions that are in front of us. Some wacky picks, arguably, in here. We're seeing a Vayne in competitive play for the first time in a while. We're seeing an Annie mid for the second time in 2 weeks. Which of these two comps has sort of the best early game agency? Because so many of those global champions, which have been predominantly winning out across the series, more or less all of them are taken away, and we're not seeing them.
So, there's better setup for the Nidalee on the side of Cabbage Family, because you have a stun in mid lane, point and click. Not really the same to be said for top lane, I suppose. You do have side who can land that Q, but it's not like Nidalee has the typical top lane dive combo. There's a Taric. Taric will help the late game from Cabbage Family too, but if that ult from Taric is late, in the late game, that is a dead Sion. Sion is not as good a frontline as it will be in game 2. And for the first time, we have 2 tank top laners. It's not a carry. There aren't globals to split the map. You are going to have to turn up and, put up and just square up at the Dragon, at Herald, wherever. And you don't get to make mistakes at that point. Particularly when you do have the double AD carries, which do scale better against tanks than someone like the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa, yeah, dive onto the backline, that's great, but it's not going to do as much work against the Cho'Gath as a Tristana and a Vayne are going to do versus the Sion. That Taric is going to be absolutely pivotal. And this is why I would, I suppose I like the Nidalee in the early game wombo that you can bring out from the level 6 of the Annie for Cabbage Family. I think they can snowball things. But if you don't roll off hard enough, Bristol Whip, double AD carries, one of the latest game scaling carries in the game. This could not be more apt. Again, it's not a draft advantage even this time. It's not anything close to that.
For the final time tonight, a 5th time in a phenomenal series, we step onto the Rift. We salute Bristol Whipped and Cabbage Family, who have provided us with so much entertainment, not just tonight, but through the rest of the split. We are just one Nexus explosion away from crowning our champions, from seeing which team will have that playoff match to try and get themselves to UEM, to have the opportunity to potentially represent the UK in one of the finest university-based tournaments there is. Bristol Whipped, Cabbage Family, they've done everything they can in the previous games. They've done everything they can for the draft. Now they must battle it out on the Rift. And Nymera, I will give credit to you. We had gentleman's agreement, and as much as I'd love to make the gag of I'm no gentleman, and I'm not going to do it, you have won a mystery gift from me. And here's what I'm going to do for somebody out there in the Twitch chat as well. As long as you are on the EUS server, put in right now. I'll start the game, so I'll come back and check this on the VOD. Put in hashtag and then the team that you're cheering for, hashtag Whipped or hashtag Cabbage, and one of those people I will choose to win a mystery gift off of myself. And because we deserve some kind of bonus prize for all those wonderful people out in Twitch chat. If I could give everyone one, I would, but I can't. So one person can have a mystery gift. Hashtag Cabbage, hashtag Whipped. If you are correct, I'll go through, check through, pull a random name out of a hat, and someone can have a mystery skin. Hell, why not? You've bet your points, so maybe someone will get a bonus prize too.
And, sure, I guess I could meme about, hey, yeah, I won myself a skin. We've both won from this. We get the 5-game series. We get the finals we were waiting for.
Friendship, except it's absolutely not.
The gameplay is what we're really here for, though. And the stories which go alongside it. We have Porp doing the W start on the Nidalee, AUE clear onto the Raptors. Doesn't clear out the Krugs. Maybe looking for something early towards bot side. Now, that is not what you expect out of a Nidalee, but you do have, of course, the Taric with that stun as well. There are ways you can set up. I'm wondering if we're going to see a Flash Dazzle coming in from that Taric early on as the bot lane. If you do sit behind that Lulu and that Vayne, Cabbage Family might find themselves an angle to really start rolling in this game.
We've seen a lot of the trades in mid lane. Annie poking Chentag down on the Tristana. So many times it's Tristana who's the aggressor.
This is it.
Pop
They
looking
don't
for
know
the
he's coming. They
early
haven't timed
intent.
it.
Gregors and mostly Grumpy may look to find this engaged. Nibble and Manuxas have stepped so far forward. The flash
No,
is
they
down,
miss
but the
it.
stun does not connect. Nibble flashing away from the pounce of Porp, who is going to try and get some more damage down. Going to throw the spear out. Manuxas flashing away from said spear as Nibble and Manuxas both burn their flashes, but so does mostly Grumpy.
So close to a breakout play. Porp starts that jungle path specifically to get pressure onto bot lane. Okay, right, get both flashes away from the bot laners. You don't have the flash now on the Taric to walk up and try and attempt that again. Gadunica now returning to this bot, well, not returning, turning up to the bot lane for the first time to see if they can make something work, helping shove in that lane. Cabbage family, they might have just kind of thrown that play in the early game a little bit to the winds. They do get something from it, but that could have been so much better for them.
On the plus side for Cabbage family, they've not jinxed themselves at all, because a couple of times today we have seen them pick up an early first blood and then throw away potential leads, not managing to turn that into anything post the 10-minute mark, and things stay even after that early trade. However, some crucial summoners were burnt down on the bottom half of the map. Gadunica's favourite thing at the moment seems to be helping his laners shove in. This is going to leave them open to take away the double scuttle pickup.
That it is. So the early lane shove in from Benuxus and Nibble was specifically for that gank, and because they live, means that the bot lane scuttle goes over to Gadunica. So now we see Porp taking second spawn of Raptors, but Gadunica is ahead in the matchup so far. Alpha Moss going to get ganked, but Porp is here. This could be a 2v2 early on.
2v2 is a brewing. Alpha Moss will have the flash available, needs to be able to sidestep the damage, but Evan doing well. Alpha Moss just about able to get away, but the rupture connects. One last threaded volley. Had that been a multiple threaded volley, that could have been first blood. Instead, we see QR joining with the flash, with the stun, getting the dash down with Gadunica. The knockup is good. Porp does land a spear, has a pounce, but isn't able to get in range of the clear as they're able to get the speed up off of the scuttle, the dead scuttle.
Cabbage family are trying to make the play that will break up in the early game, but Bristol are not having any of it. Gadunica bailed out by the rupture from Evan, blocking both Porp and QR, trying to flash forward and finish off that kill. Cabbage family, they've tried to make the early play. It hasn't worked out. What are they going to do now? Slightly behind in all lanes as it stands. Bristol Whip survived the early onslaught.
I love bloodthirsty games, I love early kills, but a part of me is delighted to see these trades lead to nothing, because so often it can lead to one team snowballing, getting ahead, maybe making for a more boring game. The longer things stay level, the more intense this game is going to be as things ramp up. Mostly Grumpy, able to land a stun onto Nibble, who is flashless, but immediately polymorphs the Kaiser.
They do. So, Bristol Whips have themselves laning advantages due to the efforts and time put in by Bristol Whips across the board. No flash on Alpha Moss. They've seen on a ward. Gadunica is going to start queuing up the recall, then quickly cancel that and move on to better ends. Mostly Grumpy going to walk away from that sort of bolts proc. And we're waiting again for the next big move.
But that's okay. This is building up. It's ramping up. Porp and Gadunica both looking to be proactive, both looking for these early ganks, even though they've not been able to find them just yet. Something that I don't believe I touched on during Champ Select is that we're seeing Chentang running this cleanse in this game. So if he does get stopped by QR, he is going to be able to cleanse away from that potential stun of the Annie. Of course, if the follow-up CC is there, it could be bad news bears for the Tristana. But again, we're dealing with the double ADC. A teleport's coming through. Bristol Whip this one. Cabbage family already take the dragon. They lose first blood. Their jungler is going to die, and so is their support. Bristol Whip do lose out on dragon, but get 2 kills as the trade.
2 kills? They use the teleport onto Evan. Alright, so you're going to lose maybe a wave in top side. Actually, not even going to do that because it's not shoved into tower. So this early laning advantage, now built up by first blood and an extra kill on top of it, all of which are assisted, means Bristol Whip have the gold advantage. Cabbage family, they could have had so much from their pathing. It doesn't quite work out. You have to now sit there thinking, alright, have to go to plan B.
Greg is doing their very best to farm under turret and doing a very, very good job of it. Greg is a player of incredible skill as QQR trades back and forward with Chentang on the back of their first and second kill. There is now a 2,000 gold lead that's built up for Bristol Whip. They have been ahead in this series twice, 1-0 and 2-1 up, and both times Cabbage family have pulled themselves back from oblivion. Bristol Whip, however, are now on the favoured blue side, the side which has won every game in this series.
Okay, so Taric dies. Had no flash on that bot side. Kill going up to Lulu, it's unfortunate, because he would have loved that to go to the Vayne. Lulu with double AD carries, and also even speeding the Cho'Gath up is not awful in this case. Just being allowing them to get up in someone's face and forcing something defensive out. Gonna get that Moonstone a little closer to completion. But I don't think Cabbage Family are too worried about that kill being on Lulu right now. The problem is, of course, Gregors and Grossy Grumpy, they're still not really getting much in that 2v2.
They are not, but they are able to at least shove this wave in, even if they're not going to be able to pick up a turret plate on the back of things. There's a lot of close CS markers across the board. However, topside, that is not true. FN yet again dominating the opposition, 20 CS up on the side.
It's really hard to deny Cho'Gath access to farm, but still, with this matchup, you don't expect it to be quite this bad. Alphamos loses another minion under turret. He's at least he's still got himself, not up in XP, but he still has himself relevant XP. Again, now we're looking at Dragon spawning in 3 minutes. We've got the Herald up already with the top lane priority, and then also Chentang relentlessly shoving in that mid lane. Bristol Whip might be looking towards Herald.
Would you like to know a fun and slightly disappointing fact, Nightmare?
Absolutely, Stan. Throw it at me.
So I popped into town today and I bought myself one of those giant party poppers. And hold on a second, because the party might be about to pop, because Porp is already down on the bottom side, throws out the spear, doesn't connect with Nibble or Benuxas. Nibble already having flashed away, but Benuxas using the exhaust as well, trying to turn the damage back, finding Silver Bolt prompts onto Porp with great aggression coming out of Benuxas, who's just happy to trade and actually probably just about dominating in a 2v3.
Cabbage Family are forcing so hard for these plays. 3 summoners away from Benuxas and Nibble, but still, no, kill. Porp's caught!
Gadunica arrives. Gadunica gets damage onto Porp. Flash from Benuxas. The Silver
Wait, stop!
Porp goes aggressive, but Benuxas dies, but so does Porp in return. Both junglers picking themselves up a vital kill.
That should never be a 1-for-1. Porp managed to turn around. Jungle dying. Yes, that's important. That means he's not clearing out and continuing to use that farming speed, which Nidalee is so famed for. Kill goes over to Gadunica. It doesn't go over to Vayne. It's still onto the Taliyah, though. The soul, well, I mean, I say the soul AP damage, of course, Evan's going to have some, and Lulu will have a negligible amount coming through. Either way, first kill on the board for Cabbage Family, but it's only in that 1-for-1 after they forced the play.
And it's still a 2,000 gold lead in the early game to Bristol Whipped. And so many times today we have seen the team with the early game advantage take that advantage and ride it all the way to the finish line. Though it must be said, some of those games have been exceptionally tight.
They have, and this one looking to be no exception. 2,000 gold lead at the 10-minute mark for Bristol Whipped. And that includes themselves that first blood. And this is the thing about Nidalee. It's very... I thought that maybe they'll go towards mid lane, but given how Benuxas and Nibble have played so well on the defensive end of things after the Enchanters have been punished so much in this series, has been such a departure from this best of 5 so far. And Porp has unfortunately not managed to find the leads that they were so hard... They're trying so hard for.
Vision cleared out around the dragon with 40 seconds until Infernal Sports Mountain or Ocean will be the reward should either team manage to secure themselves a soul. QR teleports into the mid lane, picking up most of this wave beautifully. Keeping level on CS with Tristana is no mean feat.
Yeah, especially when they're just shoving it in time and time again. Nidalee on bot side again, but given just the lane priority that Bristol Whipped have, they're always warding out on that bot side. They're doing their homework. They're not just doing putting that... you know, they're not just pushing in and they're not giving themselves any due diligence on that side and forgetting to ward out. You do have the Cosmic Radiance now. And now we have all of the ultimates available across the map. Of course, Gadonicus is on cooldown, but, you know, we still have passed that level 6 mark. Of course, that's what I meant by that. Cabbage Family, again, gravitating towards this bottom side. But if you flub this fight, Benuxas managed to escape the initial engage. Heck, if Chentang manages to do that, things are looking not so great for Cabbage Family. Again, I wonder if they have to fight this, if they think that they have to fight this, I guess you could say that Bristol Whipped out scale, but giving up a dragon like this, dangerous.
Trouble brewing around the dragon. There's a bad moon rising, and Bristol Whipped and Cabbage Family.
Oh, he's caught! Chentang!
Chentang does get caught out, does use the cleanse, stays alive. Bristol Whipped secure themselves, dragon to take it one apiece. Gregors goes aggressive, flashes forward and finds the kill onto Chentang. Gregors is absolutely dominating in this game so far. 2 kills go over the Cabbage Family. They lose out on the dragon, but they turn the tables from last time around. QR does still have the stun available, does have Tibbers to use as body blockers should they wish.
So spears keep flying in. They're trying to go for something more here. Where's the condemn?
Benuxas tumbling away, getting good damage onto Porp. This is a play that Cabbage Family seem to have committed to. They want to make it under the opposition turret. I'm not
but
sure.
But there's a teleport from Evan. They can't go too slow.
Gregors is now stepping themselves away, realizing that maybe this is an overstay from Cabbage Family. As the teleport
comes in. River.
It's coming in behind. It is going to be the monstrous Shogun who has a feast available. They're angry about being killed off before, and now they want to turn the tables on the opposition. Mostly Grumpy able to find a stun. Does not have a flash to get out to safety, and it is going to be Gadunika who secures this one. A flash, a feast. Porp living on just the tiniest amount of help, trying to bounce over the wall, unable to do so as the threaded volley comes through for the Talia. Meanwhile, Alphamos being chased down by the Silver Bolt proccing Vayne.
They just don't finish the play soon enough. They know that Evan has the teleport. That's one of the easiest summoner spells to track because it's so often used back into lane. Visible on that turret. Gets back into that bottom river. They don't finish off the dive quick enough. That was after Q out flashes for the W stun, and it doesn't, well, have the stun charged up. So the player gets out without and having to burn anything else. A frantic fight in the early game in this game 5. It's still even enough, but plates are continually falling to Bristol Whip. Gold's continually going over to Gadunika. This game still has a mile left to go.
3,000 gold advantage to Bristol Whipped, however, and considering they do have this Vayne, and it feels like the scaling will be very nice for them, it's a really great place to be in. But
Stun.
Porp
He's got aggro.
That's going to be Gadunika having to use the wild growth on themselves. Porp will look to chase this one down. Nibble and Benuxas trying to defend the Lulu with their with their own health bars, and somehow finding the thread. It is going to be Gadunika surviving just by the tiniest amount, and eventually getting out to safety with the Weaver's Wall.
Every time Porp comes down to this bot lane, he is denied, but it's getting closer and closer each time it happens. We have ourselves now, of course, the 1-1 Dragon score. Bristol claiming that second one, and it is an Ocean Rift. Cosmic Radiance once again available for mostly Grumpy, and he has the flash for a potential flash dazzle. Cabbage Family. You can't blame them. They are trying to make plays, and they are so close to working out.
Yeah, I've just seen Humble Desire say in chat that Cabbage are playing so nervously. I agree, but I also don't blame them. We're game 5 in an incredible series. What, is the last game for each of these teams in the Null. There's only probably one player out of these 10 who will be able to stick around because graduation.
Nibble is the only non-graduating player.
Exactly. So it's you can't fault a team for being nervous on this one. However, it could be a crucial difference maker if those nerves start to play a part. The question is who has got the nerves of steel and is able to pick up the kills. Porp clearing out the jungle has fallen considerably behind on CS2 Gadunika, who also has 3 kills to their name. Talia is absolutely the dominant carry that Bristol Whip need right now.
They are, and they do have a null magic mantle in inventory, so I wonder if that's going to go towards something like a Banshees or, of course, a QSS as well. A very important thing to start having available to you when these team fights start to really come across. They, of course, are still able to be shut down, though. They are still very squishy. The question is whether Gadunika is going to be able to space themselves effectively from the fight enough to turn it around with one of those big combos.
15 minutes in, 90 seconds after turret plating falls, the first turret is going to drop on the bottom half of the map. Bristol Whip getting even more gold into their pockets. It'd be interesting to see the gold difference between some of these carries at the moment, especially between the Vayne and the Kaiser as we get closer and closer towards this mid-game.
So first turret has gone down in that bot side. I'm assuming that Benuxas having cashed in the call. Yeah, 700 gold ahead. Had a very cushy laning phase after Cabbage Family tried to blow it open. One missed flash dazzle from mostly Grumpy makes things difficult because Porp had passed that way. Now
running your eyes.
Gone.
So I was going to say, running your eyes down the rest of those gold totals, though, a 1,600 gold advantage for Talia, a 1,300 gold advantage for the Cho'Gath. Those are big, big numbers. This is why there's such a 4,000 gold lead over to Bristol Whip. They've got advantages in almost every lane at this point. Cabbage Family, I will by no means say things are looking desperate, things are looking bleak for them, but they need to start turning some of these fights around.
So they're trying to, so the things are Bristol, okay, so they're checking the brush. Porp steps out, though.
Does get caught, throws a spear straight into Gadunika's face, unable to dodge this one. Third dragon of the game spawning. This is a fight Cabbage Family seem to really want to take, but Efan just does not care. He is so obscenely tanky, not taking any damage whatsoever. Porp throwing a spear out, just about managing to connect with the very tip of it. The scuttle will be secured by Cabbage Family. Bristol Whip have got good vision control towards the top side of this dragon pit. Dragon is started up yet again, as so many times this series. A crucial fight brewing around Dragon.
Spears barely missing onto Chentang. QR caught!
Yeah, the Rupture doing great work, and Evan finds the kill onto QR. Alphamos doing everything they can to zone, but eventually will die on Sion, something we have not seen many times today. Cho'Gath find the kill onto the opposition top laner. Brunoxus will kill off the opposition ADC, and all of the eggs fall into Bristol Whip's basket here at this Easter cast. They will get themselves the dragon, they will get themselves 3 kills, and they will find themselves with 5,500 gold advantage.
Again. Cabbage Family so close to making something work, but then QR gets caught and can't use the Tibbers. That burst, which is so prominent in the early game, does not come across. Bristol Whip with the perfect pick, which sets them on the, well on their way towards a lead in this game. They've already reached that lead state. They really are in the ascendancy now. The onus is on Cabbage Family to play themselves out of this deficit because of a masterful early game from Bristol Whip, avoiding the pressure on Cabbage Family. And in the first team fight, they pop off.
They really, really do, and they have got the Vayne as well. They've managed to get a kill on it at last. The Kraken Slayer already completed there, and we'll see yet more items coming onto the Vayne. The question is, how will Cabbage Family shut down these threats? Do they have enough to fight back in this one? Bristol Whipped, a team with history of not doing that wonderfully when it comes to the 5th game in these best of 5 series, is right now are looking good value for their money.
That they are, and one of the problems in this game is again going to be, how is the Kai'Sa going to do in front to back? Kai'Sa is not great at front to back right now. Could be a dive coming in here. This could be key.
Porp looking for the flank, looking to catch on Benuxas. It's going to be the root connecting onto Nil, but the stun, the Silver Bolt's proc, and it's Benuxas who finds a kill through the dive. It's a 1-for-1, but mostly Grumpy is caught in enemy territory as Evan Arise feasts on the very soul of the opposition. Doesn't actually take away the kill because Feast was off cooldown, on cooldown. Benuxas picking up a double, probably even more valuable than giving that to Cho'Gath. QR trying to take away this turret, instead getting caught out. Chentang takes a huge burst of damage, but cleanses immediately. Fails the rocket jump as a result, has to flash, but still finds the kill onto the Annie.
Has the rocket jump to get away. Annie not going to have enough auto attacks to chase down that Tristana, and Cabbage Family are just overforcing, overstaying. Bristol Whipped, on the other hand, are clinical. They do not care about the gravity of this situation, and they are playing so well right now.
Oh, wow. Yet again, the catch comes through, but this time it's Benuxas who oversteps the shutdown goal, crucially going on to Gregors on the Kai'Sa. Oh boy, watching this final is amazing, but even just looking at Twitch chat, getting me a bit emotional, seeing so many great names from players gone by, people out there. We got Longstaffs out there. We see Ember and Harry the King's out as well. It's just even Biochip. There's so many great players, and I'm sorry if I've missed any of them. So many players I've got to cast over the years, all here to watch what is a monumental grand final. The Barons has
wait. Okay, I was wondering if Porp was going to try something there because he was looking like he was hiding off vision to see if he could jump through. We have a veritable pantheon of Newell figures watching on over this game as we cast it as well. And Bristol Whip seems to be wanting to join that. Well, not just more than wanting it. They are certainly poised in position to take that throne once again, become back-to-back spring champions, even though they didn't find that same title in summer or in winter. They're back again in this split, and in Game 5, they've come out to a massive early game.
Alphamos and Porp lurking, trying to take down Evan. He steps away, he dodges away from the spear, but does get knocked up. He returns with his own knock-up, and Porp steps away, realizing there is nothing that can be done to take down the Cho'Gath right now. And my question to you is this: is there going to be anything that can be done to take down the Cho'Gath in the foreseeable future?
Well, there's the issue, isn't it? Annie's not going to burst through them. Porp is not running Conqueror to get that extra chase down. Potentially, he's got the Electrocute for the burst, which didn't work out in the early game. And Kai'Sa, while they have got a good scoreline, and that's credit to Gregors, who has had a good series so far, I don't think it's enough to work their way through this Frostfire Gauntlet already completed. Evan on this tanky Cho'Gath.
The thing is, every time that we've seen Cabbage in this position before, they've continued trying to force fights, they've continued trying to make plays, and I understand that, not wanting to let the game get away from them, but sometimes it's been a case of needing to let themselves scale up a little bit, let Gregors become a dominant force. It didn't happen in Game 1 with their Jinx, and it cost them horrendously. I really want to see Cabbage play the patient game right now.
I would love to see that too, but then there's also a Lulu buffing up the similarly scaling, better scaling AD carries on side of Bristol Whip. Kai'Sa is much more about the mid game, much more about the early game popping off and then starting to roam around the map, use that ultimate to fly into fights where people don't expect them to be. Well, we saw what happened at that first dragon fight. Flies straight into the Lulu, gets polymorphed, gets knocked up by the ultimate. There's an exhaust involved in Bunnox that just doesn't really feel the threat after that point. Maybe with an Annie on top of it, that's where things change. But as it stands, it seems like Bristol Whipped are in really good position to walk away with this game. Unless, of course, a little bit of magic comes out from Cabbage.
Same song, different chorus, dragon spawning again, Crumpy caught out, taking a huge amount of damage from the threaded volley, having to flash away as Evan approaches. It looks like Bristol Whip's trying to take. The question is, will they pick up kills alongside it? Grumpy steps forward, tries to find a stun onto Chentang, but it's just not working out right now. Flash over the wall from Alphmos, just trying to stay alive, but now finding the knock-up. Tibbers has already been put down, stun does connect onto Evan. The rest of Cabbage family will survive, but they will lose out on this dragon, and it is a dragon that takes Bristol Whip to Ocean Soul Point.
Soul Point, another death of mostly Grumpy and Cabbage family. Again, we saw this in their lost games in Games 1 and Game 3. They don't have to fight all of these dragons. They can give them up, but it's just not working out for them. They just don't quite have that patience. The early game plan didn't go according to plan, and now they have to fend off this Baron start from Bristol Whip.
And there is a feast available for everyone. So this is Smite plus feast available for Bristol Whip already. This Baron being completely and utterly rinsed through. Pop surely doesn't have a prayer to do in this one. Still wants to...
Oh, steals it!
The Baron! Cabbage family out of nowhere get themselves the big purple worm!
Okay, so that's Golden Pocket. That's a way to survive the next couple of minutes. It's gonna tide them over maybe to the next dragon spawn. Not out of the woods, still at the disadvantage, but miracles, well, maybe they're starting here.
Pop, you monster! I'm sorry, production. I don't think I've ever done that on cast before, but how has that just happened?
Bloody hell, okay, right, Pop. Not to be outdone, bit of a crap early game. It's 1-5 after that death in the Baron pit, but does find the Smite at 2 levels down versus the Cho'Gath. Chomp keeps Cabbage family in it.
Oh my gosh, what a turn of events. The question is, what can Cabbage family do with this? Is it just buying themselves a bit more time? I did say they needed time earlier on, and now maybe, just maybe, they've got it.
I think it is mainly that. Just time right now. You have 2 items on the Kai'Sa. There's a Collector, and that's not really going to help versus Lulu buffing up the first target you want to assassinate. Maybe the Serpent's Fang again would be helpful with all the shields coming through, but then again, the Wild Growth doesn't count as a shield. You can't ignore that. Still going for big damage. Scion ulting in.
He's coming through with the unstoppable onslaught. This is Cabbage family wanting to get back some of the gold already. We see the ultimate coming through. The Cosmic Radiance keeping Cabbage family healthy as they take down Evan. He is going to have to flash away with the Wild Growth on top of him. Finally, they show they can do some damage, but it's not even enough to kill off the monstrous Cho'Gath.
Porp. Oh, Porp actually just failing to jump over the wall. Gets Chente going in.
Yeah, the mistake from Porp costing his life and costing that of mostly Grumpy as well. Bristol Whip able to remove 2 Baron buffs, looking for more as well. Alphmos throwing down the Weaver's Wall. QR is going to put the Flash Tippers down and get the shutdown onto the opposition jungler. But meanwhile, here comes the Cho'Gath. And with Banuxas behind putting down the damage, Alphmos is not long for the rift. Gregors and QR, the 2 carries, are all that stand between Bristol Whip and taking away crucial objectives.
The Baron Steel has now been completely eradicated from Bristol Whip. Calm, collected, keep going in!
Oh, Gregors gets hit by the Buster Shot. Explosive charge will come through. The damage isn't enough to get the kill, but QR taking Silver Bolt procs for days will die off. Tipper's trying to get some vengeance, but Efan says absolutely not today. Inhibitor turret will fall. Cabbage family, some of them have respawned, but now with extra death timers on Alphmos and QR, the inhibitor will fall at 25 minutes.
I appreciate the attempt onto mid lane. Oh, actually, now speaking of that, Alphmos has the turret again, and there is a Kai'Sa ultimate. They're looking to try and find any opening before Bristol Whip start to reset. They haven't found it, though. Almost found it under that mid lane out of turret, but Nibble just too strong at this point in the game alongside Evans' already tanky stats. Cabbage family, again, they're trying to make the plays, but Bristol Whips are calm, collected, and they're damn strong now.
They're doing brilliantly, and it just shows the mental of this team to lose out in such a shocking way, that Baron, and then to bounce back by winning a team fight and taking Inhibitor themselves against the run. Well, not against the run of play, but against the event that had just occurred. Absolutely huge respect to that. Gadunica with the Banshee's Veil there, able to stop themselves from getting slow, getting rooted up by the... I believe it was from the Everfrost. And
yes.
Now Cabbage family do find themselves second turret of the game. We're a minute away from the Ocean Soul spawning, and you can see it from the positioning. Cabbage family have zero interest in letting this go over to Bristol Whip.
They don't. QR has the ult. Evans walking forward, though. I mean, this is just going to be the Cho'Gath tanking up everything.
Oh,
Or
they
is
just
it?
they find the kill. Lulu is absolutely eviscerated. Evan does get the ultimate. They survive, but the Lulu does not. 40 seconds until the dragon spawns. There are 30 seconds until Nibble respawns, so the Lulu may well still play a part in the dragon fight.
They might do, but it's the ultimate
got
use
recall
now.
and
The
teleport.
tip is used from QR. Okay, yes, Evan does have that teleport. Actually, Paul doesn't quite cancel out on that back. Actually, with that teleport down, though, maybe they can start a fight again.
Cabbage Family look like they're lost a long way away from home, but with the teleport coming in, Evan's going to be providing a much-needed support. Corp, it's absolutely exploded by
Access?
with the buster shot. Evan trying to do what they can, but they're not going to be able to damage multiple targets due to the Cosmic Radiance. Evan doing what they can, but the QR has been feasted upon. His QR code only gives him a grey screen. Mostly Grumpy is the last survivor, flashing the wall for the safety of the blue buff pit. A massive bounce from the massive gentleman that is Evans Cho'Gath. This is going to be mostly Grumpy being absolutely chased to their own doom, and it could be the game-ending moment because Vayne is on the Nexus turret, and it's going to be Gadunica and Vanuxas sealing victory for Bristol Whip. Cabbage Family fought bravely. They came from behind twice, but it looks right now like they're not going to be able to make the magic happen in game number 5. Bristol Whip are going to be your champions. They will be your representatives against the NSC champions. One of those teams will get through to UEM, and whoever it is, they damn well deserve to represent the UK.
It takes 5 games. It takes years of competition against each other, learning the ins and outs of the matchups, of the players, of the teams. Bristol Whip, though, give Cabbage Family their second back-to-back 3-2 defeats in a final, and they damn well deserve that title. They get themselves a back-to-back Spring Championship title, and that last game, given how strong the early game plan was from Cabbage Family and how determined they were to make it work, was so imperative that it paid off. Bristol Whip came out calm, collected, they come away champions.
What an unbelievable series. Wow. Bristol Whipped. The Licorice Whips. They spare me from having to eat any red carriage. Thank you, Bristol Whipped. Wow, what a tremendous series. Everything about that was absolutely wonderful, and I'm just in awe of the way these two teams have played. I look forward to seeing those representatives playing it out again. These two teams could still face each other in a playoff to decide who goes to UEM because, you know, Cabbage Family will still be participating in NSC finals. So much still to play for, but tonight's games off the chain.
There is actually a chance we see this matchup again in the last chance qualifier, but for the Newell, both these teams have now written their final chapter, and it is a chapter which goes to Bristol Whipped. It was hard fought, but seriously, that last game, both these teams came in confident. Cabbage Family last game, well, they didn't seem confident. They seemed tentative, and Bristol Whipped seemed so much more collected, and that, for me, is the important difference in this last game.
Tremendous, absolutely tremendous scenes. Congratulations to both these two teams for putting on such a wonderful show. Commiserations to Cabbage Family missing out, falling at the last hurdle there. Huge congratulations to Bristol Whip. This was the moment where I should have had a gigantic party popper to go woo, confetti everywhere, but my dogs ate it earlier. That was kind of awkward. So yeah, that doesn't happen, and it's courtesy of the Greyhounds, who were wrong about it being a 3-0 to Bristol Whip, but were right about the eventual winners. The same can be said as well. Need to check in with production. Who was it who went for the 3-2? Was it Patrick or...
Of course it was. Never doubt the pants man himself, Patrick. The perfect prediction. Kudos to you.
My favourite thing is, it's entirely possible it was actually Brackish and he's got the graphics so he could just change it, so he said that, but I believe in it. I just want to say as well, and, you know, we talk about production loads, we shout them out, and I mean every word I say because they are terrific, but Patrick Pants Campbell, a true gentleman of the esports scene, absolute love for that man, puts on an incredible show every single time they step onto production and observing. A real pleasure to work with them, and I'll let you have this one, friend. That's a great prediction you made, and you're an absolute king.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been such a pleasure to work with Patrick over the last years as well. And it's a great series to have again in our shared repertoire. And for these teams too, I do believe we do have an interview coming at some point. That is why we are buying time, and as everything does come to a close. Please stick around for the festivities, as I believe we are talking to Evan from Bristol Whipped.
Yeah, we are going to get the opportunity to chat with them, just waiting for them to be able to join the call. And once they do, we will go in with that call, which will be really nice to hear from the top laner magician themselves, the almighty Cho'Gath, the conqueror of that last game, securing absolutely incredible play. We are coming in with that interview. I know you guys out there like Evan. I like Evan too, and I look forward to chatting with them. But you're going to have to hold on just one hot minute, because we've got a small break. Thank you for sticking with us. It is my pleasure to be able to introduce to the casting desk the one, the only Evan.
Hello, everyone.
And I still got his name wrong. Evan, I can only apologise for that, but I can also...
I'm more than used to it. I'm more than used to getting my name wrong, so don't worry about it.
Evan, Borada.
I was trying to work out how many years I've been casting you for now on the Newell. It feels like forever.
Yeah, I mean, this is coming to my 4th year now. I'm just finishing my 4th year, so I don't know if you were around when I started, but I've been in Newell from start to finish, and it feels good to end it on a high, not gonna lie.
You certainly have. I mean, obviously, commiserations to Cabbage family who bow out with the loss there, but huge for you and your team, and I know you've got a lot of good stuff to say about them, even though obviously you're the main character.
I don't know. I feel like this is this false narrative that's come from a few years back, where me and Justin or Godinico would just play for topside all game, every game. But I think against some teams it doesn't work. Like Cabbage play really respectful around topside, and my team really stepped up today. Like we pulled out some wacky picks, Swain, Jinx, and everyone just pulled their weight. It was fantastic to see.
And I suppose one thing I'd like to ask about, more kind of towards the series kind of things, is that obviously Cabbage family were so strong this split. They ended up taking a lot of games off of both you and DMU, and it seemed like those top 3 teams, including yourself, were so versatile in how they played the split too. How do you even go about preparing for a best of 5 like this? Because it seemed like you came in super well studied up.
Yeah, so Cabbage are quite a unique team, and I think obviously the first game we played against them on stream, they absolutely smashed us. And then we took a step back and we thought, no, that was embarrassing, but how do they play the game? We need to think about it. Obviously, I'm not going to give away too much about how we think, because we could play Cabbage again for this last chance qualifier.
True.
But I think they're quite a niche style, and then playing against that style a few times, it really, once you've figured them out, it's a lot easier to play against them. I expect they'll prep some other weird stuff for us. But yeah, normally we just meet like 2 hours before Newell, and we just think about anything they could pick, and then we think about what we do if they were to do that.
That being said, was there any pick in particular that maybe surprised you and caught you off guard today?
We were surprised by the priority that they had on Jinx. I think that was pretty good by them, because I think Jinx is really rising in the meta right now. But other than that, I think it's basically all we expected. So hopefully they can pull out some more spicy picks for us in the next series.
So, I guess the next thing for me then, because obviously, so we talked about this series, a little bit more about this split and how, the inner workings of your team, but this is the team that's been together for a while now. And with the time you spent with them, there's obviously going to be a lot of memories with them. And given that this is now your last Newell series, which is so weird to say, Do you have any like particular memories you want to throw back to and shout out on stream?
Yeah, I think honestly the best memory I have, it wasn't with this exact lineup. We were actually missing Ben, our ADC, this year. Was the first Newell experience I had in the finals where we actually lost to Exeter 3-2.
Stan was casting.
yeah, I think just being it live, having it live, it was really fantastic. Obviously, it's unfortunate we can't have that anymore. But I think any live event, if you're looking to play in the Newell, if you get your hands on a live event, it's such a different atmosphere, and it's a memory I'll hold on to for a long time.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's still one of my all-time absolute favourites. It was a phenomenal feeling that day, and if I remember correctly, I think were you 2 up in that series?
We were 2-0 up. Yeah,
I thought you were.
That's when it came. When it came to game 5 today, I was like, not again. But yeah, we managed to pull it out. So.
Well, I'm glad to finally get to see you guys take a 3-2 win. It seemed to go sometimes the other way around for you. One other thing that I'm very glad to tell you, and actually Hope is here for the announcement as well, is that you have not by myself and Nymera, though I'm sure it's tough to disagree with this one. You have from a Twitch public vote been nominated the MVP of this best of 5 series and for this split. So congratulations to you on your sort of your sophomore year, on your exit here, and a huge congratulations, well earned.
Thanks everyone. That's all I can say, really.
Turns out a lot of people like Evan.
Who could have guessed?
I still can't pronounce Evan. So yeah, is there anyone out there you'd maybe like to give a shout out to? And the floor
I'd
is
love
yours.
to shout out my team again, but also my friends who are in Bristol right now. They all tuned in, and I think they all watched the entire Slugfest of the series, despite the fact it took about 5 hours. So I'm going to shout out them, my friends in Bristol who've been tuning in to watch the games.
Great. Well, I can tell you Twitch chat is absolutely popping on the other side. Loving that you are not only here joining us, not only that you've won that victory at that incredible best of 5 series, but also that you are the MVP that we both needed and deserved. And wow, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck when you do go into that last chance playoff, and it would be really great if you were out there representing the UK. So I wish you the best of luck in that one.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Nymera, just the two of us. It's been an incredible split. Do you have anything any lasting thoughts that you want to go away from this one with?
I mean, there's just so much to be gained from supporting grassroots like this, because, like I said, it's not LCK, it's not. But the fact is that so many legends will actually start here. Getting your competitive teeth kind of cut in this kind of scene, having that eye for the dramatic and the eye for the adrenaline is brought so much value into what I've done as a caster. Having the Newell for me as my own personal outlet has been fantastic and able to refine my craft. But seeing just a snapshot into these stories has been absolutely stunning, and the fact that I can do it with yourself, backed by, of course, the wonderful tournament organizers of Geo and Sunkern and Josh and all the others that back in the back room, and the producers of Patrick and Phil, who's joined us for tonight as well. I can't imagine a more professional atmosphere for something of this level. It feels very special to be a part of this.
And I can only echo those sentiments. I will also give a huge shout out, a thank you to our partners, Unite Students, Twitch Students, and Logitech for this split as well. They helped things to happen here. It's been a tremendous split. It was a final that was well and truly deserving of finishing things off, because it delivered in an absolutely massive way. That we still have more finals to come. Tomorrow is Teamfight Tactics, so do tune into that one tomorrow evening around about the 7:30 mark UK time. If you want to see some TFT, we've got a couple of great casters bringing you the grand final on that one. And I believe there's even a couple more finals later on in the week. All of them great. Again, thank you to Rezone Gaming, who was co-streaming along with us. I'm sure some people out there will have checked that out. I'm sure it will have been absolutely great entertainment. Nymera. No, I was going to say thank you to you too, but I can't be bothered. Well, one last shout out from Hope and the rest of the Greyhounds. They got their team prediction right for the day, and I didn't. So I'm going to be hearing about that one for the rest of the night. Except I'm probably not, because they can't actually talk. Plot twist. And with that, those words, clock strikes midnight, and I have the sad duty to bring the Newell League of Legends split to a close for the 2021 spring split. Congratulations to our victors, Bristol Whipped. Thank you so much to everybody who's been watching us. Good morning.
We fear that love is hard to find. Not in your heart, but in your mind. Are we playing this game? Are we playing this game? Are you too afraid? Or are you giving in? Let the games begin. 'Cause I play to win.